Good morning, Councilmember Bonds.
Good morning. I'm so delighted that you're playing around with the camera being Friday the 13th. Just keep that in mind.
Oh, Jesus, I didn't realize that. That's not good. We live? I am reconvening this hearing of the Committee of the Whole. We may have listed this or noticed this as two separate hearings, but it's on the same issue. And yesterday I recessed the hearing, so I'm reconvening it now. This is a hearing being conducted by the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Friday, November 13th, 2020. The time is 9:15 in the morning. We are conducting this hearing live via the Zoom video conference broadcast platform. It is also accessible to the public via Council Channel 13 cable television, as well as the Council's website, which is www.dccouncil.us, and I believe it's also available through Facebook. As I said, this hearing concerns the Bill 23-736, which is entitled the Comprehensive Plan Amendment Act of 2020. This legislation was introduced at the request of Mayor Bowser on April 23rd, 2020. And its purpose is to amend the District of Columbia Comprehensive Plan Act of 1984 to modify chapters 1 and 3 through 25, including the future land use map and the generalized policy map. The council previously adopted changes to chapter 2, which is the framework element, which had been submitted separately by the Bowser administration in 2018. The comprehensive plan is a high-level guide for future growth and development. It is used to inform public decision-making, including more detailed planning efforts, zoning regulations, and capital budgeting. Actually, the Home Rule Act requires that zoning shall not be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan addresses a wide range of topics that affect how we experience the city, including land use, economic development, housing, environmental protection, historic preservation, transportation, as well as chapters discussing 10 planning areas district-wide. The existing comprehensive plan was adopted in 2006 and amended in 2011. The Office of Planning anticipates it will conduct a full rewrite the next time the comprehensive plan is revisited. I'll emphasize, especially based on yesterday's hearing, that that's an intent, a stated intent. The Office of Planning anticipates it will conduct a full, I already read that, sorry. These currently proposed amendments, the ones that are before us now, reflect updated data and analyses, incorporate information from district agency plans, studies, and actions, and address the current challenges of housing, equity, resilience, and public resources, as well as the COVID-19 public health emergency. The Office of Planning initiated public engagement in 2016 and has provided various opportunities for public comment. Formal public review of the proposed amendments was conducted in late 2019 and early 2020, with the Office of Planning providing responses to advisory neighborhood commissions. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on December 3rd, 2020. And let me explain, because I know there's a lot of interest in the plan. We are required under council rules as a committee to file a hearing record, and any submissions we receive for the record prior to 5 p.m. December 3rd, we will include in the record. It does not mean that folks have to stop commenting at that point, as we are an elected body. But whatever comments we received after December 3rd will not be included in the record. I'm going to recognize Councilmember Bonds, who is here, if she has an opening statement, and then we will call the first witnesses and I will give some procedural details. Councilmember Bonds.
All right, thank you very much, Chairman. And again, thank you for convening this second full day of testimony on the comprehensive plan update, which has been 4 years in the making. This update, rather than it's an update rather than a full rewrite. Nevertheless, as public witnesses have explained throughout their testimony yesterday, the update documents have an extraordinarily broad scope. The amount of undeveloped land in the district continues to shrink every month. In just a few short years, there will be precious little left remaining to even consider for large-scale redevelopment. The Office of Planning should be commended for the 4+ years of work that they have invested in this process. The nexus of planning and zoning in our city can often be convoluted and confusing for the public. I appreciate the significant amount of outreach that the office has invested into this effort over the past years. And I think it's a testament to the roughly 100+ witnesses that testified yesterday, because they provided a wide range of insightful testimony. I look forward today to hearing from the additional witnesses, and particularly from Director Trueblood. In particular, as chair of the council's housing committee, I'm interested in any supplemental commentary on how the comprehensive plan update will help achieve the mayor's goal of 36,000 additional housing units that everyone acknowledges is sorely needed across the city, including the 12,000 affordable units, and how members of neighborhoods are expected to respond to increase in density. So I am very focused on hearing from the remaining public witnesses, and of course from our director on this important subject. And thank you again, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. So we're going to call the first a group of witnesses. And as they come into the room, I will speak to some procedural requirements. Patrick McEnany, who's project manager with Somerset Development Company. And I apologize if I mispronounced your name. William Jordan, listed as a public witness. Chris Otten, who's with DC for Reasonable Development. Kathy Riley, who's executive director of SHAPE, which is Senior High Alliance of Parents, Principals, and Educators. Daniel Schramm, who's with the Brooklyn Neighborhood Civic Association. Naima Jefferson, who's president of the Shepherd Park Citizens Association. Milton Schinberg and Neil Flanagan, both listed as public witnesses. Christopher Williams, who's with Southwest Voice as the editor-in-chief, and Southwest Action, community organizer. Lee Schenecker, who's a professional urban and regional planner. Tom Houston, executive director of Medici Road. James Lennox, listed as a public witness. Tiara Fletcher, secretary of the 70, I'm assuming that's ANC 70 Economic Development Committee. And David Castile, who is an ANC commissioner with ANC 3F, single member District 1. While everybody's getting settled, I'm not sure that's exactly what we do when we do this virtually, but I'll say that anyway. Witnesses are limited to 3 minutes. And yesterday, I believe there was only one witness out of 93 who exceeded that. There are some folks whom I did have to cut off. And so I would ask that everybody be mindful of the clock. You should be in gallery view. You'll see the clock, the timer, and the top of your screen. And it's set for 3 minutes. If you did not submit your statement, but want to do so now, email it, and staff will print it out. At the end of this group, I will call on colleagues to if they have any questions. I should note that we have 83 witnesses signed up for today, so I'm going to be moving this along so that we can get through all the witnesses. Mr. Is it McEnany?
That's right.
You are first, and good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. I'm here today representing Somerset Development. We are a mission-driven developer based in DC that specializes in the preservation and production of affordable and mixed-income housing in DC and Baltimore. We've actively participated in the comp plan amendment process for several years now, including the initial public comment phase in 2016 and 17, passage of the framework element in 2017 and 18, and the second public comment phase early this year. We're grateful for all the hard work that's gone into the process over such a long time period and are pleased with the final result. We encourage the council to pass this bill as currently written and as soon as possible so the amendments can finally take effect. Our support for the comp plan amendments is based on two topics that represent the twin crises facing our city for the foreseeable future: housing affordability and climate change. Since 2006, when the current plan was written, housing prices have risen dramatically across the city and climate change has accelerated at an alarming pace. The comprehensive plan needs to be revised to place these crises front and center, and the proposed amendments do just that. In particular, we support the new language in the plan prioritizing preservation and production of affordable housing, environmentally responsible development, and walkable, transit-accessible neighborhoods. There are many complicated trade-offs involved in real estate development planning, as evidenced by all the goals in the comp plan, but prioritization is pivotal in order to set a clear direction for developers to follow. These revisions establish clear priorities to help guide our decision-making moving forward for future projects. In addition, as a Ward 3-based affordable housing developer, we are strongly supportive of the mayor's goal to add affordable units to the Rock Creek West planning area in order to reduce historical patterns of segregation and provide greater access to opportunity for low and moderate income families. As such, we're in favor of the proposed changes to the future land use map that provide additional development capacity to help achieve this goal. And when paired with the Office of Planning's proposed changes to the inclusionary zoning program, which will require higher affordability thresholds for zoning map amendments, these revisions will embody good public policy regarding land use recapture by ensuring that changes to the FLUM do not merely drive up the value of land in Ward 3, but rather recapture the value created by increasing density and invest it toward the public good by increasing the affordable housing stock. This is a sound approach to affordable housing policy, and we commend the Office of Planning for their approach. Finally, while we are recommending the council approve the bill as written, we do believe there is room in the future rewrite process to be more creative and bold in our approach. In particular, the current emphasis in the comp plan amendments is on large-scale projects on commercial corridors and individual major parcels. While such large projects are certainly important, we believe there's an opportunity in the future to also promote more small-scale infill projects, such as the expansion of row home neighborhoods to areas of the city where they are not currently permitted under zoning. The row home is the iconic DC building structure, and legalizing row homes across the city would go a long way toward increasing our housing supply, particularly for families, creating more walkable, sustainable neighborhoods, and supporting our post-COVID economic recovery by stimulating small business growth. We highly encourage Office of Planning and Council to consider this for future rewrite efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McEnany. William Jordan, and I don't have a statement from you.
My name is William Jordan, a resident of Columbia Heights in Ward 1. I urge the council to reject Bill 23-736, which I call the Bizzuto, Brookfield, JBG, Douglas, Hoffman, EYA, Upflumbing, Negro Displacement and Redistribution and Public Subsidy Transfer Act. And I think it should be named that. The purpose of the bill is to shift us from an infill development approach to development to displacement approach to development. And I also urge that the council actually adopt the housing justice priorities as developed by the Grassroots Planning Coalition. The Bizzuto bill, as I call it, basically is premised on private interests and projects should drive city planning, not the comprehensive planning, and that private interests are equal to public interests. That these private interests, because they require large tracts of land and air rights to develop mixed-use projects, the entire city should be replanned to accommodate their needs, and that these entities, such as P. and Hoffman and others, are agents of racial equity and vertical redlining. That in the last, that if we build enough housing in 40 to 50 years, it will translate into affordable and equitable housing. The plan also is based on the fact that since the year 2000, Black and brown neighbors have not been displaced from the mid-city element of this city. And that the pay-to-play development policies crafted and facilitated by former council members Jack Evans and Jim Graham never took place. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. So I want to close in looking at a couple things that OP has done in this amendment. One, they removed from the mid-city a statement that says some 2,000 units of housing have been removed since 2005. And then it goes on to talk about how large developments cause displacement. OP removed that from the mid-city element, even though evidence showed that their approach and the approach we want to move forward with is a displacement plan. And then finally, the OP recently wrote for Southwest Project that they actually included this amendment passing in their write-up for the Southwest Project at Westminster. So they've already gone into the future, assuming this is passed in order to justify a development by developer Bozzuto. So private interests don't equal public interest, and that's what these amendments are about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Has Chris Otten joined us yet? I don't see him. Kathy Riley?
Thank you. My name is Kathy Riley, and I'm the Executive Director of the Senior High Alliance of Parents, Principals, and Educators, and a member of Seed for DC and the Ward for Ed Alliance. Thank you for this opportunity to testify and I'm going to address the Educational Facilities Plan Amendment of the Comp Plan. DCPS by right public schools offer environmental and other social benefits for green space, stormwater management, recreation, social cohesion, even political franchise. This comp plan can acknowledge that publicly owned, governed, and managed properties bring the full benefits to communities. It can establish that the key priority in the next decade is to ensure an excellent matter of right path from pre-K through high school in every community, as it notes in 1200.3. The plan states in section 1202.1 that DCPS is responsible for educating Washington, D.C.'s children, and it provides a school of right for every compulsory age child. The comp plan can provide a roadmap for DCPS to be able to fulfill that responsibility. So in order to strongly support the goal of making neighborhood schools an appealing school of choice where students' academic and personal achievements are nurtured so that children do not have to travel long distances across the district, as noted in 1204.10, the plan should recommend maintaining public inventory with shorter leases, if any, to retain so the DCPS can retain the ability to fulfill its core responsibility. DCPS has transferred 39 buildings to private ownership or long-term lease rental agreements with charter schools. There is excess capacity of at least 22,000 seats across both sectors. We can no longer afford this great inefficiency. Of expanding charter and specialty schools. We need to prioritize providing program and fill our existing seats. The comp plan should limit co-location to within a sector. The recommendation for charter schools to co-locate in DCPS buildings essentially caps and limits DCPS enrollment, making it more difficult for it to meet its responsibility. So amend 1203.4 and 1203.9. The comp plan should prioritize and protect the green space, playgrounds, and athletic facilities. So that would be additional language. And the comp plan should complete the modernization of DCPS schools as part of the city's infrastructure by a date certain. Additional language in 1204.2. So some of the data and information are out of date, and the council will need to figure out how to address that. It's been a long time. And a major inaccuracy is that the DME did not do an educational facilities master plan, just a study, and plan elements of the study were rejected by the council. So the repeated phrase and inclusion of the 2018 MFP plan has to be amended or omitted. Thank you, and I look forward to working with you on this going forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Daniel Schramm.
Hi, thank you. My name is Daniel Schramm, and I am the president of the Brooklyn Neighborhood Civic Association. Today, I want to reemphasize our goals for the comp plan in Brooklyn, and then highlight 3 corrections the council should make to the future land use map consistent with those goals. The council should not blind itself to the current public health crisis and what it could mean for future development in the city. They say generals are always fighting the last war. I fear our planners, whom we pay to exercise expert foresight, are doing just that. The latest data suggests the DC real estate market may be on the verge of a downturn. That would not be the worst thing for renters and first-time homebuyers. It would not be the worst thing for the preservation of historical buildings and the city's green spaces. It also presents an opportunity to review the comp plan with an eye to balancing multiple public goods rather than with a myopic focus on clearing the way for new private construction, heedless of all other values. Let me be clear. BNCA supports the need for more affordable housing in our area. We support infill development and increased density, done in the right way and where it is appropriate. Through enforceable public participation requirements, including a PUD process for large-scale projects, supporting working families through appropriate size and pricing, near metro stations with walkable access to groceries and local businesses, on underused or blighted lands, protecting nearby green space, tree canopy, and stormwater retention, preserving historical structures, and, critically, in service to rather than displacing current residents, especially people of color. OP's draft flum gets this wrong in 3 specific ways in Brooklyn. It designates the Howard Divinity Campus and the Franciscan Monastery for future mixed-use development. These large properties are a long walk to any metro station, provide valuable green space and environmental benefits, and have enormous historical value. Any extensive development of these lands would be opportunistic, not good city planning. Second, it fails to designate the Brooklyn Green as park space, instead covering the entire area around the Brooklyn station under medium density mixed use. This is inconsistent with the Brooklyn CUA small area plan and with the agreement reached by Councilmember McDuffie for a land swap with WMATA to protect this park in perpetuity. The council must fix this. Finally, OP proposes to designate all of the area along Reed Street for high density development, right up to existing low density residential housing along 10th Street and Evarts. This is bad planning by any measure. BNCA enacted a resolution this summer for a tiered approach to density at this site, which would balance the need for infill growth with existing residents' quality of life. So we urge the council to adopt this proposal. I'll close with this observation. We expect opposition to these changes on the ground that the flum isn't designed to govern at the parcel scale. Yet just look at the numerous parcel specific changes OP proposes at the behest of private developers throughout Brooklyn. It is this double standard between private and public interests that we urge the council to correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schramm. Naima Jefferson. Ms. Jefferson, I can't tell if you're speaking because
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair Mendelson and members of the DC Council. I'm Naima Jefferson and the president of the Shepherd Park Citizens Association, which is in Ward 4 and a trustee for the Committee of 100 of the Federal City. The comprehensive plan as submitted needs to be rejected. The approval of this wholesale rewrite is contravening to the statutory mandate outlined in our law and frankly weakens the framework of our city's democracy. Yesterday, Chair Mendelson stated that the council cannot demand that the Office of Planning send amendments or rewrites. However, the council can respond and send both a strong message to voters and the executive branch by either approving or rejecting the bill. Our recommendation is that you reject the bill as it stands. Our community has spent hundreds of hours participating in this process and has reviewed comp plans from other cities with comparable populations to look at best practices. Yet most of those best practices have been thrown out the window. The bill before you is not a demonstration of world-class urban planning, but an encyclopedia that is inappropriately being used as a catch-all for ineffective city agency oversight and accountability. The DC Office of Planning didn't need to write about it, it needed to be about it. Let us contemplate the issue that if it weren't for the inefficacy of the 2006 comp plan per the law, no work has been performed to assess this inefficacy. Without the mayor's progress report on the comp plan, which is outlined in DC law, the changes proposed are arbitrary and capricious. Should the council move forward in approving the comp plan, each council member could be perceived as being culpable in this illegal action. The council should reject this bill and, per the law, request a public hearing on the non-existent progress reports, which should outline the efficacy of each and every one of the policies and actions outlined and should be supported by data and evidence. Then, at that point, we should address the comprehensive plan amendments. Last month, our community met with Montgomery County planning officials. What was clear was that despite the comp plan's requirements of a regional and whole neighborhood approach, none of this has occurred in over a decade. In this instance, should we blame lawsuits, or is it really the lack of accountability and oversight in the Office of Planning in executing their own policies? So let's ask ourselves whether an agency that has failed to be faithful over few things should now be made ruler over many. The narrative that has been created is that the wholesale rewrite was lawsuits in the guise of creating affordable housing. If we were to dig deeper, Chair Anthony Hood of the Zoning Commission, who has been on there for more than 22 years, has even stated at the May 10th, 2018 hearing that the more housing we get, the more prices go up. We believe that our city has missed many opportunities to redevelop city-owned properties and create housing affordability. Some of those large sites include the Walter Reed site and McMillan, which were district-owned. Have we asked ourselves why hasn't the city just developed those sites for our residents' needs? Yes, although our community is racially diverse, I echo much of the testimony that was shared yesterday by at least 27 people of color. To people of color, racial inequity and inclusiveness is not an abstract thought that can be articulated in urban planning policies by well-meaning white allies, but our everyday reality and our opportunities for education, employment, healthcare, and housing. I would like to point out that this particular OP amendment has a flum map amendment for a property located in our community that is owned by a Black family who lives in our community and has a business. This family has been under constant threat of displacement by an adjoining white commercial property owner who has made several hostile attempts to attain their property. As indicated in the attached letter with the testimony, they weren't even aware of the flum amendment. So who submitted this flum amendment? Who verified this request? Is it now fair game for us to start making up map amendments for other folks' properties, or is it just for a few select properties and developers?
Ms. Jefferson, I'm going to have to cut you off because your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
We do have your statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Milton Schinberg.
My name is Milton Schinberg. I'm an architect with 50 years experience in DC planning and zoning. My testimony will reflect that that and 35 years living on the 2900 block of Upton Street Northwest, which is the same block as the Howard Law School campus, and doing so very harmoniously. Howard has been a good neighbor. We look forward to that continuing. Its representatives have promised our participation in their future use of the property. This testimony regards the comprehensive plan map for that campus. It is an extremely large site that has 4 distinct faces, in a sense resembling multiple sites. There is low-density residences on Upton Street to the south, a spur of Rock Creek Park, Soapstone Valley on the north, high-density Van Ness complex to the west, and significant institutional properties to the east. It is complex, and its potential development should be seen as transitional between all of those adjacencies, and the proposed OP comprehensive plan does not respect these conditions appropriately. My testimony has 2 parts. The first is a written document created by the neighbors of the Howard Law property, more specifically Upton, Tilton, and 29th Streets Northwest. It integrates the sense of our community, incorporating the dialogue and meetings and discussions. The document received several rounds of commentary from neighbors that is reflected in it. There was significant interaction with ANC 3F that resulted in its formal support of this document at its October 2020 meeting. We've been in discussions with Howard University multiple times. Our most recent meeting with Howard University officials was actually earlier this week. In that meeting, there was overall agreement on changes needed to the OP proposal, except for Howard's preferred high-density residential use, potentially on the north of their educational buildings, rather than medium density. Howard testified yesterday, and I have not had access to it to see if there are any changes in their position. Our neighbors document is now in your hands, so I won't take this time to read it. The second part of my testimony is a map that I hope you can see that describes in graphic form the ideas that the neighbors have expressed regarding the comprehensive plan. It's a compromise that would allow medium residential on the northern part, which includes the parking lot, without jeopardizing the northernmost slope that connects to Soapstone Valley. This would also preserve the historic institutional buildings, which need separate recognition in the map because they are a different use, and the green space and low density on Upton Street that has served both the neighbors and the Edmund Burke School historically. This is a part of the transition of the site. So the map proposal that we're making, which has colors that match up with the OP map system, going from south to north would be open space on Upton, institutional to the north, and then medium density residential above that with a transition to Soapstone Valley by preserving the tree and slope.
Thank you, Mr. Schimberg. And we have your statement in the attachment. Neil Flanagan.
Good evening. Unfortunately, I can't go on camera right now, but thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for having this hearing. I support the proposed amendment, but insist the council return to issues of community investment and housing insecurity again and again this council term. The comprehensive plan is a land use plan and only a small part of the tools. You can hear me, right?
Yes, I was muted.
Okay. Sorry. Sorry, great, thank you. Just off the top, there are no indications that COVID-19 will alter the demographic shifts major cities have seen over the last 20 years. Indeed, past and present experience has shown that the lower tiers of income demographics face more insecurity under economic strain, while the value of walkable low-energy neighborhoods remains the same in the face of climate change. Indeed, almost 20 years when I was in high school in DC, I remember the neighborhood figures from Ward 3, some of whom were testifying before the council against this bill, insisted that the growth we were seeing in DC was just a blip, and the growth should not be accommodated in Ward 3 and instead concentrated in underused or blighted areas. They won, and we have seen how that has worked out. And meanwhile, Ward 3 has lacked the convenience community spaces and activity or attractive streetscapes that other places have gained through some redevelopment. The sensation is heightened as I visited other cities, and I found that almost all my friends feel the same way about our childhood neighborhood, all of whom have moved away. Ward 3 is expensive. It has only gotten more expensive, and for what? So while I welcome, in particular, the proposed amendments to the future land use map in Ward 3, particularly the efforts to more evenly distribute the amount of affordable housing across all wards, it is important to recognize the status quo is not neutral, but rather built upon theories of neighborhood development that are unique to America and promulgated by segregationist developers in the first half of the 20th century. We now have a century to see their failure, and many of the amendments are small but significant shifts in ameliorating that. But they are not nearly enough. The council must align its actions to further housing security and affordability across the many tools it controls. The council needs to stop using incentives and abatements to underwrite the risks of market development. It needs to enhance rent control, preserve functional industrial areas, and expand the amount of public housing, particularly in wealthier areas. Expand and repair what is there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Christopher Williams.
My name is Chris Williams. I am here to testify on behalf of Southwest Voice, the People's Paper and an independent news source and community group in Southwest waterfront neighborhood. Our diverse editorial board is made up of 1/3 public housing residents. I want to quote a longtime Southwest resident and board member. Quote, "They are trying to make Southwest for whites. We are nobody here." Another board member and public housing residents, quote, "They do whatever they want. They say we matter, but we don't." We are here today to say that enough is enough with treating us as if we matter less. Please visit our gentrification dashboard at Southwest Voice DC/gentrification to understand how racist, half-baked city planning has harmed African Americans and moderate income earners in Southwest. It is unconscionable that the district has given away so much public land without meaningful and deep commitments to producing affordable housing. There are fewer Blacks in Southwest than 10 years ago. Southwest has become one of the most expensive neighborhoods to live. Our own government is leading the gentrification with public projects such as the Wharf and Randall School. The comprehensive plan needs to explicitly state that the equity housing provisions are as important as the land use map. The land use map should not undergo fundamental change, because it will ensure that residents and the ANC can evaluate and affect each project's neighborhood fit. Given the damage that the district has done to Southwest, the comprehensive plan should require that all projects undergo and be responsive to a racial impact and gentrification assessment. At every turn, our wishes as a Southwest community to maintain our social diversity has been undermined. The housing element needs to be revised. It does not acknowledge the acute Black displacement across the district. It also tries to paint a picture of the housing market as if the taxpayer is not heavily subsidizing development, free land, tax abatements, opportunity zones, diverting property taxes away from school funding. Add a statement that the district must balance all public subsidies, because right now those subsidies are causing the market to perform poorly. Stop allowing redlining. It is fundamentally unfair that neighborhoods west of Rock Creek are almost exclusively zoned for single-family housing, while Black residents in Southwest are being displaced due to their government-led gentrification. Add language that dissuades churches from causing gentrification. 3 Southwest churches with predominantly white congregations have redeveloped and produced overwhelming market units. Our full comments will be forthcoming by the December deadline, and we ask for oversight of the DC Housing Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Schenecker. I don't believe Lee Schenecker has joined us. Thomas Houston.
Yes, here.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember Bonds. My name is Thomas Houston, and I'm here today wearing 3 hats: a Burville resident who is involved in developing a new Greater Deanwood Small Area Plan, the ED from Medici Road who assisted ANC 7C in writing their comp plan recommendations, and a DHCD Chodo and DCBIA member. There are long-term equity implications throughout the plan, so we recommend Council use it to remove physical and financial barriers and use other policies to hold developers accountable for equitable building. Below are a few items to be modified. First, we recommend adding racial equity in housing impact statements. Housing policy should execute 3 impact reviews and deliver statements on each. A financial impact statement already occurs. The other 2 are missing. Council should insert a concept requiring a housing affordability impact statement. This would be for both affordable and upzoning requests. Additionally, this update of the comp plan includes an equity crosswalk that addresses racial equity. Its focus is on equitable impact today. However, it doesn't allow for a racial equity impact assessment in the future. This will account for future shifts in communities. The RIA is important because data from MPD, DCPS, and other agencies highlight insights such as 80% of adult arrests in DC are Black people. Wards 4, 7, and 8 have the highest amounts of rent burden residents, and less than 25% of Wards 7 and 8 residents have an associate degree or higher. We also note that the housing element focuses heavily on creating affordable housing, but misses details and incentives to meet demand. We believe incentives will assist in overcoming some barriers to housing production. Second, as an incentive to create more affordable and workforce housing, we recommend a policy for RF1 zones. The policy, which decreases the required lot size, will support case-by-case upzoning and give OP and BZA grounds to support approving incremental units if developers opt in to IZ+. Now let's focus on the far northeast. 1712.3 lists Nanny Helen, Sheriff Road, and Division as main commercial streets, but the last sentence only mentions Nanny Helen and Division. We recommend changing the language to discuss all 3 streets to maintain Sheriff Road's viability as a commercial corridor. To that point, we originally recommended adding language to 1712.11 to convert low-density MU zones into moderate and medium density. The words moderate and medium were left off. We believe this is important to give guidance to OP and the Zoning Commission for higher density, but density that matches the character of the corridors. We recommend one action and one policy for affordable housing incentives. The policy is with the goal of keeping Deanwood Metro affordable. We recommend that any development using federal or local dollars for transit-oriented development are mandated to participate in IZ+. The action is to create a tax incentive for blighted and vacant property owners to participate in DOPA or sell to nonprofit developers. The old 1712.10 has a Deanwood small area plan marked as completed. As I mentioned earlier, we are almost finished with an updated version. We would like language added for this to replace the existing small area plan once completed. And finally, we would like for you to add language to change the Kenilworth PDR1 area from Nanny Helen to Eastern Avenue to a moderate mixed-use zone to remove the 20-foot rear yard buffer requirement. The community sees this area as one of the few areas available to add entertainment, food, health, and education facilities. Thank you for your time. Good luck with the deliberations, and I look forward to your passing of the comprehensive plan.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. James Lennox.
Hi, today we are here to discuss the district's comprehensive plan, which dictates the flume and zoning. For anyone unaware, during the 20th century, much of America was segregated through zoning and land use policies, and Washington, D.C. is no different. Today, we find ourselves segregated by race, income, wealth, and even life expectancy because of zoning policies put in place by white supremacists in the mid-20th century, which we still have on the books today. Therefore, a key focus of any change in our comprehensive plan should be to end segregation in our city. In order to abolish segregation, we need to understand two key questions. First, why are we segregated? And second, what can we do to end segregation? We are segregated because of 20th century zoning, plain and simple. During Jim Crow, DC zoned much of Upper Northwest to only allow housing that only wealthy white people could afford in order to implicitly segregate the city. This can be seen in the 1940s, 50s, 60s, and 70s demographic maps, and unfortunately, the same trend continues through today. In fact, Harold Bartholomew, a man who strongly influenced 20th century zoning in DC, once said an important goal of zoning was to prevent colored people from moving into our finer residential districts. This zoning language that Bartholomew advocated for is still in place verbatim in our zoning code. In short, our current housing code was tailor-made to enforce segregation. What can we do about it? First, we need to legalize more housing. Land value is the #1 cost driver for housing, and we should follow Minneapolis' lead on legalizing missing middle housing citywide. This would make more neighborhoods accessible to communities of color by reducing rents. Second, after legalizing missing middle housing, we need to remove unnecessary regulations that promote its production and affordability. There is an 80% premium on housing costs in Washington, D.C. because of unnecessary regulations, and it is estimated that homelessness in D.C. would be reduced by 36% if these regulations were ended. And the two most important regulations are minimum lot sizes and mandatory off-street parking minimums. If you look at a map of minimum lot sizes in DC, you can see the only neighborhoods with minimum lot sizes of 7,500 square feet or more are the wealthiest, whitest neighborhoods in Upper Northwest. For parking, it is incredibly expensive to build. A single spot in a garage can cost between $25,000 and $50,000 to construct, which is more than 10 times the median wealth of a Black family in DC. According to a study in Portland, Oregon, it is estimated that rent would be up to 40% lower with no parking built compared to building an underground garage. Why do we legally require something that makes housing so much more expensive? Further, mandatory parking doesn't fit with our Vision Zero goals or our efforts to combat climate change. In short, let's build housing for people, not for cars. In conclusion, throughout 2020, we have heard people call for the end of systemic racism, and a big component is ending systemic segregation. In order to end systemic segregation, we must use the comprehensive plan to fundamentally change the flume and zoning code, which, after all, were strongly influenced by white supremacists. For anyone that would like to learn more about America's history of using zoning to enforce segregation, I strongly encourage you to read The Color of Law or watch the video by the book's author at segregatedbydesign.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lennox. Tiara Fletcher.
Hi, yes, I'm here. Good morning, Chairperson and committee members. I am Tiara Fletcher. I'm speaking as a public witness and resident of Ward 7, and I am Secretary of the Economic Development Committee in ANC 7E. I would like to express my position regarding housing development, particularly in the context of Chapter 17 Policy FNS-1.1.2, Development of New Housing. Ward 7 is slowly progressing to address the development of essential aspects of needed infrastructure as relates to basic common amenities, such as groceries and retail. In addressing the perceived need for affordable housing, addressing infrastructure needs to be considered as a priority. In order to justify more housing, the needs of current homes must be fulfilled, and I need access to basic amenities. Affordable housing should be considered in light of the numerous vacant and abandoned homes in the district that negatively impact property value, threaten safety, and attract many a community nuisance. The aesthetic of our community should reflect the character of its residents, and I want to thrive in a community of integrity and strength. I can envision legislation that promotes revision and utilization of these properties so as to provide adequate and appropriate homes woven within existing communities. With this approach, priority can be given to retail and social amenities in regards to new property developments. I want to emphasize that part of the plan for affordable housing should necessarily take into account blighted, vacant, and/or abandoned properties as a priority. A community should heal before it bears more weight. And Chapter 17 FNS-1.1.2, development of new housing, should weigh heavily in favor of developing existing underutilized properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fletcher. David Christiel.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is David Christiel. I live at 3930 Connecticut Avenue in Ward 3 and am the ANC Commissioner for the Single Member District 3F01. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on behalf of ANC 3F and urge the council to pass the mayor's proposed amendments to the comprehensive plan by the year's end. I've been a city planner and affordable housing professional for over 27 years. First in Wake County in the growing Raleigh-Durham metropolitan area, then for over 15 years, where I recently ended my public sector career as Arlington's housing director. My experience in helping both Wake and Arlington County produce over 4,500 affordable homes has taught me this. First, housing and more affordable housing are critical to the district's economic success as the center of a vibrant and growing DMV region. Having a range of housing options for employees and their families closer to work improves their lives and helps reduce traffic by shorter work-home commutes. Affordable homes everywhere, including Ward 3, will ensure a more equitable city we all can benefit from. Secondly, the affordable homes so badly needed here in the district start with a comprehensive land use planning foundation. Land use tools are a necessary starting point to produce affordable homes at a scale to meet the needs of working families. In the district's case, this starts with the future land use map as described in the land use and housing elements. I support the future land use element changes called for along the Connecticut and Wisconsin Avenue corridors. I want to especially call out the flum areas in the Van Ness on both sides of Connecticut Avenue near the Van Ness Metro Station and the University of District of Columbia. If passed by the council, these flum changes would allow for the production of hundreds of homes near transit, shopping, and employment. More homes near these shopping areas will help sustain them. The city's land use and finance tools will get us the affordable homes we need. These include inclusionary zoning, which I hope will be expanded under the proposal before the Zoning Commission, and the Housing Production Trust Fund. With these tools, the district's affordable housing goals for Ward 3 and Rock Creek West can be achieved. I want to commend Director Trueblood and his staff for their work with the community on the comp plan amendments. Their collaboration with Director Donaldson and her staff at the Department of Housing and Community Development have elevated the housing affordability conversation. I hope this collaboration will continue to the benefit of low and moderate income working families in the district. ANC 3F passed a resolution supporting the comprehensive plan amendments at its October 20th meeting. I urge the council to pass the amendments to the comprehensive plan as proposed. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we look forward to hearing the results of your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. As far as I know, I don't have copies of the statements from William Jordan or Kathy Riley or Neil Flanagan or James Lennox or Tierra Fletcher or Commissioner Christiel. If you recently sent them, that may be okay, or resend them. And if you haven't sent us your statements, that would be helpful. That would be very helpful.
Okay, thank you.
A couple of questions. Mr. Schramm, the third bullet in your testimony seems to deal with the site that I think of as being the former Colonel Brooks Tavern site, which is the subject of 3 Court of Appeals cases involving the same PUD. Am I right?
The point regarding Reed Street is closer to the Rhode Island Avenue Metro Station. That is a different site.
Okay.
Although I would say the same principles apply in general. But for the Reed Street parcel, we worked with the neighbors, and in fact, the neighbors really took the lead in developing a very strong proposal for tiering the FLUM designations so that you have the highest density near the tracks, near the metro station, and then that tiers down to the existing residents. And that kind of model is what we really support also at the Brooklyn Metro Station as well.
And then in your statement, you referred to a resolution by the Brooklyn Neighborhood Civic Association adopted in the summer. Is that the July 26th letter?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, we attached it to our testimony.
Okay. And then my other question, which is not for you, it's for Mr. McEnany. So you're very enthusiastic about the proposed changes in Ward 3, and you're a developer. And although you touched on this, your testimony reminded me of testimony yesterday that increasing density in Ward 3 will mean more, I'm going to say expensive, maybe that's overstating it, but relative to affordable, expensive housing in the city or in Ward 3. Let me restate that allowing more density will mean more similarly expensive housing in Ward 3. Now you touched on inclusionary zoning saying that, well, changes there will make up for that. Will they make up for that?
So the concept is essentially one of land value recapture, right? So if you think about a real estate.
No, I understand exactly that concept, but if there's 20% increase in density, I'm just making that number up. Rezoning or inclusionary zoning right now is about 8% of the total density. And if that was, let's say, double, let's say it's even increased to 20%, that's still a fraction of the increased density.
So I've actually been working with the Office of Planning on their economic impact analysis for the expansion of inclusionary zoning. And the way they've done the model is essentially to try and capture all of the increased land value, or as close to all of the increased land value, to reinvest in as much affordable housing as possible. And so it will get you, it obviously depends project to project, but you can get up to 20% affordability without causing land values to go down versus a baseline scenario where you don't change the zoning. But that's just kind of the way that the numbers will come out. If you go above, 30, 40%, you're going to have a gap where your construction costs are too high to make it worth it, which is when you have to go apply for gap financing from THCD or other entities. The goal of the inclusionary zoning program is to maximize what the market itself can invest in affordable housing.
So roughly the inclusionary zoning would be 20% of the entire density on the site?
It's a sliding scale. So it depends on if you get a little more density, you have a slightly higher, up to 10 or 12, going all the way up to 20% affordability. So it's a sliding scale. You have higher affordability requirements for the entire site based on how much bonus floor area ratio you get. So, but yes, it's of the entire site.
Okay. Now, does that account for affordability in perpetuity?
I do not know. That's something we very much support. I believe the current proposal is not to change inclusionary zoning to in perpetuity, although that's something we would certainly.
So inclusionary zoning right now, if I remember correctly, is like 5 or 10 years or the original owner?
I think it's longer than that, but I'm not an expert on the time.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to hold you to it, but and so the fact that it's not one for one in the sense of for every foot of additional density, you would have to provide a foot of affordability. That's to help cover what I'll call the carrying costs, maintaining the affordability of that unit for a period of time?
Yeah, generally speaking, you need about 3 market rate units to subsidize the construction of 1 affordable unit. That's just kind of the way the numbers shake out. That varies project to project, but if you don't want to get any public subsidy, it costs about 3 market rate units to build 1 affordable unit. Generally speaking, that's what we find when we do most of our numbers. So that's why, 20% may seem low, but you're getting to about what the market can produce on its own without needing gap financing sources.
Thank you. Councilmember Bonds, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chairman. I have a number of questions, and I'm hoping I'll have an opportunity to follow up with lion's share of our presenters today. So I hope that they will be willing to have a conversation with me. Much of what has been discussed this morning relates to housing and how we are looking at housing into the future in of the city. I think I'd like to start with Mr. Houston. I don't have your testimony, Thomas Houston. I don't have your testimony, but can you give me a little more clarity when you spoke of removing the physical and financial burdens that have beset Deanwood? Can you tell me what you're speaking of specifically? All right, I don't see Mr. He stepped off. Okay. All right, then Ms. Jefferson, I see you are still on. If you could talk a little bit about, you indicated that we should use DC-owned land for affordable housing.
Yes.
Can you be a little specific about the areas that you see where we have land and it should be used for affordable housing?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So for example, Engine 11 on Georgia Avenue, which is across from Walter Reed, many people in Ward 4 advocated when that fire station was rebuilt to have affordable and workforce housing above that. That is one missed opportunity that was available to the district. Also, our association has submitted testimony at least 2, possibly 3 years in a row about the need for the 4D station to be redeveloped due to the ill condition that it's in, and now it's even in worse condition after the recent protests. One of the things that could be done with that site, and we have cited that in our testimony for both oversight hearings and budget hearings, is that workforce and affordable housing could be put on top of it like you have done in other areas of the city. These are opportunities to use the existing footprint of district-owned land to create affordable housing without having to go through private developers and deal with either inclusionary zoning or their inability or unwillingness to create housing that is truly affordable for the residents who need it.
All right, and when you say we can do this without the use of private developers, you are suggesting that the district has the wherewithal, the actual, not only the financing, but also the expertise to construct these facilities? Is that your thinking?
So my contention is just like how general services contracts out. I'm suggesting that you don't necessarily have to do 99-year leases for properties with private developers who want to do mixed use and retail in order to develop a district-owned property. You actually can create public housing that will probably likely be needed with the crisis that we're having now economically and with the pandemic. Once the mortgage forbearance and foreclosure forbearances, and rent,
Right.
eviction forbearances go, there will be a need for deeply affordable housing. And I think these are opportunities that the district has to actually take action and be proactive that don't require a rewrite of the comprehensive plan. All it requires is to do it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Schoenberg, I'm sorry, I don't have your written testimony. And I think I probably missed some of your testimony, but you were explaining the lack of need to convert the Howard University Divinity campus to housing. Is that what I understood?
We would just encourage the city to think carefully about those parcels before marking them up for future mixed-use development. Those are areas that many in Brooklyn and beyond use for green space, for recreation, for enjoyment. It is important. Tree canopy and stormwater retention values of those lands. And as I said in my testimony, they are quite a ways from the Brooklyn Metro Station. So I fear that developing there the future residents on those sites would perhaps be more dependent on personal vehicles to get around. So you're locking in greater traffic volume, as opposed to development closer to the metro stations where we think it's appropriate to focus.
I see. Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Schoenberg, you made reference to being a resident of Upton Street. Let's see if I can find you on my Zoom. This is a challenge. I can't find you, so I'm not sure that you're still here, but I appreciate your testimony. And Mr. Williams from Southwest, I think you are still on, and I may have a minute or two remaining. Your analysis of the conditions in Southwest and what has transpired over a period of decades is to some degree on point. I'm a former resident of Southwest and was there when we had many of the activities, development activities underway. And so I guess I'd like to have further conversation with you, please, to understand where the community perceives the city going in order to make Southwest a more equitable community. Are you available to have that kind of conversation, sir?
Yeah, there are a lot of organizing going on in Southwest. Apartment buildings are organizing on behalf of the adverse effects of neighborhood change, different community groups, and I belong to, frankly, most of them. And I'd be happy to meet with you and bring these groups in as well. I should say that a coalition of Black leaders from throughout Southwest and different income levels, public housing and market housing, we see what is going on, and it disturbs us. And we recently went to the Office of Attorney General to really make our case that something should be done. Not just, I mean, it's environmental issues, it's housing equity issues, it's neighborhood change issues, neighborhood character. We feel under attack, and justifiably so. And this comprehensive plan is a slap in our face. It calls for more density. It downplays the hurt that our neighborhoods and similar neighborhoods have experienced in the last 10 years. And mind you, we are surrounded by public projects here in Southwest. I mean, these are catalytic projects that from DC United, which sits on public land, to the Wharf, public land that's being leased, Randall School, and we didn't get real affordability at Randall. And so with Greenleaf being redeveloped on top of that, we need folks who say they stand for Black Lives Matter, who say they stand for equity, for a better DC, to really give us meaningful change here in Southwest. I mean, it's just, it disturbs my soul. It really does.
Yes, and thank you very much for your testimony this morning. I would like to, be in touch with you and your group. I'm very familiar with the Southwest Assembly, and I think you're speaking of others as well in the community. So I would
the Southwest Neighborhood Assembly is a pro-development, generally problematic racially organization, and they do not represent progressive voices. They do not represent minority voices. And I started my newsletter, Southwest Voice, precisely because they would not stand for justice and they were not speaking out about the racial issues in our neighborhood. So they are not a good representation. They are a very dated model of what Southwest is about.
All right, well, thank you. I mentioned them, I'm familiar with them, and I can tell you, as some would say, back in the day, they were very much concerned with preventing segregation, and they were very interested in the integration model. Of course, many of us have moved away and we're older, and so we don't know what let's say, maybe younger folk are thinking these days in that particular community. But I would love to have an opportunity to speak with you and your group in particular. So thank you, Chairman. There are at least 5 other conversations I'd like to have quickly, but I know that my time is up. So thank you very, very much.
Yeah, and I think you are the beneficiary of my not paying close attention, because
yes, I was, and I
did
take advantage. Sorry.
No, that's okay. So I want to thank each of the witnesses. You're excused. You can continue, I believe, in the attendee room where you were originally, but I'm going to call the next set of witnesses. Salim Adolfo, who's a commissioner with ANC HC07. Elizabeth Davis, who is the president of the Washington Teachers Union. Judy Berman, who's the executive director of Capitol Hill Village. Edward Garnett, John Henry Wheeler, Brian Haynes, each of you listed as public witnesses. Jose Barrios, who's with DC for Democracy. Brian Young. Judy Esty, who is vice president, the Platform of Hope. Larry Hargrove with the Calorama Citizens Association. Ryan Fleming. Kent Pace, who's chair of ANC 1A. And Chris Otten, I believe he has arrived. Looks like not everybody has gotten into the room yet. I will call Chris Otten first, but let's just give it a moment for people to get admitted. Again, if you are in gallery view, you'll see the time clock in the top row, or I believe that's where you'll see it. Right now it says 5, but actually witnesses have 3 minutes. So I would ask that you respect the time limit. I believe we have another 60 witnesses or 65 witnesses following you all. Commissioner Adolfo, are you there? Ms. Davis, why don't we begin with Elizabeth Davis?
Thank you, and good morning, Councilmember Mendelson and members of the council. I'm Elizabeth Davis, president of the Washington Teachers Union. WT represents over 5,000 active and retired teachers. We're dedicated to social and educational justice for the students of the District of Columbia. And of course, if we want all students to succeed and want to close our city's deep and persistent opportunity and achievement gaps, we must recognize that the district needs a comprehensive plan for education. We can no longer have a system that pits schools against each other, creating winners and losers. And we must ensure that the overarching comprehensive plan, especially those in low-income communities of color, have access to opportunity. Far too often, our students must contend with the consequences of under or unemployment, crime and violence, homelessness, the lack of adequate transportation and recreation. These conditions impact our academic achievement and are at the center of immense opportunity and achievement gaps, which continues to plague our city. I'm going to focus my statement today on 3 provisions of the comprehensive plan related to education across our city. First, enrollment projections in section 1202.13 need to be revised and consolidated across sectors. It's important that enrollment projections are accurate. Any projections included in the comprehensive plan need to be developed based on common indicators and population estimates across sectors developed by an independent body. The comprehensive plan should not include language and enrollment projections that embrace and emphasize the addition of more schools. Rather, we must emphasize the need for robust investment in our existing schools. I want to point out that there are great schools, wait lists, and unfilled seats for both DC public and charter schools. For DCPS, a total of 9,200 plus seats, individual students were waitlisted, and 25,540 are in the lottery for the 2021 school year. Across sectors, there are nearly 20,000 unfilled seats today. These data does not indicate that we need more seats. It indicates that we need better seats. DC's dual system of schools of right and charter schools is costly. It features duplicative offerings, disrupts enrollment patterns, and creates instability for our students and school communities. And it has not served our students as opportunity and achievement gaps continue to rise. Opening new schools to create more choice for families drains resources from existing schools, both public and charter sector. Over the past 7 years, the Public Charter School Board has closed 35 schools, and several other schools have been taken over by new management. A school closure should not be seen as a sign of accountability, but rather as a sign that we failed those students who attended those schools. It's important to get enrollment projections right and ensure that the needs for additional public school seats is guided by the need rather than the false choices that our current system creates. Second, the council should amend proposed language in section 1202.10a to ensure that the DME authority to plan, coordinate, and supervise public education in the district across LEAs. This proposal does nothing to remove or amend the Public Charter Board's authority to charter public charter LEAs. However, it would help to promote and endure coordination across sectors. As we've seen with recent efforts to coordinate across sectors, including the DC Cross-Sector Collaboration Task Force, efforts to develop a clear and fair recommendations to govern public education and the ability to implement those solutions is limited. The authority in the district are expensive and confusing. More importantly, it's failed to serve students. And third, the WTU continues to oppose language that would allow the co-location of public charter schools with public schools. As such, we oppose the inclusion of language section 1202.8 that would optimize the use of educational facilities by co-locating schools across sectors. The desire to co-locate charter schools within DCPS facilities is based on the false narrative that the city lacks adequate educational spaces. However,
Davis, you've exceeded your time.
In conclusion, the number of DC students who are homeless jumped from 3,077 in 2014 to 5,500 in 2019. That's about 6% of our students. While my comments have focused on the educational components.
Davis, you're not closing. Thank you very much. And I need a copy of your statement, please.
Yes, it was sent to you, Councilmember Mendelson. Thank you.
I don't believe we have it. Judy Berman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I put my, sorry. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember Bonds. I am Judy Berman, Executive Director of Capitol Hill Village. Capitol Hill Village serves and inspires older adults to keep them learning, safe, and socially engaged and connected. We support families with aging members through education, resources, and referrals. Our village, the largest in the district, views the direction in the comprehensive plan as critically important to serving not only our members, but all older adults who live in the district. For this reason, since 2017, Capitol Hill Village has participated in the process to update the comprehensive plan. We provided the Office of Planning 36 pages of suggested amendments in January. 3 Capitol Hill Advisory Neighborhood Commissions adopted our proposals or incorporated them by reference in the ANC's official responses to the Office of Planning. We're pleased that the mayor's proposed final amendments now before the council incorporate some of our proposals. However, the plan still inadequately addresses the crisis of insufficient long-term care facilities, services, and infrastructure for seniors, and the burgeoning population of older adults, many of whom will need long-term services in the next 5 to 10 years. As the council considers the comprehensive plan, we're aware of the budget crisis brought on by COVID-19 and the decision of DACL to further delay implementation of the 10-year senior strategic plan. We strongly believe that defunding and postponing development of this plan would be short-sighted. Our overarching goal and hope for the future of DC's older residents is that DEMPED, the Office of Planning, the Department of Health, and other DC government agencies will assume responsibility for addressing the need for adequate long-term care facilities and services that can be completed in the next 5 to 10 years. If the district does not plan adequately, many of us will be forced to leave our communities to access the support we need. We recommend the council remedy the following deficiencies in the comprehensive plan: deficiency in demographics of long-term care, the need for long-term supports for the forgotten middle, failure to address relevant workforce issues for long-term care, and seizing the opportunity that Reservation 13 offers. In terms of deficiencies in demographics, we believe the comprehensive plan should serve as a framework to guide rational decision-making that addresses the needs of DC older residents. Some of these questions, we've completed a demographic study, which we're providing here for inclusion in the record, that addresses such issues as the number of families that have significant disabilities and will need long-term care, household incomes for these families, and how many paid direct care workers will be available. We encourage the element 11, the community services facilities, to highlight the problems of access for families who earn too much to qualify for Medicaid, but not enough to afford market rate services. The workforce issues that really should be in the economic development element. We're struck by the lack of realism in the economic picture projected for the city, and we suggest that this element be reviewed and substantially revised to address foundational assumptions about workforce sectors. And finally, seeing the opportunity that Reservation 13 offers to provide a creative mix of housing for a range of income levels, long-term care supports and facilities, and intergenerational interaction. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Berman. Mr. Garnett?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember Bonds. My name is Edward Garnett, and I'm a resident of the Edgewood neighborhood in Ward 5.
Are you able to speak a little louder?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I could hear you before, but it was pretty faint.
Thanks. Appreciate the opportunity to testify during this hearing, and out of respect for your time and that of the other participants, I'll keep my remarks brief. I'd like to focus on 3 areas. I'd like to commend Andrew Trueblood and his team at the Office of Planning for managing this process in a fair and transparent manner, as quick as possible under the limitations of the law. Like other participants in this hearing, I urge you to pass the Office of Planning's amendments, which I agree with, as quickly as possible, preferably by the end of the year. As a former ANC commissioner at Edgewood, I supported building more housing, in some cases actually in my backyard, because I think our city has a housing crisis. In 2017, I proposed several amendments, some of which were included in proposed legislation, and I would like to highlight today. The first amendment would be to attempt to resolve the issue of a lack of publicly accessible green space in Edgewood, more broadly in Ward 5 and around the city, by encouraging private institutions to provide cooperative use to the public. In Edgewood and Brooklyn, we have the benefit of having great institutions surrounding us: religious institutions, college campuses, and large swaths of quote unquote green space. While some of our neighbors, notably Catholic University, are very generous in having open campus policies and allowing neighborhood use, other large institutions feel they cannot have public access because of insurance and liability reasons. In the proposed amendment to the Parks section, 818.3, I suggested adding the text, explore funding and insurance mechanisms that would incentivize and preserve local institutions that choose to provide cooperative use. I encourage the council to include this amendment and also seriously considered how to enable public access to the vital resource of otherwise private green space in our city. The remainder of my proposed amendments apply to Chapter 24, the Upper Northeast Area Amendment, specifically Section 2416, the Brooklyn Metro Station area. Edgewood lies directly south and west of the metro station and the tracks. We are fortunate to have seen a growth in transit-oriented development spearheaded by Catholic University around the metro station, and I thank the residents and leaders who came before me. We are lucky to have great access and to transit and the Met Branch Trail, enabling many of my neighbors to get around the city without driving. We should adopt policies that encourage this behavior as it benefits all residents of our city by reducing car traffic. To that end, I recommend adopting all of the recommended amendments in 2416. The good news is that Brookland already has two great planning documents in place, the 2009 Brookland CUA Metro Station Small Area Plan and the 2015 Brookland Edgewood Livability Study. While the 2009 Small Area Plan is heavily referenced in the proposed amendments, the 2015 Livability Study is not. I recommend the inclusion by reference to this document. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your public service.
Thank you. Chris Otten.
Hi, can you hear me?
You're very faint sounding. Can you speak louder?
Let me set the audio settings. Hold on.
That's louder.
Is that louder?
Yes.
Okay. Let me pull up my, sorry. Having some technical issues. My name is, excuse me, good morning, everybody. My name is Chris Otten. I'm representing DC for Reasonable Development. As Washington Post columnist Colby I. King wrote on May 24, 2019, the city's poor folks are being forced out of their neighborhoods because of the city's active role in development, selling or leasing publicly owned land, changing zoning laws and the comprehensive plan, closing alleys and providing developers with inducements to construct new or refurbish old buildings with the resultant racial and class tensions. Mr. King is talking to the planning apparatus and posture of this city over the last 15 years. And it's hurting longtime DC communities. Looking at the 1,500-page document put before you, the council now, in only April of 2020, at the start of this pandemic, you'll see the same old, same old. It's almost as if 40,000 Black people displaced from the city between 2000 and 2010 doesn't matter. It's almost as if the traffic nightmare and the adverse construction activities, the massive noise and dust blowing into our air, doesn't matter. It's almost as if we need more Class A studios and one bedrooms to fill our neighborhoods up. Why is this acceptable planning? When you look at this document, you're looking at hundreds of changes to plan policies and map areas on the future land use map. In fact, the future land use map now says it's okay for developers to build as matter of right 200 McMillan projects. We only found that data out recently by an email from Andrew Trueblood this week. Our position is this planning document shows that the medium boil over the last 15 years that has so dramatically changed the demographics of our city will become a hardcore roil that will burn away the remaining culture and communities of color in our city. It will mean more matter of right Class A big box projects for people who can pay $2,500 or more in rent for their studios and thus be substantially vacant. And it actually just act as investment vehicles for the rich. This is not planning, and we reject this. We want to see substantive ward level discussions with translations of OP documents and interpretations that actually open and honestly contend with the impacts of these projects about the proposed changes to the hundreds of plan policies in the map areas. We want to see data-driven planning based on the long-form 2010 to 2020 census numbers that are due out early next year. And also planning that considers all of the vacancies, as the CFO has pointed out, in our city right now. How about environmental impacts of all the projects and things that these plan changes anticipate, and the displacement impacts? We want to see a strengthening of the language in the plan, not OP's weakening of the language. as many people have testified to. And finally, we'd like to see the adoption of the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition's housing justice priorities to ensure we mitigate displacement as the city develops. This amendment cycle has become an unexplained wholesale rewrite of our plan and the map amendments that do not consider DC's most vulnerable communities who will be directly impacted, showing a complete disregard of the duty of DC's planners to uphold the American Institute of Certified Planners Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct. We ask you to reject this plan until we see the things we want done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John Henry Wheeler.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember Bonds. I am John Wheeler, and I support the proposed amendments to the comprehensive plan. I particularly want to discuss the critical need for more multifamily housing in DC, especially near transit, especially affordable housing, and especially in Ward 3. I've lived in DC for more than 40 years. I've lived in Wards 1, 2, and now in Ward 3, Tenleytown, which is by far the least densely developed DC neighborhood I've lived in, yet it is a major transit hub. Tenleytown is dominated by single-family homes with very few multifamily buildings. Even on Wisconsin Avenue, which is served by 2 metro stations and excellent bus service, there are very few multifamily buildings, and the current comprehensive plan mostly prevents all but small ones, even within a block or 2 of metro. The proposed amendments will allow for the logical and needed increase in density in Tenleytown. 2 examples that I will mention are the 2 blocks bounded by Wisconsin, Albemarle, 41st Street, and Chesapeake. These properties are grossly underused, but the existing comprehensive plans enforces that use. People often object to building multifamily housing near single family housing. But for these 2 blocks there, which are essentially sitting on top of metro station, there are practically no single family homes near them. The proposed amendment would allow for greater density for these properties. Some of the people who are objecting to the proposed changes are elderly like me. They object to multifamily residences. I think they're being short-sighted. I think it's prudent for elderly folks to think about moving from our single-family homes to multifamily housing. Of course, many of us want to stay in our current neighborhood. Unfortunately, very little multifamily housing exists along the upper Wisconsin Avenue corridor between Tenleytown and Friendship Heights. And the buildings currently being built or planned consist mostly of small apartments intended primarily for young single adults. Hopefully, the proposed amendments to the comprehensive plan would allow for larger buildings, especially near transit, and with some larger apartments to provide the housing sought by an increasing number of seniors as well as young families. Thank you for the opportunity to explain why I support amendments to the comprehensive plan.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. I've misplaced my witness list. Mr. Haynes, Brian Haynes.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and Council. My name is Brian Haynes, and I'm a homeowner in Ward 2 of the district. I've lived in the Washington, D.C. area since 2013, having moved from the Midwest originally. I'm a relatively recent homeowner, having rented for the majority of my time in Washington, as well as other cities that I've lived in. As a renter and recent homeowner, I believe that we must do more to produce more housing in the District of Columbia. As a millennial, I witnessed the consequences of high costs of housing on other people of my generation, whether they are attempting to afford buying their first home or trying to afford rent. As the population of the United States continues to grow and the district remains a desirable place to live, the population will continue to grow. A growing population means we need more housing, or else prices will continue to rise, like we have seen in other large US cities when housing production is constrained. Research has borne out, all else being equal, high housing costs are largely the result of strong local job markets combined with overly restrictive land use regulations. We cannot do anything about our strong local economy, nor would we want to, but we can work to do more sensible and expedient planning that allows for more housing development. We must continue to do high quality planning geared towards producing more units of housing in all wards of the city so that the cost of housing does not become any more exorbitant. I've come to ask that you pass the Office of Planning's amendments intact by the end of 2020. I also support other amendments as long as they increase, not suppress, the construction of more housing citywide. Finally, I also believe you should add language to the bill text that creates better comp planning procedures and encourages the Office of Planning to begin to rewrite the 2006 plan by 2022. The district, like other large US metropolitan areas, are in a crisis of housing affordability. This is not the result of exogenous factors, it is a policy choice. You can do much more to support more housing production. Updating a 14-year-old plan and removing language that is clearly exclusionary is a great start. The younger generations of voters will reward you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Haynes. And I don't believe we have a copy of your statement. Jose Barrios.
Good morning. I'm testifying today on behalf of DC for Democracy, as well as on my own individual behalf as a Brooklyn resident in Ward 5. Recently, DC for Democracy, their membership passed a resolution calling for changes to the draft of the comprehensive plan's housing element currently under consideration, which I am presenting today. I have attached the full resolution to my written comments provided for the record. DC for Democracy believes that an equitable city demands that affordable housing for our most vulnerable residents receive the highest possible priority. We also believe that the city must be keenly aware of and respond to the displacement of residents that continues to occur in response to the ongoing development in the city. In furtherance of these goals, we're requesting the following 5 changes to the housing element. First, we ask that the committee reprioritize the targeted distribution of new affordable housing. As it currently stands, 2/3 of new affordable units would be targeted to families making 80% of the median family income, while only 13% of new units would be for families at the 30% MFI level. And furthermore, Mayor Bowser has called for creation of 12,000 affordable units by 2025. These numbers are greatly out of balance with the actual needs of our city. We should focus affordable housing resources on those who need it the most. We ask the committee to increase the target to 30,000 units at 30% MFI and another 30,000 units at 60% MFI, because only these more aggressive numbers will realistically address the District of Columbia's affordable housing crisis. Second, we call for DC to back up its talk about racial and income equity with transparent, searchable data about the impact that development projects are having on disadvantaged communities. When the city approves new planned unit developments, for example, it should mandate the collection of demographic data of people impacted by that development both before and after completion, so that we can accurately gauge who is actually benefiting the most and the least from these affordable units at each MFI level. Third, we ask that the housing element recognize the importance of preserving our existing affordable housing in addition to creating new units, so that we can further the goal of protecting low and moderate income tenants in place from the erosion of their income from increased housing costs. Fourth, the housing element draft calls for elimination of language supporting the use of land trusts because supposedly they have already been implemented. But we ask that this language remain, as land trusts can continue to serve as a valuable tool to further develop affordable housing. Lastly, the housing element should recognize the importance of land value recapture as a source of funding for affordable housing or for preventing displacement. DC law should require that beneficiaries of government actions such as PUDs, which end up making land more valuable, give back a share of that increased value to the community to create more deeply affordable housing or to provide tax rebates to nearby low-income residents to prevent their displacement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrios. Brian Young. Just a moment. I'm told that Brian Young is not here, but I'm also told that Salim Adolfo, whom I had called earlier, is here. So how about Commissioner Adolfo? We'll go with you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity to come before the Council of the District of Columbia and give my remarks. The District of Columbia's comprehensive plan is a 20-year framework that guides the future growth and development of the District of Columbia. These topics include land use, economic development, housing, environmental protection, and historic preservation, as well as transportation. For several weeks, the residents of District AC07, specifically in Ward 8 residents in general, met to discuss these various elements of the plan. We concluded that this guiding document for development in the city is critical and that the comprehensive plan must reflect the realities and priorities that we faced in the district. Therefore, on behalf of the residents of single-member District AC07, I recommend the following points for consideration for the District of Columbia's comprehensive plan. 1, rent control. Rent control, also known as rent stabilization, is a popular affordable housing program. Rent control does not subsidize housing providers or tenants. Rather, the program limits increases by tying them to increases in the consumer price index. The housing element of the comprehensive plan should articulate the following goals: expanding the number of rent stabilized units, including extending coverage to buildings built after 1975. 2, strengthening the law to close loopholes that have led to continuous erosion in the number of housing units and exorbitant rental increases in units subject to rent stabilization. Additionally, laws in the element should prohibit any district action that would spin off rent control inventory into other affordable housing programs, such as Section 8 voucher programs and inclusionary zoning, or use rent control as a substitute for preserving public housing. Public housing, which is a very critical point in the plan, should be amended to continue the district's upkeep of it. As of right now, there are not enough affordable housing and public housing, for folks that live below the median family income. We need to definitely increase that. Accordingly, the housing element must include some of the following policies: fully fund and repair and renovate most of the public housing, require 1-for-1 replacement of public housing units and more, increasing site density with no loss of family size, multi-bedroom units. Ensure no new barriers to residents to return, and true affordability based on the HUD standard of 30% of income for housing expenses. I do have some more information, but because of time, I'll conclude here, and you already have my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Judy Estee.
Hi, can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good morning. My name is Judy Estee, and I'm the Vice President of the Platform of Hope. POH is a nonprofit initiative founded by 4 anchor institutions in Ward 1 to closely work with economically vulnerable families of color to identify and pursue their goals. We were founded as a response by these organizations to the displacement of families from the district, as it has become a more expensive place to live. Now in 2020, in the midst of the pandemic, the existing disparities have deepened, and for many families reached a crisis point. They cannot afford to live here. One family recently wrote in a journal entry to us, "My goal is to have 2 jobs." That's what life for vulnerable families is like, to have 2 jobs, that's their goal. We've worked with many of the organizations and coalitions that are testifying, and I have to say it must be mystifying to listen to all the testimonies, because everyone is saying, my way is the way to have equity and growth, and then the next person says that but is advocating for the complete opposite. And like many people in DC, I too have been totally confused about what we should be advocating for here. Ultimately, I want to uplift the housing justice priorities presented by the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition, which sees the current amendments and push to approve as a rush process that will mean passing a plan without the language and ability to stem the deep disparities, particularly in housing in the city. Their work calls for the plan to more specifically expand rent control to buildings built before 2005, preserve and improve public housing, meet the Homeward DC goals to housing and house, expand rental subsidies, and promote community-led equitable development. And I'd like to thank them for their work in outreach and education. I did not understand before the ramifications of increasing density, and like many others had really believed that increasing housing supply would ultimately lead to more affordable housing. I did not fully understand the ways in which increasing density would in fact eliminate the local controls over negotiations on affordable units through the PUD process. One of the only things that can actually convince developers to include more affordable units for residents, as well as to create other community amenities. Further, I share concerns that the result from increasing density is going to exacerbate the displacement of low-income populations of color in DC. The Grassroots Coalition points out, and I'm quoting, "There are no mechanisms in place to prevent the continued displacement of Black residents or to require affordability beyond inclusionary zoning requirements. New proposed density in FLUM is not limited to Ward 3 and high-income communities. Unchecked increased density in lower-income communities will increase property valuations and taxes and further displacement." I think we also need to acknowledge the imbalance of who is being listened to here. I think we can agree primarily the voices that are listened to in these conversations are not the voices of the people who are at risk for being displaced, myself included, and not the ones fed up by being told each position espouses to make the city more equitable when they can't pay their rent. And I think we need to be listening to those people. I'm sure no one in DC a few years ago was saying, let's make the city less equitable and less affordable. And yet we have the highest rate of gentrification in the country. We have a housing production trust fund, yet to the families I work with, it hasn't made a scratch in the overwhelming need for affordable housing. It behooves the Office of Planning to actually take this time of deep pain in our city and do more work on these disparities, not try to get around it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Estee. Mr. Hargrove.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Councilmember Bonds. I'm Larry Hargrove speaking for Colorado Citizens Association. We'd like to make 2 points. First is this. There's a recurring theme that runs through the proposed land use, historic preservation, and area elements of the proposed plan. And that is this, that impediments to achieving greater density in residential neighborhoods should be diminished or removed. For this purpose, the Office of Planning set about systematically weakening provisions in the current plan that are aimed at what we might loosely call neighborhood protection. For this purpose, it marshaled a familiar array of rhetorical devices that others have commented on in previous statements. The council should reject these changes. The reason is that their practical effect will be to enlarge the unprecedented discretion that the council ceded to the Zoning Commission last year in Section 227 of the framework element to place zone districts in higher density land use categories in support of the proposed map amendments that are sought to facilitate development projects. The terms of this section are so subjective and open-ended as to leave the commission with virtually unfettered discretion to make these determinations and effectively insulate them from the judicial appeal. The terms do at least require the commission to scour the comp plan for evidence that its action meets the not inconsistent with the comp plan standard, which is the nearest thing to a real constraint on the commission's freedom of action. The result is that the weaker the comp plan's neighborhood protection provisions, the greater the commission's leeway to increase the density allowed within residential land use areas on the future land use map, which is OP's apparent intention. The point is this. Of course, there may well be good reasons for increasing density in some portions of a residential land use area at some point, but this policy decision to do so properly lies with a democratically elected council through the comp plan process, not an unelected and one must say unrepresentative administrative agency. Our second point is this. We join with those who are urging the council to put aside for the time being any proposals which, as a result of continuing uncertainties about the ultimate impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, you do not yet have reliable information sufficient to warrant proceeding. Chief among these are proposals based on outdated assumptions of continued population growth in the near term and resultant growing demand for market rate housing, despite widespread consensus in the community that the predominant need is for increasing affordable housing and curtailing displacement. This is not a question of competing visions of the city's future, but a matter of common prudence. We therefore urge you to look critically at each proposed FLUM change with this in mind. Thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Hargrove. Brian Fleming.
Thank you for letting me speak on this subject. I want to say I fully support the Office of Planning's amendments. Obviously, not everything is perfect, and there's work to be done, which will be done when they rewrite the entire comprehensive plan in the next coming years. But I do think it's important to support the affordable housing goals that the Office of Planning has set forth, especially putting those in wards that are west of Rock Creek Park and in other places that have historically not carried their weight in putting affordable housing. I know that many residents everywhere don't always appreciate change coming to their city, but a city has always been a dynamic and changing entity. As long as we can harness that change and make sure that everyone is included and no one's left out and we are not discriminatory, I think it's always something to be embraced. And I do appreciate the amendments here that, again, spread that equity and spread the amount of affordable housing units throughout the city.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. And I would note, I don't have a statement from you, a written statement from you, and Mr. Hargrove, I don't have a written statement from you either. And it would be helpful to have your statements in writing. Kent Bass, Commissioner Bass, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Fine, and you?
I'm doing well, even if looking a bit feral. Though some people tell me. So good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. I am here to testify on behalf of ANC 1A in support of the Office of Planning submitted amendments to the comprehensive plan, and I urge you to adopt them. The longer we as a city take to update the plan, the more inadequate and out of date the current plan becomes in meeting the needs of our city and in addressing the systemic challenges of inclusivity and equity for every district resident. We recognize that the amendments are not perfect and that there are opportunities to improve the plan. To that end, we do strongly encourage that the council consider to not weaken the language, may to shall or will. We think that if this is an aspirational plan, then those aspirations can be resolute. We do ask that if you make amendments to the plan, that you focus on the future land use map in particular, and consider adjustments, especially to our downtown core. The remote working reality initiated by the pandemic opens up a host of mixed use options not considered during the amendment process, including opportunities for housing. And upon passage of the comprehensive plan, we think that the Office of Planning should be required to immediately begin working on a rewrite of the comp plan. We understand that there's only so much you can do to compel them, but the comprehensive plan needs to be under continual review and update. It should not be put on a shelf once it's passed and left to gather dust. We recognize that some that are testifying here before you today are expressing disappointment in the amendment process and state that such an important document needs more time to review. However, it has been our experience in working with the community and our robust public process that more time does not necessarily give us more meaningful input. It certainly hasn't garnered more informed comments, and we really don't think that it will provide a better document in the end. In fact, we think that holding up these amendments will do actual harm. I've submitted the resolutions we sent to the Office of Planning as an attachment. We had a very robust process. We submitted 117 recommendations. The Office of Planning accepted 24. They acknowledged and agreed with 72 of our recommendations, and they only rejected 21. I think that our process was extremely open and inclusive, and to discount the significant amount of work we did in reviewing this a year ago really does nothing to improve the comprehensive plan. I see I'm at time, and so I will cede the time back, and I am here for questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Bass. I was flipping through what you gave us in writing. You made a comment about shall to should, but I don't see that in what was submitted in writing. What were you saying again?
Well, we agree that throughout the document, we do think that there has been a weakening of language, that the current plan will say, like, in this instance, you shall do this, and it's been kind of watered down to should do it, or it would be nice to do it. We don't really think the comprehensive plan, that we don't think the language needs to be watered down. We fully recognize that where the comprehensive plan has real teeth is in the future land use map and zoning issues, because it's not inconsistent. We think the lion's share of the comprehensive plan should be aspirational in that what kind of city do we want to be in 20 years? And that if we really care about where we want to be in 20 years, we can use strong language. We don't have to be wishy-washy about that.
Thank you. I'm going to reiterate that I don't have written statements from Commissioner Adolfo or Elizabeth Davis from the Teachers Union, or Brian Haynes, or Larry Hargrove, or Ryan Fleming. We turn to my colleague, council member. Is council member Bond still with us? I don't see her. I don't have any other questions for you all. Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony. I know there's quite a bit of work and preparation that's behind preparing for testimony. So I appreciate the time and the commitment. You all are excused. I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. Rashida Brown, who's a commissioner with ANC 1A, Michael Ray, commissioner with ANC 1A, Jason Klock, commissioner with ANC 1A, Christine Miller, commissioner with ANC 1A, Kay Pearson, who's director of Community Reinvestment Division at the United Planning Organization, John Weiner, president of the Cleveland Park Citizens Association, Terry Green with the Change All Souls Housing Corporation, Peyton Gibson, listed as a resident of Ward 2, Doja or Ajoa Artis Ayetoro, who's a facilitator with NCBL-DC Unhoused Collective, Gail Black, who's a commissioner with ANC 4A, single member district 4A08, and Kamalika Das, who is listed as a public witness. Let's begin with Commissioner Rashida Brown.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Good morning, as well as members of the City Council. My name is Rashida Brown, and I am the ANC Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for the 1A10 Single Member District, representing a portion of Parkview, Pleasant Plains neighborhoods, and Lower Georgia Avenue corridor. My SMD includes the temporary park that's located at the 300 Georgia Avenue, which is the selected build for site for Park Morton's redevelopment. I'm here today to express my support of the Office of Planning's amendments to the comprehensive plan and urge the City Council to adopt them. The plan is not perfect, but I appreciate that equity is a central component of the 20-year framework. Early this year, ANC 1A passed a resolution providing recommendations for DC comprehensive plan's future land map use element, including the Mid-City element and its proposed policy actions. The plan mentions that Mid-City is one of the most diverse parts of the city. It is also the most populous and dense areas geographically, and the heart of Hispanic businesses and African-American landmarks. Over the years, Mid-City has experienced a significant population increase, seeing growing shares of white residents and shrinking populations of Black and Hispanic residents. African-Americans residents, more than 20,000 were displaced from their DC neighborhoods, according to the National Community Reinvestment Coalition. ANC 1A has passed several resolutions in support of Park Morton's redevelopment plan and the temporary park space as a build for site. Bruce Monroe portion of this project is particularly significant because it would provide 273 affordable units and 90 would be replacement apartment units for Park Morton residents. The redevelopment plans are currently stalled and Park Morton residents are being placed in other parts of the city. And there has been pushback from several community members abutting the site, requesting less dense buildings and shifting public housing replacement units to Park Morton or other locations off Georgia Avenue. The proposed buildings for Bruce Monroe site required zoning relief for greater density, and ANC 1A supported the PUD because it would provide the right amount of density needed for increased affordable housing, retail space, and a park. And as the city changes, we need to increase the supply of affordable housing and offer a mix of affordable housing types to keep neighborhoods diverse and equitable. Lower Georgia Avenue offers that right amount of density to build and the supply of affordable housing. And I'm greatly concerned about gentrification and displacement of our Black and brown neighbors. As we, as a city, should be doing something more to address this. I support the Mid-City's policy goals for maintaining the cultural diversity by encouraging housing and business opportunities for all residents and sustaining a network of social services and retaining affordable housing for families and other household size. So we urge the council to consider creating opportunities for mixed use development along Lower Georgia Avenue parcels, particularly at Bruce Monroe site, and by allowing larger development that supports a greater supply of affordable housing for low income and moderate incomes, and promoting policies that support DC's achieves DC's housing goals, and with greater emphasis on addressing racial inequities involving gentrification and displacement of Black and brown people. Mixed use development should also be building the supply of affordable childcare. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ray, Michael Ray.
Good morning, Chairman, and the rest of the committee. My name is Michael Ray. I'm the ANC Commissioner for 1A09, also in Parkview along Georgia Avenue. ANC 1A suggested 9 changes to the future land use map as part of the Office of Zoning's community outreach, and 6 of those recommendations are incorporated into the plan the council is currently considering. 1A recommends that the council move expeditiously to pass the comp plan in the new year and give a clear path to the Office of Zoning and the Zoning Commission on how to plan for our city's future and the projects we will need to achieve the mayor's housing production goals. Our recommendations increased potential density on the corridors where you would expect to find additional housing: 16th Street, 14th Street, and Georgia Avenue. These parcels are well served by transit, both bus and metro, and take advantage of 1A's excellent walkability score of 97, indicating that additional residents do not need to rely on a car in order to fulfill their daily errands. Some examples of the parcels 1A recommended or supported increased density, including a gas station, a single-story pharmacy above the Georgia Avenue Metro with significant soil remediation requirements, single-story commercial buildings where the current owners would like to include additional future housing, a portion of the temporary Bruce Monroe Park, and Engine Company 11. This government facility is underbuilt and could provide additional housing and/or community services as part of a future co-location project. Even with these recommended map changes, the overwhelming majority of 1A remains moderate density residential, comprised mostly of 2- and 3-story row homes and residential flats. We're also encouraged that the Zoning Commission is taking action to increase the inclusionary zoning requirements of map amendments, such as zoning case 20-02. This type of action will require additional affordable housing when and if map amendments are used to take advantage of the increased density allowed by the changes in the future land use map being considered today. However, it's curious that little attention has been paid to the improvements in IZ by groups calling for additional community input around the comprehensive plan. The speedy passage of the comprehensive plan and approval of case 20-02 could see up to 20% IZ set-aside requirements. This will have a significant impact on adding affordable housing, especially in high-cost areas of the city. Thank you for considering these points during your markups, and I hope that you will be able to pass the comprehensive plan in the new year with minimal changes, especially to the future land use map in the areas of ANC 1A. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Clark.
Chairman Mendelson and council members, I am here to support the work that ANC 1A has done to review and make recommendations to the Office of Planning in order to amend the comprehensive plan to maintain relevance after nearly a decade. We strongly recommend a continuous review process to keep the plan relevant for the diverse neighborhoods that make up the district. There is no one-size-fits-all policy. I reviewed several aspects of the plan and was part of an ANC work session in December. We appreciated the opportunities to discuss and the additional time to make recommendations in the best interest of our constituents and ultimately the city. We need to preserve neighborhoods, the architecture, culture, and people. We need to preserve and maximize use of current green spaces, seek to restore parks, and find creative ways to activate smaller triangle parks by the community. Presently, some parks and public spaces are in disrepair or frequented by those with mental issues or chemical dependency, which reduces usability by all members of the community. We need to address dangerous roadways by making them safe for all, which may mean closing them to vehicular traffic or removing parking to create a dedicated bike lane to promote alternative modes of transportation that reduce our carbon footprint. Additionally, slowing traffic permanently and banning red on red would further advance Vision Zero. Increasing density and lack of private parking spaces in areas with sufficient transportation necessitates increased capacity to move our residents effectively. This includes dedicated lanes for buses and bicycles and protection for pedestrians. At the same time, we need parking for seniors and those with mobility issues. In 1A, DC USA is an example of an underused government-owned parking structure that could be used for residential parking, as the narrow streets, not part of the front plan, are modified to accept bicycle and scooter traffic, parklets, and restaurant seating to increase livability. I strongly encourage the council to swiftly pass the recommendations of the Office of Planning, for which ANC 1A and many others have contributed, to ensure the best interest for the neighborhoods we serve. Additionally, reference plans such as Move DC need to be fully realized and not simply revised as implementation stagnates. In order for our city to be prepared for the increased density and alternative modes of transportation in use. Looking at the bus bike pilot lane on 14th Street Northwest in Columbia Heights, additional focus needs to be placed on curbside management to create designated commercial unloading and pickup drop-off zones to reduce conflict, and needs to be incorporated in the plans of our great city. The lane is frequently blocked by residents, law enforcement, and other government vehicles, requiring buses to use a vehicular travel lane, diminishing effectiveness and putting cyclists at risk. Thank you for your time. I entertain any questions you may have.
I managed to hit the wrong button. Sorry about that. Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Miller.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the other members and participants. I want to start by thanking the council for moving forward with this amended plan, and also thank my fellow commissioners and the community for the tremendous amount of work and the dedication that they have put into this effort over the last several years. And of course, I want to thank Chairman Bass for his leadership in working with commissioners in 1A to make sure that we vetted and addressed all of the proposed, or all of the elements in that comprehensive plan. I'm here to identify and comment on one small inaccuracy in the proposed updates to the comprehensive plan mid-city area element, but that will have a larger impact on my single member district, 1A05 in Columbia Heights, that sits between two major transportation corridors, 14th Street and 16th Street to the east and west, and Irving and Newton to the north and south. In the comprehensive plan mid-city area element, 2012.15, action MC 2.2C, it has been marked for removal and identified as completed in the implementation table. Unfortunately, this is not accurate. I've included in my testimony, which I hope you have gotten in time, that citation to MC 2.2C as it was included in the original plan, and that is now scheduled for removal, specifically the identifying the Mount Pleasant and Columbia Heights transportation improvements and the need to implement the recommendations of the Mount Pleasant Columbia Heights transportation study that includes calming measures for the Columbia Heights community, and also update that study, the study recommendations as needed based on follow-up analysis of projected traffic conditions in the area. The original action item identifies this need to implement the improvements and the recommendations. It was led by the District Department of Transportation, with the goal of providing both short and long-term improvement aimed to enhance the operation and condition of the transportation system in both Columbia Heights and the Mount Pleasant neighborhoods, and more importantly, increase the safety of our residents, especially as we were seeing and are seeing our neighborhoods undergo significant amounts of change, both with traffic and population growth. DDOT has not completed these recommendations and now has plans to permanently eliminate all left-hand turns for northbound traffic on 16th Street. This particular change is in direct contradiction to the safety recommendations that were made in the study that was referenced in the original plan. For your reference, I've included excerpts from that study that are related to the particular intersection I am discussing. Again, while the city had started implementing the recommendations, including the left-hand turn lane, to avoid increased danger to pedestrian safety at the Pine Street, Park Road, 16th Street intersection, which is also known as the jug handle. It did not complete these. In fact, it's now reversed those changes. Further, DDOT has not provided an updated study or follow-up analysis of projected traffic conditions and the impact of reverting back to and against safety advice made in the original study, and that was identified in the original comp plan action MC 2.2.
Commissioner Miller, I'm going to have to cut you off.
Yeah, that, I have attached commission's letters that we've requested the updated letter,
Yes.
along with our concerns going against these safety recommendations. We ask that as the council goes through the updated plan, that we maintain this section in there until it is in fact completed.
Thank you, Commissioner. Kate Pearson, who's with the UPO. You are muted. Ms. Pearson, you're muted. If you would start over, unmuted. Yes.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson.
Good morning.
Members and staff of the DC City Council. My name is Kay Pearson. I'm the Director of Community Reinvestment Division for the United Planning Organization. Our division operates emergency rental assistance programs along with other range of other housing counseling services, from the tradition of homelessness, homeless residents to mortgage default. In general, UPO provides a wide breadth of services, and its Community Development Corporation is currently involved in building affordable housing. I'm here to support the proposed amendments of the Office of Planning, as well as the position of the Housing Priorities Coalition. We encourage the passage of the DC Comprehensive Plan as soon as it is practicable. We believe the updated plan provides a vision of racial equity, as well as to address the disparities in housing, health, and economic opportunity, although there is still more work to be done. As is said by others, we hope this is a living, breathing document that will be reviewed from time to time. But in its essence, the updated comprehensive plan does help to create an environment to increase affordable housing in all areas of the district, including the high opportunity neighborhoods, especially when combined with our recommended enhancements to the inclusionary zoning provisions currently pending before the Zoning Commission. According to the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, areas of west of Rock Creek Park, Capitol Hill, and Upper Northwest, as we all know, have significant gaps in affordable housing. And the time to address the blatantly racist policies that created that gap, such as redlining, is long overdue. The updated comp plan does that. It sets goals for affordable housing, increases options for people of color to work, to attend school and shop. It provides a clearer guidance to the Zoning Commission to address the issues raised by recent litigation surrounding development and allows stalled projects to move forward. While UPO's 100% affordable housing development in Buzzard Point has been able to proceed apace, we are aware that other projects impacted by the delay in passing this comprehensive plan, which is why we are advocating that it is approved as soon as possible. We do believe that the council has afforded ample opportunity. There have been 3,000 comments, almost 200 people testifying, and I deeply appreciate the opportunity to speak today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson. John Wiener? I'm told he's not here. Terry Green? I'm told Terry Green is not here. Peyton Gibson?
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to testify this morning. My name is Peyton Gibson, and I am a resident of Ward 2. I'm also a transportation engineer and built environment policy analyst, and I believe that the updated comp plan is integral to addressing safety issues, promoting equity, and enhancing overall quality of life in the district. I'm here to urge you to approve the Comprehensive Plan Amendment Act of 2020 this year and not delay its passage into 2021 or beyond. I, like 40% of Washingtonians, do not own a car. Although I feel fortunate not to have to deal with the nuisance of a 3,000-pound piece of steel, I've had way too many close calls as a pedestrian and cyclist. On October 24th, the car was inches away from running over my head after an accident on H Street. Just a few days before that, I was almost flattened by a construction truck in a crosswalk right in front of my home. The list goes on, as I know it does for many of my neighbors. By September, more Washingtonians had been killed by drivers in 2020 than in all of 2019. As a city that is pledged to end all traffic-related fatalities in the next 4 years, we must enact a tangible plan quickly or publicly accept that we are risking the lives of our neighbors with our inaction. Better access to transportation means that people don't have to pay the price of entry of owning and maintaining a car to participate in society. But you need dense, compact housing and land use choices that support public transit rather than personal cars to make transit work. Because the comp plan guides land use, it can encourage denser, smaller, more human scale development and a safer built environment by virtue of creating slower streets with more public and private spaces on them. In addition to many other housing and economic development benefits, the 2020 comp plan will create a safe and accessible network for all residents and serve all users regardless of age, race, income, geography, or physical ability. I hope that the council will treat review and adoption of the comp plan as it deserves, as a time-sensitive priority to help thousands of district residents, employers, nonprofits, and other stakeholders succeed and have more sustainable opportunities to live, work, and grow. The time is now to move forward with a comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Ms. Ayatoro, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name. And you're muted.
Thank you.
Muted.
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Chairman Mendelson, and you pronounced the last name perfectly. My name is Ajua Ayatoro. I am a retired law professor, a resident of Ward 6, and the facilitator of the National Conference of Black Lawyer DC Chapter's Unhoused Collective. The collective includes organizations that focus on homelessness in DC and engage in work to support the unhoused and advocate for policies to end homelessness. DC has the highest per capita rate of homelessness in the United States. The NCBL DC Unhoused Collective supports the housing justice priorities to the Comprehensive Plan Amendment submitted by the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition. We welcome the language of ending homelessness and providing housing integrated with supportive services for vulnerable populations and residents with disabilities. Those experiencing homelessness are identified as vulnerable populations. Although we understand that the plan does not include every step that the city plans to take to implement its many provisions, we are struck by the lack of substance in the plan that would demonstrate that the city is firmly committed to ending homelessness. To reach the stated goal of ending homelessness, there must be a firm commitment to a plan to do so, developed in concert with the unhoused, advocates who support the unhoused, including those who have had the lived experience, as well as residents of communities in Washington, D.C., that include large numbers of unhoused citizens, such as Ward 6. The amendment does not provide such a plan, and given the extensive inclusion of language uplifting developers and development that seems to benefit the interests of the upper middle class, largely white population, it heightens the concern that its pledge to a goal of ending homelessness is empty. DC is in the midst of a pandemic that has left its unhoused citizens in even more vulnerable state than before. Even before this public health crisis, DC had left 6,380 people, including 1,480 children, to sleep on the streets of shelters. The numbers are only likely to increase with the impending eviction crisis due to the pandemic and economic downturn. Homelessness should be declared a state of emergency in the District of Columbia. The comprehensive plan does not reflect this crisis. We request that you not approve the comprehensive plan amendment and rather send it back to the mayor, indicating the amendment of act fails to address DC's homelessness crisis that leads the nation. We ask that you request the mayor to seriously consider interim and long-term proposals submitted to her, such as the vacant virus reduction plan, and include its commitment to this and other plans in an amendment to the comprehensive plan. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Commissioner Gail Black.
Good morning. My name is Gail Black. I'm the Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for SMD 4A08, which is Crestwood in Rock Creek East in Ward 4. I'm also the current chair of ANC 4A, and this is my last testimony on behalf of 4A. I believe in term limits, and so I'm passing the baton on. In my limited time, I would like to make a few points. One, please listen to the 33 ANCs that took the time to submit formal comments. We've heard that many of them have said, don't weaken the language, and make sure that there is indeed a clear path. We need to include the streets, bridges, and alleys in the infrastructure element. It's not mentioned right now. We need to do a whole lot more for the environment. To be livable, equitable, and safe, the city needs to do more to address the serious pollution and the stormwater runoffs that impacts Rock Creek East and not just Rock Creek West, particularly the runoffs impacting the southern part of Rock Creek Park, where Rock Creek and Piney Branch Creek intersect. We need to protect, not respect, the neighborhoods. The existing low-density residential stock is very, very limited. Let me just point out in Rock Creek East, our neighborhoods house persons across the income spectrum. We also, are very, very diverse. We need to address the many loopholes and inconsistencies that are here, and we need to align those action steps to the city's capital improvement plan. And I consider a simpler approach would be helpful rather than that 1,600-page monstrosity. City of Paris, I understand, has done very well in its plans. This reduces the environmental protections. And if you're talking about housing, and I want to point out the limited stock that we've got, you can achieve this more by setting it at 50% median income, because building new is not cheap. You can do this by having the condos and the cooperatives and the land trusts. And we need to utilize our existing DC property for our service providers, our teachers. You can do this. It should be led by the community, not the developers. And we need to stick to the plan in a way that actually benefits all of us. Look at the displacement that's going on. I have my testimony in there, but I think if we can't fix the problem if we don't understand the root causes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Black. And we do have your statement. Kamalika Das.
Chairman Mendelson, members of the council. My name's Kamalika Das, and I'm a Ward 3 resident, and more specifically, a homeowner in McLean Gardens. I feel incredibly grateful to live where I do, where you, Councilmember Mendelson, you lived yourself for a number of years. There's easy bus transit, trees, playgrounds, a top-notch activities committee that just held a series of memorable Halloween events. My husband and I could have never afforded a single family house in this area. Yet the relative density of these garden-style condos have made it possible for us to enjoy this neighborhood. Yet there are these vast stretches of Ward 3 that don't allow similar buildings, since McLean Gardens is designated in the FLUM as moderate density residential, while many of the other neighborhoods are mostly low density residential. So given the amenities of this high opportunity neighborhood, such as the 9 full service grocery stores in this ward, it's our responsibility to undo decades of exclusionary land use regulations and make this community more inclusive. Just as an example, my husband and I, we were both really supportive of the Ward 3 family shelter. And part of the reason that it's located near McLean Gardens is that the existing FLUM designations allowed for something at that level of density. The shelter would not be legally allowed in most other parts of Ward 3. And I really believe that this shelter is an asset to our neighborhood. And I find it highly disturbing that it would have been disallowed just 2 blocks over on the other side of Wisconsin. The Office of Planning has rightfully recommended changes to the FLUM, which would allow for modestly higher density along Wisconsin Ave. While this doesn't automatically lead to rezoning, it at least opens up the opportunity for increased housing supply in the neighborhood. Yesterday, many residents meaningfully discussed DC's displacement of Black and Brown residents. Creating a greater supply of homes in Ward 3 could help fight this pressure on rents and home prices in other parts of the city. It is willfully insincere to argue against development in Ward 3 on grounds that the condo units might not be sufficiently affordable when the status quo, again, just across Wisconsin Ave, only allows for homes that cost at minimum like $1.5 million. Not only can potential development here occur without displacing low-cost housing, increased density can also help create much-needed foot traffic and support for our local businesses here. Yesterday, some opponents of the bill argued that DC's housing projections only account for in-migration, but that's just not true. We're not just talking about other families moving into DC, but people like me, families like mine who are growing our families. I'm 8 months pregnant right now and want to stay in our neighborhoods. So in conclusion, I support OP's proposed amendments to the comp plan, and I urge you to adopt this legislation without any further delay by the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Das. And I'm glad to hear that you live in McLean Gardens. I do not have questions for any of you. I do want to note again that Peyton Gibson did not submit a statement, or at least we don't have her statement. I'm not sure she's still here. I also want to note, just because a couple of witnesses testified about how the council should adopt the amendments to the plan as is this year, I think we've seen from the over 100 witnesses that there is some disagreement. And some of that disagreement is, how do I want to put this, is complicated. That these amendments will promote affordable housing. These amendments will actually retard affordable housing. The truth is somewhere in there. And so it's not so simple that we could just simply, and if we give honor to the testimony that so many of you are giving, then we should take the time to consider. And there are, in addition, some specific proposals that have been given. Even by some of you in this panel. But the other thing I want to point out for those who say that we should adopt it this year, this is the document, this is the plan. It's about 1,500 pages. And in order for us to adopt it this year, we would have to take all of the comments from this testimony and incorporate the changes in the next 2 weeks. And that's not possible. So we've committed that we will move forward as quickly as possible in the new year. I want to thank each of you again for taking the time to testify. Your testimony is helpful. You're excused at this point, and I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. So again, thank you. Rebecca Miller, who's Executive Director of the DC Preservation League. James Schulman, who's Executive Director of Alliance for Regional Cooperation. Mark Poe, Suzanne Wells, who's listed as a Ward 6 Public Schools Parent Organization. Carlene Reed, who is listed as a public witness. Mark Poe is also listed as a public witness. Sean Weingast, Director of Capital Markets at Acumen Companies. Ryan Linehan with ANC 5D. Guy Durant, who's listed as a 200-footer. Kate Taylor, Lorenz Wheatley, both Ms. Taylor and Mr. Wheatley are listed as public witnesses. Robert Sheehan, who's with the Coalition for Smarter Growth. Manon Matchett, who's with the Ward 8 Education Council. And Ari Eisenstadt, who's with the Audubon Naturalist Society. Pause for just a moment while folks are getting admitted. Ms. Miller, if you're ready, we'll begin with you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Rebecca Miller. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Preservation League. We're a Washington citywide nonprofit that for the past 49 years has been dedicated to advocating for the preservation and protection of the historic and built environment of our nation's capital.
Are you able to speak up a little?
Sure, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm pleased today to thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the Comprehensive Plan Amendment Act of 2020. To start, DCPL would like to align itself with the comments put forward by the Committee of 100 on the Federal City yesterday, which has studied these amendments extensively and will be submitting more extensive comments for the record. We also agreed with the statements yesterday by the Citizens Association of Georgetown and the Cleveland Park Historical Society. DC's historic preservation law is one of the strongest and most successful ordinances of its kind in the country. We are thus disheartened by continuing efforts to undermine this law by the Office of Planning. Questionable decisions by the mayor's agent and some housing activists who blame preservation for the lack of affordable housing in DC. I would remind the council and the public listening today that according to data provided by the DC Economic Partnership, numbers from 2016 to 2018, 18% of new affordable housing units were developed within historic districts or within projects that had landmark properties. With approximately 20% of the buildings in the district designated, preservation is thus pulling its weight. Organizations like DCPL and other preservationists are prepared to continue to work with the city to help do more with regards to affordability, economic vitality, and sustainability. The city needs to promote affordable housing much more actively in areas where extensive new development is taking place without providing affordable housing for the families and other long-term residents who are being displaced by this new construction. We have also heard testimony that the city needs to focus more on sustainability and climate change. DCPL couldn't agree more. In the United States, 43% of carbon emissions and 39% of total energy use is attributed to the construction and operation of buildings. The impact of buildings is even more significant when the greenhouse gas emissions associated with manufacturing building materials is taken into consideration. As a key element in sustainable development, the preservation, reuse, and greening of existing and historic buildings present excellent opportunities to reduce our city's carbon emissions and energy consumption. Thus, it is an important tool in the city's efforts to combat climate change. According to the executive summary on page 5, phrases like protect neighborhood character, which has been documented to have been used to perpetuate racial exclusion and segregation, has been replaced with respect neighborhood character to reframe this important objective, using an inclusive tone. However, we retained phrases like protect historic resources because this remains consistent with the historic preservation policy of the city. Yet in more than a dozen areas of the document, protect has been replaced with respect with regards to historic resources, contrary to the OP's opening explanation of its use of terminology. This language change is most concerning to DCPL. The Historic Landmark and Historic District Protection Act of 1978 is quite specific in stating that the protection, enhancement, and perpetuation of properties of historical, cultural, and aesthetic merit are in the interest of health, prosperity, and welfare of the people of District of Columbia. So in order to change the law to protect properties of merit, hence the word, not the general respect or others that may be substituted, must continue to be used with respect to properties designated under the 1978 law. With more than 40 years of experience with the preservation law, its terminology has generally accepted meaning, and the comp plan should not attempt to change it. In a similar vein, I would note that the word protect is replaced elsewhere with preserve, but without defining that term either. Has this word been tested with the public? Is it inclusive? We just don't know. Overall, I'm sorry to say that the document has turned into a worthless word soup. The shalls have become shoulds, and other directive words are now merely suggestive ones. What lasting value or value is supposed to be conveyed by the policies to be approved by the council? Words matter, and these small language changes throughout the proposed amendments strip the document of meaning. DCPL feels strongly that any changes to the comp plan need to be consistent and meaningful. The Office of Planning has missed the mark. The city, while thriving in some areas, has planned itself into a corner from an equitable and inclusivity perspective. Nearly 2 decades of greenlighting projects to attract young professionals at certain income levels has resulted in a glut of overpriced glass rental boxes with a high vacancy rate and a shortage of affordable units. People want to live in the district, and we want viable, livable, affordable communities. And this document falls short of those stated goals. DCPL encourages the council to reject the bill as currently written, and we thank you for your time and our opportunity to present our comments.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Mr. Schulman.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff. My name is Jim Schulman. As an architect and a 35-year Ward 6 resident, I'm pleased to have this opportunity. In the interest of time, I will skip my. Oh, let me say this. I believe the land use element of the comp plan is not ready for adoption. I concur strongly with the comp plan housing justice priorities developed by the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition. In the interest of time, I will skip my take on the comp plan's inverted equity lens and proceed to the second page of my written testimony. I would like to mention a number of significant, if not fatal, weaknesses in the proposed amended plan. One, there is no mention of citizens in relation to land use, just organizations and institutions. If land use is not about citizens, then why are we here today? This is a serious defect. Two, there is no mention of eliminating the waiver of inclusionary zoning in the central employment area. If equity is a central plank of this effort, we must expand IZ into the downtown, even if there is no bonus density to be awarded as compensation going forward, as I believe the height limit is crucial for the district's health and character. Inclusion is not just about what can be negotiated. It can be mandated as an attribute of fair housing. As a separate matter, I urge the council to consider adopting inclusionary zoning for small business commercial occupancy. I have discussed this matter with Councilmember McDuffie, and I believe it is something that would benefit DC's long-term small business recovery. Three, the sections in the land use element that mention connecting utility infrastructure build-out to zoning capacity must also call for infrastructure build-out to be evaluated for sustainability and quality of life. Maximizing all systems can lead to a waste of tax dollars and bad design. Four, although there is much discussion of affordable housing in the land use element, there is no mention of some of the best mechanisms to achieve affordability and slow the inflation in the cost of land due to speculation in the district. These include shared equity housing cooperatives, community land trusts, social housing, and reform of appraisal criteria. Without mentioning mechanisms to achieve goals, the land use element is merely a Ouija board. Five, although there is much attention given to the possibility of ceding a federal land to the district, I don't believe there is any mention of DC retaining ownership of DC public lands and only leasing, not selling them. This would be prudent for the long term, and I believe it does represent Mayor Bowser's perspective. I have more to say, but I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schulman. Mark Poe.
Can you see me?
I can see you and I can hear you. And
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today again in front of the City Council. My name is Mark Poe. I live in the Parkview neighborhood of DC, across from Bruce Monroe Community Park. And I feel like this oasis in this concrete jungle is a place where I've been able to escape from the quarantine blues, so to speak, and get some fresh air. More recently, it's been a battleground over competing priorities of public housing and green space, especially with the limited real estate available. Comp Plan 800.6 says the policies are needed to make sure that new parks and recreational opportunities are provided for an existing parks are improved. But number 500 says is dedicated to fostering affordable housing. At this site of the former Bruce Monroe School, proposed development would reduce the actual available green space to the community by 2/3, just under an acre, to just under an acre, while not increasing the net stock of affordable housing in a neighborhood. Some of the neighborhood thought this development had been cited in June when DC Court of Appeals ruled to vacate a zoning order that would have permitted this building you see probably behind me, 10-story glass and steel, so to speak, structure that just is completely out of scale with the neighborhood. And then now the same lawyers for the developer, Holland and Knight, are trying to use the comprehensive plan amendment as a backdoor for this same development. A proposal to change the future land use map, provide a local, to divide this local gem into moderate density commercial, medium density residential in 9933.2 and 9933.3, or no, .1. If this amendment passes, I fear it could justify future zoning changes, as it seems like an attempt to change the comprehensive plan by changing the flum or by up-flumming, so to speak. And I feel that this is not the way that that comprehensive plan is supposed to not cannot be found inconsistent with the zoning. So that in order to if this change is passed within the comprehensive plan, and it will be like a requirement to change the zoning, which is kind of a backdoor to circumvent the DC appeals court ruling. And I feel like I urge you to consider other ways to expand affordable housing without sacrificing green space, to prevent shady developers from circumventing the city's laws and ultimately designating Bruce Monroe as an official city park. Done.
Thank you, Mr. Poe. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you would submit, please.
Yes, sir.
And you're referring to the Bruce Monroe site?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Suzanne Wells?
My name is Suzanne Wells. I am the president of the Ward 6 Public Schools Parent Organization. My testimony offers 5 suggestions for how the educational facilities element can be improved. First, this proposed element makes random mentions of the role matter of right schools play in attracting and retaining families with children in the city. It is important for the council to explicitly state at the beginning of this element the city's responsibility to provide high quality matter of right neighborhood schools and feeder systems in all 8 wards. The comprehensive plan should also call for citywide student assignment policies that promote racial and socioeconomic diversity in our matter of right schools. Second, if the council is being fiscally responsible, it should be very concerned about the sections that suggest investing in new school capacity. In school year 2017-18, the city had approximately 21,000 empty seats across DCPS in the charter sector. Since 2018, DCPS has opened 1 new selective high school and expanded 1 selective high school. In the past 2 years, the Public Charter School Board has opened 6 new elementary, middle, and high schools and expanded existing charter schools. Having this much excess educational facilities capacity is expensive. It results in spreading our education dollars thinly across many schools. Our city needs to be much more intentional about making school opening decisions based on projected student enrollment. Third, there are 3 changes that could strengthen the proposed plan relating to the modernizations. First, any school modernization should set a target for net zero energy use. Second, more resources need to be devoted to maintaining the modernized schools. And third, there should be a date certain to complete full school modernizations for all of our schools. Fourth, section 1203.3 suggests studying neighborhood impacts when locating schools. Studying these impacts is curiously limited only to when schools are located in non-school facilities. We have numerous instances of controversial openings of schools steps away from existing schools. The intent of studying impacts when locating schools is wise, but this section should be revised to require an educational impact assessment for any new school opening. Finally, the section on reuse of DCPS school surplus space should be stricken because it encourages co-location of charter schools and underutilized DCPS school buildings. Co-location was the subject of substantial controversy during the 2020 Budget Support Act debates when council members claimed a co-location amendment to the Budget Support Act did not encourage co-locations. The comp plan encourages such co-locations and should be stricken. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Carleen Reed.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council and staff. The Ward 8 Educational Council and ANC 8A Education Committee, in collaboration with several community members, submitted recommendations for the education facilities and far southeast southwest components of the DC Comprehensive Plan on February 14th. This testimony is our acknowledgement and rebuttal to the Office of Planning's responses to our proposed amendments. Some high-level themes of our testimony or our response is we want to emphasize equity in geographically financing projects, meaning we want any financial benefits or profit through leases or any other funds generated through development to directly finance other or similar initiatives in the area versus going to a general government fund. We also asked for a robust and inclusive definition of community engagement around development within the document, either in the introduction of the education component or an appendix. And this definition should include the local ANC and local school advisory teams. And we also asked the use of the local school advisory team or family engagement leadership team for DCPS or something comparable for charters in development versus creating a new committee such as the school improvement team. Often we are stretched thin, and this can sometimes create development in a silo. Other responses based on our written testimony, we thank the Office of Planning for integrating the distance students travel across the city to access educational facilities. For educational 1.1b, we need this element to reflect a preference for community-based organizations. Additionally, all schools operating with public funds for their facilities, both public and charter, should be evaluated to determine if they have space to host youth cultural and entrepreneurship initiatives. In regards to 1209.4, the Office of Planning responded that another section of the comprehensive plan acknowledges social services in schools. We want this full element to remain in place and not struck out. In line with the community schools model for, again, clearly defined engagement for 1808.12, we want the comprehensive plan to ensure equitable development and retention of vocational programming throughout the city. For 1808.14, this element falls in the far southeast southwest component. We want this element to be included in the plan. Additionally, any revenue generated by housing development or modernization should not go to a DC general government fund, but funds should go specific to the geographic area, in this case, far southeast southwest. There should be an element added that clearly delineates the aforementioned recommendations. And also the community has asked for making sure that there is equitable access in regards to the modernization. Sometimes we are blocked out when things are modernized and when the community doesn't have access. For 1205.1, we recommend this element struck out or updated data is included or a range of data is included because it only has data for 2016-2017 school year. You have the rest of our testimony. And
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Ms. Reed, are you with the Ward 8 Education Council?
I'm testifying as a resident. I'm a member of the 8A ANC Education Committee. And my
Okay.
chat is doing the Education Council.
Okay, and I don't think we have a copy of your statement.
I will resend.
Okay, please. Sean Weingast.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee, and staff. My name is Sean Weingast. I'm Managing Director of Acumen Capital and Development. We are a mid-sized capital provider and developer in the district with current affordable and market rate projects in Ward 4 and 5. I will try to paraphrase my submitted statements for the matter of time. I'm a proud member of the DCBIA and honored to be co-chair of the DCBIA Capital Markets Committee. So today's testimony is with the mindset of developing one's own projects in the district, as well as an equity provider working with other financial institutions, securing capital stack on third-party projects. As I make my statement, it's important for me to stress as a developer and capital provider, the most essential attribute of any system is to be reliable and consistent. This is even more important in the age of COVID, where money is still being lent, but ratios and leverages are being squeezed and project performance are under higher scrutiny. This is even more evident in affordable housing, where there are fewer active providers. Quick passage of the comprehensive plan and the Office of Planning's proposed revisions is vital to achieve Mayor Bowser's bold goal to deliver additional 36,000 housing units, including at least 12,000 units of affordable housing by 2025. With that background and understanding, I'd like to stress a couple of themes and themes. One, understanding the effective regulation. Two, the ease in development and title process. Three, competitiveness with surrounding jurisdictions. Four, mixed income and walkable communities. Understanding regulations. Housing Council should insert a requirement of a affordable housing impact statement that would it would assess the effect of housing production on affordable housing, such as the recent increase in the deed and recordation tax to 5%, which is paid early in a project, to be among the highest in the nation. City has clearly identified affordable housing as an essential priority. All further initiatives and statutes should be made with that mindset in mind. Ease in the development process. The supply of production, we need incentives to overcome the barriers of production in the district, the most expensive and bureaucratically difficult jurisdiction in the area. DC should encourage a broad use of tools to make development more efficient to meet housing production goals. I will try to skip over some of the other issues, competitive surrounding jurisdictions. For all elements, the city should have a strong focus. There's a reason why most of the businesses are going to Northern Virginia, with DC and Maryland having a smaller portion of the pie. And then finally, we should look and promote mixed use and mixed income walkable neighborhoods. I apologize, I've already made my statements earlier, but Mr. Chairman, I understand the Herculean efforts you have in just lifting the comprehensive plan in front of you, but the perfect cannot be the enemy of the good. It should be no surprise that there are many transactions, permit applications, appraisals, and financings that are lined up waiting for the passage of the comprehensive plan. I give you the difficult task of doing it right and quick. Thank you for your opportunity to testify. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Weingast. Ryan Leinen.
Hi, Chairman. Thank you. My name is Ryan Linehan. I am the ANC 5D01 Commissioner, and I'm here today to testify against the passage of the comprehensive plan as amended by the DC Office of Planning, and to support the recommendations of the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition to strengthen the plan towards serving the needs of low-income housing and community-led equitable development. As a resident of a historically Black, rapidly gentrifying part of the city, I am very concerned about what policies we have in place to secure needed affordable housing for our lowest income residents. When the census was last completed in 2010, Ivy City's median income was just $16,000. No doubt that has increased due to gentrification, but many of my neighbors rely on the little affordable rental and subsidized housing remains to be able to stay in their community. With the mayor's push To build more, there is not enough emphasis on stopping the displacement of low-income residents who live in smaller rental buildings and homes in areas like Ivy City, where the prices are rapidly rising. Relatedly, in the very small community of Ivy City, the Office of Planning has proposed changing the future land use map designation of 3 large properties that collectively represent a full city block. One of these properties is the historically designated publicly owned site, the Alexander Crummell School, which my community has long fought to see restored as a community center, park, and play space. The other 2 properties are currently industrial land uses. At the request of developers, OP has changed the flume on all 3 properties from production and technical employment, residential, medium density, and ProTech. This request never came through our ANC, and we have no knowledge of what is being proposed for the 2 parcels adjacent to Crummell School. ANC 5D specifically opposed the flume change to the Crummell School site, yet OP rejected our concerns. Making this change across 3 large adjacent properties is clearly intended to tee up for a massive new development. Nevertheless, doing it in this manner undercuts the PUD process and our opportunity as a community to negotiate community benefits, including the deeply affordable housing that we need to prevent the displacement of my lowest income neighbors. I ask you to reverse the flume changes proposed for the Crummell School and the 2 adjoining lots. With regard to the Crummell School site in particular, the 2-acre site was in active use for our community from 1911 to 1980. Since then, we have had no community gathering space or safe place for children to play. We have no green space nor tree cover. And as a result, Ivy City is a summer heat island, and we suffer from the effects of poor air quality. ANC 5D passed a resolution this Tuesday calling for the mayor to fund and renovate the Crummell School as a community center, park, and play space now. And not to continue to tie is to a stall development effort. If the flume is changed for the Crummell School site, it should conform to other comp plan policies that call for extending green space at the Crummell and in Ivy City, and should be changed to a mix of local public facility and parks, recreation, and open space. We also ask for you to prioritize a small area plan for Ivy City ahead of the future large development projects. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Linehan. Are you a commissioner?
I am for 5D01.
And you might have said that already. Thank you, Commissioner. And I want to note my staff just gave me Ms. Reed, Carlene Reed's statement, so we have that now. Thank you. Guy Durant?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning. No, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Guy Durant, and I am part of the 200 Footers in Brooklyn, Northeast DC. Before I get started with my written testimony, which I did email to you, I just want to say that I'm against the comp plan and I support the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition proposals, and I'm disappointed that we are mainly hearing from white developers and the cronies for white developers and not Black-owned developers. The comp plan is racist and sexist because it gives higher density to mainly white developers who don't give a damn about gentrification, and they're actually the cause of gentrification. Black-owned and women-owned developers alone should be given higher density, and nonprofits and CBEs should be preferred developers before the zoning commission, and not Trump-like greedy developers from out of state that don't live here and don't care about DC residents. Black residents are seen as only tenants to these super landlords. Why can't we encourage and even mandate PUDs include ownership by Black-owned developers and require that all mixed-use development include Black ownership of the land if they get more density, and require PUDs include condominium units in the projects because home ownership is the key to Black wealth. If Black people don't own where they live, we will always be gentrified out of high rent, high density developments, no matter what token, quote, affordability you claim to be creating for super landlords. The comp plan also discriminates against families because we know that mainly studio and 1-bedroom units and fewer 2-bedroom and no 3- and 4-bedroom units are being mandated. High density madness is a recipe for transitory dorm-like living that is only for short-term renters and not long-term owners of condos. You could improve the comp plan by requiring 50% of all mixed-use developments be condo units for sale to encourage long-term DC residency now. And I'm just saying that as preamble to my regular testimony, which I've written. So now for my regular testimony. On behalf of the 200 footers in Northeast DC and the Brooklyn area, I'm writing to officially object to the comprehensive plan and developer-driven proposed map amendments and text amendments that benefit the bad proposed development for 901 Monroe Street Northeast, Square 3829. I am one of the abutting landowners also in Square 3829, known as the 200 footers on all four sides of the site. We opposed the massive proposed PUD at the Zoning Commission and finally won a reversal, vacating the Zoning Commission order by the DC Court of Appeals because the 901 Monroe proposal was not consistent with current law. I have several points to make about the comp plan. I wish to convey that the 200 footers and other residents are not anti-development per se. In fact, the community originally supported and offered a C2A PUD as a middle ground for proper development sizing for this area. The 200 footers of 5B04 testified at the Zoning Commission that we could support a C2A PUD, but no higher. A C2A PUD would have a maximum lot occupancy of 60% and a max FAR of 3. The 901 developer wanted a C2B PUD with 75% lot occupancy and 3.71 FAR, and that was too big and out of scale with the rest of the square and surrounding area. And I can go on, but I've sent my written testimony in. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Durant. We do have your statement. Kate Taylor. Lorenz Wheatley.
Yes. All right.
Ron, can you turn on your camera?
I thought I did. Okay, hold on a minute. My video. Okay. All right. So I am, except for 1 year, DC resident since 1958. I grew up in the neighborhoods of Petworth, Brightwood Park, and Mount Pleasant, and have lived in Columbia Heights, Manor Park, and Crestwood neighborhoods before my wife and I bought our 60-plus-year-old house in Michigan Park in January of 1991, and still my current resident now as a widower. We were fortunate to take advantage of the city's Homes Purchase Assistance Program, or HPAP, giving us a $20,000 interest-free second mortgage to reduce the principal loan amount on our 30-year primary mortgage. What's offered nowadays to first-time home buying eligible applicants is a maximum of $80,000 in gap financing assistance and an additional $4,000 in closing costs assistance. Borrowers qualify for a 5-year deferment on paying the principal with 40 years and if they earn 80 to 110% of AMI. After declining a total package of $70,000 to settle out of court offered by the Maryland suburban-based developer and intervener on behalf of the Zoning Commission, EYA, this past June, I, the sole pro se petitioner, lost the case in the DC Court of Appeals, and I cited the number in my written testimony, against the DC Zoning Commission for their zoning order approval of the PUD for at least 80 townhomes on the north field of the Joseph Heights Seminary. The court was dismissive of my argument and concerns about gentrification when the development industry consultant for EYA, RCLCO, essentially stated in one of EYA's filing that the extent of gentrification was already so pervasive in DC that it should have little or no further impact and therefore little or no further concern. And I cited the section in the court judgment. I'm not going to read that, but it's there in my written testimony. This, in my view, is an example of how the current and recent past mayors have been and still is complicit with the development and real estate industry and ignoring the concerns of legacy residents like myself in terms of really addressing the meaningful matters concerning development, especially the impact of such development on people like me, a Black man who has seen and experienced throughout my life in this city the continuing disparities in all things that are now being discussed in very broad terms, the issues of and concerns for equity. As such, I joined the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition in testifying against the passage of the comprehensive plan amendments as proposed. The proposed amendments do nothing to stop displacement, expand affordability for low-income people, or promote community-led equitable development. I thank you for the opportunity to give oral testimony and have included the rest of my testimony in writing.
Thank you, Mr. Wheatley. Robert Sheehan. Is Robert Sheehan here? Manon Matchett.
Do you have any questions for us?
Who asked that?
Oh, this is Guy Durant, 200.
Yeah,
Footer.
I might, I go through all the witnesses and then if I have some questions, I'll ask them.
Okay.
Is Manon Matchett here? Ari Eisenstadt?
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee and staff. My name is Ari Eisenstadt. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm the DC Conservation Advocate for the Audubon Naturalist Society. On behalf of ANS's 28,000 members and supporters, I would like to lend support to the housing justice priorities proposed by the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition. The current comprehensive plan updates offer our city an opportunity to change long-standing patterns of displacement and enact justice for Black and Brown Washingtonians. My organization's expertise is in climate and the environment, and the proposed updates to the environmental protection element of the comprehensive plan are a significant improvement from the 2006 plan. The updates accurately depict the urgency of the climate crisis, support water quality enhancement, and help codify many of the district's environmental justice goals. What the plan does not do, though, is accurately represent the relationship between environmental sustainability and displacement. This city has a wealth of programs that offer rebates, incentives, and loans for environmental amenities. It also has a robust set of climate change, clean energy, and pollution reduction laws. The comprehensive plan expands on these with strong environmental goals, including increasing parkland, reducing trash pollution, and limiting expansion of polluting industrial sites. When implemented, these policies and programs frequently raise property values. In DC, as in cities across the country, this has resulted in displacement of Black and Brown residents. True environmental justice does not just mean that an environmental threat is removed. It means that what is built in its place is available to all. Another important component of environmental justice is how to equitably implement density increases. ANS supports efforts to increase housing density in the urban core. High-density housing centered around transit corridors is an instrument of climate change mitigation. Transit-oriented development reduces vehicle miles traveled, mitigating greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector. High-density multifamily housing is also drastically more energy efficient, which is particularly important in DC, where 73% of our emissions are derived from buildings. Increasing housing density, however, does not always ameliorate displacement, even if it augments housing supply numerically. Upzoning must be coupled with mechanisms that involve Black and Brown Washingtonians in planning, in addition to expanded inclusionary zoning in order to prevent displacement from environmental gentrification. To this end, I hope the Council prioritizes the following in assessing the comprehensive plan. Ensuring that the plan mandates community-led equitable development through projects such as planned unit developments and maximizing land value recapture. Ensuring that changes to the future land use map do not endanger community-led development in historically Black, Brown, and low-income neighborhoods by encouraging matter of right development that precludes a public input process. To conclude, I ask you to balance the importance of implementing a long overdue update to our city's comprehensive plan with the fundamental needs to implement racial, economic, and environmental justice. Thank you, and I've submitted my testimony for the written record.
Thank you, Mr. Eisenstadt. And yes, I do have your statement. Thank you. I wanted to ask Mr. Schulman, what is the benefit of expanding IZ into the downtown, which I guess means removing the exemption that's in the law or in the zoning regulations, when it's unlikely that there's going to be more residential development, or that I believe the zoning right now is pretty much at the limit of the Height Act, and therefore there would not be there's limited ability to give zoning density bonuses.
My point is that housing equity could be mandated. The council and the mayor and the zoning commission could require some of the high rises that have vacancies to include affordable housing in them, or anytime the land changes hands. You don't have to wait to give somebody a bonus to require justice. And actually, I do agree that we should preserve the height limit. So what I'm talking about is conversion of commercial properties, in some cases to housing, and in some cases to convert commercial real estate that's dedicated to banks to small indigenous businesses that are independently owned. So we can mandate these things in the name of justice. The council has you're our elected officials, and you could require these things.
Well, you're saying that we could take a property and tell the property owner you must use it this way?
Correct. That's what zoning is. Zoning it determines the uses of buildings, and the council could say we don't have enough housing justice in the downtown, therefore we're going to create it, and we're going to ask you to include housing, to insert it into your project. It doesn't have to be today. It can be whenever the property changes hands.
Well, yeah, except that the non-conforming uses, unless the use has been discontinued for something like 3 years. We'll talk about inclusionary zoning for small businesses. Can you describe that more?
Yeah, small businesses are really hurting right now. In fact, I've heard it described as an apocalypse. And so one of the things the city could do to help the recovery of small businesses is to create a program of inclusionary zoning to require a storefront space for small businesses in any large developments. And so and it doesn't even have to be on the first floor. It could be on upper floors. I visited Tokyo, and they have commercial real estate on the 10th floor of buildings. It's not an impossible feat. So this is just, we don't want to become like New York City, where the only thing on the ground floor are banks or pharmacies. That's where we're going as a city, unless we change some rules about things like preserving small business rental space.
And then you had in your statement reform of appraisal criteria. What were you thinking there?
Yeah, that's a sticky wicket, but basically right now, first of all, I'm not an appraiser, but there are many different ways of doing property appraisals. And the ones that use comparables as the main way of doing it kind of rise the whole neighborhood to anytime you build a more expensive project in the neighborhood, it raises the property value of all the adjacent properties. But that doesn't we don't have to use that kind of appraisal system. We can appraise properties just based on what the actual improvements are, not what the comparables are. And other cities use those kinds of systems. We could too. And that would radically slow down the inflation of land values.
You're talking about, I'm a little confused, the valuation of property for tax assessment purposes or on the private market? Because I don't know the
both appraisals and assessments would benefit from not kind of it's based on the principle of I guess rising tides raise all boats, but that's unfair in terms of housing affordability. So if we changed our appraisal and assessment systems to just evaluate improvements on the land instead of what the land values are surrounding, would be much fairer, and we would slow down the speculation.
Mr. Durant.
Hello.
You're aware of the Office of Planning, I believe, has taken the former Colonel Brooks Tavern site and redesignated it in the comprehensive plan?
Yeah, they've done spot zoning. But before we get to that, I just want to say, Jeb, you're talking to Chairman Phil Mendelson. He loves property taxes. So when you talk about lowering values, I think Mr. Mendelson's going to disagree with you, man. He wants all the property values to go up, don't you, Mr. Mendelson?
Well, I don't know that that's correct, but why don't we stick with my question?
Okay.
Is you're aware of the Office of Planning's proposal for that site?
Yeah, I'm not keen on that. Neither are a lot of the neighbors because you know, we really think that lower density, moderate density is better. We won our legal case against the 901 developers. They're just itching and dying for this comp plan to go through. And they could have redeveloped it before. We would have worked with them previously. They've sat on it for years because they're just waiting for you guys to give away development rights to them so they can do it a matter of right. That's going to.
I assume that you're not supportive of the Office of Planning proposal.
No, I don't think the office.
Where's the ANC or the other or community groups like Brooklyn Civic Association?
Yeah, they, you know, you ask 5 different people, you get 5 different opinions. Until we get a serious, you know, chance to really sit down and negotiate with them. First of all, our ANC commissioner has sat down, talked with us. We don't always see eye to eye. Like I said, we won our court case. The court saw value in what we decided, and what the court decided was misuse of the zoning. And so now you're trying to talk about changing that just to please a developer, not to, you know, go within what the court has already said should be done. So you're changing the rules because we won the game. We won the game, and now you want to change the rules. I think that's a bad way to go.
Yeah, well, that's the Office of Planning's proposal, but they're within their rights to do that. And I think
they can screw people around if they want to, but that's not. We won the game, and now they're trying to change the rules. And I don't think that's the right approach.
Okay, well, I think we're going to need to have more than just that from you. You were, I think, when you were testifying, you spoke somewhat outside your prepared remarks, and I think you were critical of white developers. Am I correct in remembering that?
Yes, I don't like, you know, bringing race into too much, so I didn't put it in my written testimony. So I brought it up in my oral testimony because it was just kind of eating away at me because we've gone through so much this year with Black Lives Matter. Black ownership matters as well. Like I say, most wealth is through real estate. And if we're having the majority of DC residents just be renters instead of owners, where does that fit in? Let me ask you, Mr. Mendelson, what percentage of DC residents do you want to be renters, and what percentage of DC residents do you want to be owners of where they live? Answer that question for me.
Well, usually at hearings, it's the council member who gets to ask the questions, but I do think the council wants to see an increase in home ownership because wealth creation or wealth growth comes, one of the best ways is through home ownership. You know, this is something that we've struggled with since the beginning of home rule, and that is, to what extent do we want to protect renters? Renters don't generate wealth to themselves by renting, but a large percentage of the population is renter. Real estate is a wealth creation, and so we want to encourage that.
And I think the best way to encourage that is through family units, condo ownership, land trust, other approaches than just these super Trump-like developers. So in my written testimony, I talk about how 901 Monroe is a greedy development owned by people who don't live in DC, and they're trying to put a large development here, oversized for the area. We are not New York City. We don't want skyscrapers here. We do have a Height Act for a reason. We're okay with moderate development, like what Tacoma Park has over there by the Tacoma Metro Station. But when we talk about transit-oriented development, remember that COVID-19 also was spread through mass transit, and the higher density, you can get more disease that way. So I'm not going to argue with my friend Ari, too much on environmental, but I would just say, mass development can also be a mass spreader. I'm for moderate and low density development. I like the fact that we are a pastoral kind of countrified,
Well, I want to get at the race issue for just a moment, because how do you square that with the project at Colonel Brooks Tavern? I don't remember what that site's called, so I call it Colonel Brooks Tavern. Is that the developer is not an out-of-stater, he lives in the city and is African-American.
He doesn't own it. He's a broker. He's basically a pitchman for the project. He is not the owner of the project. So yeah, you can get a black face in front of a project and everybody thinks, oh, that's a black project. No, he's just the pitchman for it. And that happens a lot in these kind of things. What you need to look at is the actual owners and the actual money makers on the other side of it. Sure, he's getting a commission and that's nice. But what I'm saying to you is there are other black owners and women owners and other people that should be part of all development. And then they're building just rental units. We asked them to actually do senior housing or to do maybe make the land into office space or some type of thing that's longer term, that's not just a super dorm, because we're near Catholic University and all they want is single units, 1 bedroom, a couple of 2 bedrooms, really it's not designed for families. And if they put it 50% as condos, that would allow long-term residents to live here, but they're not interested in condominium units.
I have some more time on that project than I meant to. Thank you. I want to thank each of you for your testimony. I do not have any other questions for you, so you're excused. I'm going to call the next group of witnesses into the witness room. Ryan Way, Frederica Kramer, who's a commissioner ANC 6005, Gwendolyn Lose, Rick Murphy. Both Ms. Lose and Mr. Murphy are commissioners with ANC 2E. Simone Goring Devaney, who's with CSG Urban Planners. Samantha Lee, Alejandra Choladowski, I apologize, with the Brooklyn Manor Coalition. Adam,
This is what I'm looking for.
Emily Valles, who's of council at Ballard Spare. Rasheen Umar is an ANC commissioner and also at Garfield Terrace. Diane Quinn and Robert Miller. Pause for just a moment while people get in. Commissioner Kramer, why don't we begin with you? And good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sorry. Yeah, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. I am Frederica Kramer, Commissioner for ANC 6005, testifying on behalf of ANC 6D, which includes Southwest, Buzzard Point, and Navy Yard. My testimony today concerns Chapter 19 on the Lower Anacostia waterfront near Southwest. We'll submit broader detailed comments separately. OP has made important changes in response to comments submitted by us and others in February, but a plan is only as good as it can be ensure that the best ideas are implemented and the worst are not. To go beyond rhetoric, it needs explicit targets and to account squarely or crosswalk for potential conflicting laws and legal designations, or it just gets overtaken. Southwest has a small area plan, a product of extensive community input and adopted by the Council in 2015. It should be formally appended in full. But while the draft says our plan should be the guiding framework for investment and evaluating new development, current redevelopment shows a real disconnect between key recommendations and our changing Southwest. The small area plan says Southwest is and should remain a model of equity and inclusion, recommends maintaining our 19% subsidized housing for singles, families, and couples and families, using our district-owned properties to gain 20 to 30% affordable units. Both plans recommend only prioritizing more affordable units than inclusionary zoning or requiring more family-sized units through PUD arrangements. Meanwhile, Southwest is becoming a poster child for redevelopment in conflict with these best intentions. The current citywide target for affordable housing and the mayor's commitment of 12,000 and 36,000 new units by 2025 is a start. But Southwest redevelopment is dominated by high rises of studios and one bedrooms, maybe 8% affordable units if dictated by IZ. As density increases, affordable and family-sized units are becoming a smaller and smaller portion of the whole, so it's impossible to maintain our social diversity. The amendment suggests only exploring the potential of district-controlled properties to support Build First for Greenleaf redevelopment, not the Build Force endorsed by the council, guaranteeing one-for-one replacement and one move from current to new unit within the community. The no commitment to use our district-owned properties to get at that 20 to 30% affordable units. The small area plan recommends maintaining our green oases by preserving and improving our parks and open spaces. Instead, the new high rises are moving open and common spaces to the interior, denying the social interaction across demographics that's so essential to nurturing diversity. Both plans want 4th Street to be a thriving town center, but no tools to make commercial spaces, lease terms, or rent revels sustain neighborhood serving businesses. Last point is a plan for the next decade shouldn't be rushed before we know what awaits us post-pandemic. That said, there's no reason why projects that clearly serve our objectives need to wait off stage until the plan is amended. I want to also just say that we endorse what others have talked about the negative effects of the softened language throughout the plan. Thank you very much. I'll respond to any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. I neglected to call Ryan Way, but I don't believe he's here. And I don't see the two commissioners from ANC 2E. So we will go, let me see, is Simone Devaney here? Samantha Lee?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm a resident of Ward 1, and I joined the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition today in testifying against the passage of the comp plan amendments as proposed, which do nothing to stop displacement, expand true affordability for low-income people, or promote community-led equitable development. And as the council moves through the markup process, I urge you to strengthen language that has been weakened throughout the bill, for example, where must has been turned to should, incorporate language that reflects our 5 top housing justice priorities, require analysis of existing low-income housing needs rather than just perceived future needs, and reporting of vacancy rates. The mayor's proposed changes will issue a license to build to developers that will result in the same inequitable development that has dominated the city for the past 20 years. DC lost 40,000 Black residents between 2000 and 2010 alone. And I want to paint a quick picture of my neighborhood as a demonstration. In 1930, the home where I currently live filed a 50-year petition to prevent Black homeownership and keep the neighborhood white. Nonetheless, my census tract transformed from 100% white households in 1940 to 100% non-white, 97% Black in the 1970s. And the best data I could get recently is from 2010, when my neighborhood's population was 58% Black. I can guarantee you that our neighborhood is gentrifying faster and faster each year that I've lived here. And just in the past couple of years, we've lost dozens of beloved Black and brown neighbors, homeowners, small businesses, and renters alike because of the frenzy of gentrification. Average DC rent is nearly double the national average, and Parkview rent is 7% higher than that. I live in the oldest intentional community in the city, a multiracial, cross-class home for artists and activists that's been around since 1974, and we're trying to plan for our next 46 years. To be able to get housing security through home ownership in my neighborhood, we would need to figure out a way to buy a home that is likely going to be close to $1 million. That is absurd and frightening and unacceptable. And what does Mayor Bowser's comp plan do to stop displacement and take care of communities like mine? Nothing. The plan will allow a continuation of the same, which spells disaster for residents of 14 public housing properties, including my neighbors down the street at Park Morton, being targeted for privatization and redevelopment, and residents of areas in the city now getting hit hard with development pressure like Ward 7 and 8. There are no mechanisms in place to prevent the continued displacement of Black residents or to require affordability beyond inclusionary zoning requirements, which are horribly inadequate. There's something seriously wrong when an individual like me, a white young professional transplant to DC in the top 10% by income for my age and doing very well financially, qualifies for affordable housing at 80% AMI. Inclusionary zoning only sets aside a mere 8 to 10% of units at 50 to 80% AMI, while 31% of DC's renters, around 51,000 people, are very low income and can only afford around $900 per month in rent. I'll stop there, but I hope you work with the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition to develop needed amendments to strengthen the comp plan prior to the final passage.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. And I don't believe we have a copy of your statement. So if you could make sure we get that.
It was sent this morning, thanks.
Thank you. Alejandra Cholodowski. Say that again.
Cholodowski.
Cholodowski, okay.
No problem. All right, so good afternoon. My name is Dr. Alejandra Cholodowski, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Brooklyn Manor Coalition. Our coalition works alongside the Brooklyn Manor Tenants Association in their fight against displacement. The BM Coalition deeply cares about affordable public housing and community-led equitable development. That is why we stand in solidarity with the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition and testifying against passing the comprehensive plan amendments as they currently stand. These amendments fail to ensure reliable, affordable housing and fail to halt displacement for impacted communities. We support the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition demands, which include first, a re-examination of the weakened language, which leverages the developer's interest and in turn threatens low-income communities. Two, including context that supports housing priorities for Brooklyn Manor and other communities, such as community-led development. And three, provide a data-driven analysis of DC's housing needs. Today, I want to focus on the third point, providing a data-driven analysis of DC's housing needs. I am a data scientist, which requires me to provide evidence-based recommendations based on data-driven analysis. In this case, the evidence to support the proposed housing needs and changes to the future land use map are nowhere to be found. For example, the choice of 36,000 as the number of new residential units by 2025 assumes that the city's population will continue to increase at the same rate as it has historically. However, the Chief Financial Office of Revenue Analysis shows that the population growth has been steadily decreasing since 2013. Its net migration in 2019 was 398 people. That is much lower than in 2011 and 2012, which was at 10,000. The case for 36,000 units, with 12,000 being affordable, must account for factors such as vacancies and affordable housing demand. In 2018, Urban Greater DC reported that 40,000 people are on the waiting list for housing vouchers. Additionally, the claim that higher density based on the flume with lower prices due to less housing competition must be evaluated. It is more likely that higher density in specific areas will increase market rate housing and thus eliminate true affordability from any unit. We recommend a ward level assessment that minimizes impact for low income communities like Brooklyn Manor, such as halting density or using rent control in affordable units, while increasing density in affluent neighborhoods with single family homes, such as those in Ward 3, where I currently reside. It is my belief that the council cannot truly make a decision on the proposal without a thorough assessment of the effects that the new development will have on the city's environment, transportation, education, and other services. Therefore, I urge the council to conduct a thorough data-driven analysis of the housing needs in order to make an evidence-based decision on how to best strengthen the comp plan and protect our own communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cholodowski. Mr. Cooper. I don't believe Mr. Cooper is here. Emily Vias.
Yes, good afternoon. Emily Vias with the law firm of Ballard Spahr. I am a land use lawyer, as well as I have been an adjunct professor in the Hopkins Carey Business School, a Master of Science in Infrastructure, have worked with ULI on their regionalism council and am part of the DC Building Industry Association. In this respect, I have a few global and overall comments, but also have one property-specific comment related to Columbia Plaza at 2400 Virginia Avenue Northwest. And we had submitted a letter previously, and it is also attached to what I submitted this morning regarding a change to the future land use map for that property. First, globally, it's been recognized by many and acknowledged that the task of updating the comprehensive plan is enormous. The idea of engaging the entire population of the district in one huge effort is almost unbelievable, and the Office of Planning has done an incredible job. As they noted, however, it may be time to look at this process. In other jurisdictions in which I work, smaller areas are tackled one at a time, and the overall plan is just setting the high-level goals and is modified by these smaller plans as needed. The comprehensive plan is supposed to be a guide, but yet it has details that impact the ability for specific properties to develop or redevelop. Thus, it has, especially over the past several years, stifled good projects, several of which were public-private partnerships that may now be at risk of not going forward. The district is a leader in good planning in the region, and it should not let a cumbersome process impact its good work. Second, support the permissive language that staff has inserted into the plan rather than restrictive language. The zoning regulations are the place to be restrictive and to set forth specific criteria, not the comprehensive plan. Everyone, residents, businesses, and developers rely on the comprehensive plan to guide their decisions as to where they live, work, and play. However, because it is such a large policy document, it should not restrict specific activities or development in particular locations, but should instead include overarching statements and policy initiatives, as it does, but then can be translated into realistic and achievable actions. No amount of good planning in a vacuum can produce a vibrant city. The market is a critical component to the district's success and economic development, and should not be taken for granted or seen as an evil part of the process. As some economists have noted, COVID-19 may result in some resurgence of the suburbs, and the district needs to remain an attractive place by offering innovative and creative development opportunities to enhance and support its neighborhoods in a fair and balanced way. As many have mentioned, housing is a critical component and support that. And lastly, as to Columbia Plaza, as I said, I have submitted a letter regarding that and request that the future land use map designate it for high density commercial instead of just moderate density commercial. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bias. Mr. Umar?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Muhsin, it's M-U-H-S-I-N, Muhsin Umar. I'm the newly elected ANC member of 1B03 as well. I'm coming also as a member of the Citywide Advisory Board and the president of Garfield Terrace. I'm against the comprehensive plan, for one, because it doesn't involve build and replace with low income or with the seniors, disabled, mental, and veterans in mind. Where I live at up in here in this building right here, we've been retaliated against for trying to speak out on these type of issues from housing. You know, every time we speak out about the issues that we want about these plans or whatever, we even sat down with them several times, and we have our own building plans right here. We wanted to do build and replace right next to this building right here. Build and replace. We've been retaliated against from DC Housing, you know, personally Tyrone Guard and Larry Williams, to the point where we almost got locked up speaking up on these terms right here to help these seniors, where we've been doing eco pathways out of poverty, you know, seniors and youth programs. And plan, housing uses their excuses and their lawyers, because Tyrone Garrett is a real estate lawyer. So this gives him a great opportunity to chop down into public housing. But since I'm an ANC member in this single member district pretty soon, I think we need to sit down and constantly talk about these issues, because first and foremost, I just found out about this meeting
Thank you, Mr. Umar. I'm cutting you off only because you've gone over your time. Diane Quinn.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. I am a resident of Ward 2. I've lived in the district for over 35 years. And I am very concerned about the proposed amendments to the comprehensive plan. The Office of Planning states that DC comprehensive plan should serve as a guiding vision for an inclusive city. Yet there has been a displacement of thousands of predominantly Black residents. You've heard the numbers. And what we need the DC Council to do is to strengthen the comprehensive plan by adding policies and actions that will fortify existing housing programs and home ownership, particularly for minority communities. The mayor initiated a rewrite of the entire comp plan with proposed changes to the future land use maps and the generalized policy map without providing required progress reports on the impact of current and past elements, and without the required community participation in its review and update. And I really appreciate your having this hearing because this does give us an opportunity to make our comments. The amendments as proposed do not support the comprehensive plan's vision as an inclusive city. While the 2006 comp plan focused on infill development, the proposed changes target increasing density, which means displacing people, and it doesn't necessarily lead to lower cost housing, which is what it's supposed to do, but it really doesn't work that way. The mayor has expressed her goal to achieve housing equity by building 36,000 units. The concern with that is that 12,000 of those, which are supposed to be affordable, include the public housing units, which doesn't mean that there's a net increase. Housing needs are defined by outdated data and does not reflect the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on changes in population. Brookings Institute has a report that says that 15,000 residents have left the DC since the pandemic started. It is clear that there are units that are vacant due to college students attending virtual classes and remaining at home. So we really need to relook at what the goals are. That supports my recommendation that statistics being used to develop the comp plan need to be based on current trends and statistics. We need to analyze the data. We need to use actual vacancy rates. We need to reevaluate buildings, more housing using the premise that density does not bring down prices. We need to also look at the land use planning maps because they're not necessarily achieving the principles of the comp plan. And yeah, I've sent you my comments and my testimony, so I'm going to make it very quick. I'm asking the council to work with the DC Grassroots Planning Organization and their proposals to develop needed amendments to strengthen the comp plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fleming. Mr. Miller.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Bonds, and members of the council. Thank you for hearing our testimony today. My name is Robert Miller, president of Miller Development and owner of property located at 711 Edgewood Street Northeast. Miller was founded in 2001 and prides itself on creating innovative solutions for community-focused real estate projects. Our properties include residential, commercial, retail, industrial, and educational assets throughout the Washington, D.C. region. My testimony relates to the application we filed in 2017 to amend the future land use map for 711 Edgewood Street Northeast. This property is located adjacent to the intersection of Franklin and 8th Streets Northeast, just south of the mixed-use neighborhood surrounding the Brookland Metro Station, and approximately a half-mile north of the Rhode Island Avenue Metro Station. The surrounding neighborhood is a mix of residential, commercial, institutional, and industrial uses, and the site abuts the Metropolitan Branch Trail. The FLUM's current designation of the subject property is for production, distribution, and repair uses. However, the current FLUM designates many nearby properties as mixed-use residential and commercial. The Office of Planning has recommended FLUM amendments from PDR only to mixed-use PDR, residential, and commercial for properties located in close proximity to the subject site. Our 2017 application proposed to 1, amend the FLUM designation for the subject property to mixed-use PDR, moderate density residential, and moderate density commercial, and 2, amend the generalized policy map designation for the subject property to a land use change area. The current PDR designation for the site enables a very limited number of uses. Despite several years of leasing efforts, we've had little success in renting all or portions of the property to any PDR uses. The proposal to change to a mixed-use PDR residential and commercial designation would enable us to move forward with mixed-use development that would include maker uses, but would also incorporate new housing and community-serving retail and service uses. The application that we filed in 2017 details how the proposal is consistent with and advances many aspects of the comprehensive plan. However, because the application was not advanced by the Office of Planning, we respectfully request that the council reconsider our request, particularly given the critical need for new housing and affordable housing throughout the district, and especially at transit-oriented and mixed-use locations. The proposal would also help to advance the mayor's 2019 housing order to increase the production of new housing units, since under the current FLUM designation, no housing is permitted to be built on the site. Thank you for your consideration of this request.
Thank you, Mr. Miller, and thank you each of you for your testimony. I wanted to ask Ms. Bias a couple of questions. You testified about you support the language that the language changes that many other witnesses have opposed, changing language from shall to should, for example. And you made the comment in your statement that the plan should not restrict specific activities or development in particular locations. But that's exactly what the plan does. It's not as specific as zoning, but if it designates an area for, let's say, low density residential, that has the effect of prohibiting commercial. So I guess I want to challenge you on why it's a good thing to have more vague language.
I guess I would say it's not necessarily vague, but it's more ideas and perspectives and policies that would be set forth in the plan, and certainly designating certain land uses that are anticipated or would like to be seen in a particular area is the role of the plan. But then the zoning is where you would actually, of course, you put the actual zone on that lists the uses that are permitted. And it should be that the plan still guides what happens, certainly, because that's the broader legislative policy of the district. But to then prohibit certain uses because of the comprehensive plan seems that that's really the role of zoning, that the comprehensive plan should suggest.
Well, then how meaningful is the guide? Because as you know, since you represent developers, developers often will go to the zoning commission and they will argue for a variation from that plan.
Sure.
So the plan says we want to, I'm kind of making this up, we want 40-foot height buildings, and a developer will go in and say, well, let me have 65 feet for the following reasons and offer some benefits. The less restrictive the language is, the more permissive the language is, the more flexible the language is, the more that's an invitation for the zoning commission to kind of recreate the plan the way it wants to.
I don't think it's a recreation. I think it is the role of zoning to then look at the specifics. And what can happen over time is that the plans become outdated. The plan, like I said, is taking in a lot of information. And for specific properties, there may be specific cases where it makes sense to do something a little different than what the plan may have envisioned when you were looking at the entirety of the district. And one particular property has a plan, and one builder and one owner may have an idea that wasn't anticipated at the time the plan was created. And what you don't want to do is have the plan prevent that from happening. Not to say
but then the plan isn't really very much of a guide.
No, it is still a guide, and it would still have policies that would still have to be looked at. But whether it has to totally control every move that you want to make in the future, it's just a matter of having enough of the policy from the legislative body that the zoning commission does have to interpret that. But to try to set everything at the high level that you are having to operate at, having to look at the entire city at all one time, is just a huge task. And so the idea that you don't want to have to go back and amend a master plan, the comprehensive plan, if a good project comes in, is all that I would suggest, and that the language being a little more permissive should help that to happen and not prevent good projects.
So then in your statement, you also talk about Columbia Plaza. Help me understand that. That is right now a high density residential complex. And you are asking that it be designated instead as high density commercial?
No, not as instead, just that it also include that option. So there are no plans currently to modify that site, but it does seem that if it were to at some point look to redevelop, the option to be able again to have more commercial, which I don't think would be adverse to the area.
So I'm misreading your language here, because your language says here high density commercial instead of just moderate density commercial. Oh, I'm sorry. High density commercial.
Instead of moderate, but it's also high density residential. It's already designated.
Okay. Well, if it's designated as high density commercial, then it could be redeveloped as high density commercial, correct?
Correct. I mean, it would still have to have the proper zoning to allow it to develop, but yes, that the comprehensive plan would at least acknowledge that it would be an appropriate location for that. And the idea that this area has been seen as being slightly disconnected to the waterfront and to the other parts of the city, and that ultimately, there probably will need to be something that can support more infrastructure and connectivity, and that may include commercial. It is not a foregone conclusion, but it just.
No, it could include if we were to remap it, it could include high density commercial. It could be entirely high density commercial. Why is that in the city's interest to lose that housing, which is, I believe, moderate income housing?
And I'm not suggesting that it would lose that housing. I was suggesting just that there be, again, the potential to allow for, there's already is designated as moderate commercial that could be there. And some of the surrounding areas have medium and or high commercial.
And you're not answering my question. Why is it in the city's interest to lose the residential?
I wouldn't say that it is in the interest to lose the residential. I would say that ultimately there may need to be a redevelopment that could be more inclusive of mixed use, that would have both commercial and residential in order to support what may be substantial infrastructure costs to make the connectivity and to do some of the improvements here.
We're at a point where we're not sure that the office market is sustainable at the number of square feet that we have because of teleworking, and what's the new normal going to look like? We don't know. I don't know what other kind of commercial there could be for high density if it wasn't predominantly or entirely office.
And I don't know either. I think it just as a site, and as I said, if you're looking at what it may cost to do something significant here, to have the option is all I would suggest. Again, similar to the idea of not restricting what could be a good idea. It would still have review, but just to allow that.
Is the land under Columbia Plaza still owned by the government?
No.
Okay, you said that with certainty or slight hesitancy?
Oh, my client is not the government. And
sure, but I'm pretty sure it was government land with a long-term lease for the improvements. But I know that from about 30 years ago, and I don't know if that's changed.
I did not understand that to be the facts of, but I can certainly double check that.
Mr. Miller, I had one question for you, and that is, your proposal would have the effect of losing PDR land that's in precious short supply in the city. Am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct. We would be losing PDR only land and adding a mixed use component to the PDR. But when we look in the micro as opposed to the macro, this location within Ward 5 has not been a suitable location for PDR uses that would be that are beneficial or productive, which is why most of the PDR in this immediate location has become either schools or storage or other type uses like that. When I say storage, I mean self-storage. So there has not been unlike other areas which have become these crucial resources in preserving PDR in the district, this has not proved to be one of those in actuality over the years.
I'm not sure if I have a follow-up. I want to thank each of you for your testimony and the time you've taken. I appreciate it. So you're all excused. I'm going to go to the next group of witnesses. Faith Wheeler, Terry Gould. Terry Gould is listed as Executive Director and Managing Member of the Ainger Place Development Corporation. Sherry Whitcomb, who's with the Downtown Business Improvement District. Benjamin Priest. Jason Spencer, who's listed as Vice President of Development for Property Group Partners. Timothy LeVar Freeman, who's pastor at Trinity AME Zion Church. Alexandra Bailey, who's listed as a public witness, Ari Teresa, who's with Stoop Law, Maura Duffy, and Robin Diener. Ms. Wheeler, why don't we begin with you? I used to say commissioner, but you're no longer an ANC commissioner.
Not anymore, not after 12 years.
Do you have a camera?
I certainly hope so. Here. Is that it?
Here you are.
All right. Ready?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The following is a broad view. It seems to me that the job of the comprehensive plan is to plan how to manage the city. For whom, for how many, for how long, at what cost, and how to pay for it. What is the job of the city? What are the responsibilities? I suggest that they are to effectively address the basic needs of all of its residents, play host to the employees of the federal government, accommodate visitors to the nation's capital. These could be considered the business as usual responsibilities. Different from and intruding upon the usual are the triple crises facing DC: COVID-19, future pandemics, racial social injustice, global warming. These crises call for a significantly heightened level of concern and of action. What if these crises are left inadequately checked? Are they likely to peter out or get worse? What kind of a picture does worse and worst paint? What do we know about the time frame that we have for turning back the worst case scenario for each of these crises? Have good enough proactive measures been planned to effectively reduce the threats of each? What I see is that we're not being proactive enough, and each of these crises are having and will have a disproportionate adverse effect on our low-income Black and Brown communities. Where is the oft-referenced equity? In my written testimony, I've talked about COVID and the injustice issues, so due to lack of time, I'll go straight to global warming, as this most serious of the three crises is getting insufficient attention, it seems to me. Global warming, this is a threat that could ultimately and definitively change civilization on this planet, including in this city, if not taken seriously enough, and if not assigned the gravity that it could mean for the people of the city. For the sake of our self-preservation, we must avail ourselves of every public and private means to reduce carbon emissions. The restrictions aimed to quell COVID-19 should serve as a warning about far more severe restrictions that our kids, grandkids, and their grandkids have no doubt experienced if we do not succeed in reducing carbon emissions enough within the next 10 years, and global warming sets in with a vengeance. The three crises in our midst tell us that we are clearly not in a business as usual situation. We need to accelerate and in some respects change our course in order to effectively and safely deal with the new and rapidly changing normal. Therefore, I urge you to pause and reevaluate which assessments and proposed amendments must be modified and rewritten, including returning to the stronger language. The comp plan should ensure a safe and effective planning path forward, especially in support of low-income Black and Brown residents, improving their quality of life. And as a postscript, I'd like to refer to the last sentence in the District of Columbia Economic and Review Trends of January 2020. It says, in the final analysis, net migration will turn out to be whatever it is declining, given all of the various factors involved. What matters most, however, is not what that number is, but the quality of life for the District of Columbia residents. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. I don't believe Terry Gould is here. Jerry Whitcomb. Benjamin Priest.
I'm here.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Price, and I'm a Ward 2 Sheridan Colorama resident living in the near Northwest planning area. I'm also a doctoral student in the Department of Urban Studies and Planning at MIT. While I reference my research in my remarks today, I speak only for myself and not the Institute. I'm here before the Council to urge you to pass the unchanged amendments to the Comprehensive Plan from the Office of Planning before the end of this year. I love my neighborhood. I want more people to be able to access the economic opportunities, amenities, and livable transit associated with Ward 2. To make that happen, the city must meet and go beyond Mayor Bowser's housing production goals and build more market rate and affordable housing in areas like Ward 2 and near Northwest. We need to bring our land use planning, transportation systems, and housing production into agreement so that when we build dense housing near transit and job centers at all levels of affordability. I believe that the amendments to the comprehensive plan bring us closer to that more prosperous and inclusive future, even if we need to go beyond them. Above and beyond the current amendments, I urge the Council to support amendments that enhance and extend the possibility of welcoming new housing and development in predominantly low-density neighborhoods, especially in near Northwest and Rock Creek West. This is necessary to combat economic and racial segregation, stem the tide of gentrification, and support the district's climate goals. One key way to combat economic and racial segregation is to construct more housing at all levels of affordability in historically exclusionary neighborhoods like mine. From my research, I know that gentrification occurs in part because of limited supply of housing in amenity-rich neighborhoods. Allowing for future density increases in Rock Creek West and near Northwest would also significantly address the district's climate commitments because of the climate emissions feedback loops associated with land use, transportation, and housing improvements. Finally, I hope that the Council considers further steps to enhance the policies and procedures in future rewrites of the comprehensive plan. Regular planning with clear timeframes, goals, and community engagement procedures will considerably enhance the future comprehensive planning efforts in the district. Given demands in our time and energy, community members are unlikely to read through track changes in a PDF document, and so clear procedural guidance on future comprehensive plan rewrites and the necessary follow-up regarding council action and zoning changes should also be part of the full package under consideration when the Council votes. Again, I hope that you pass the Office of Planning amendments to the comprehensive plan unchanged before the end of this year. I also ask that you welcome additional amendments that increase future density in areas of critical need for both market rates and affordable housing production, especially in places like Ward 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Mr. Spencer.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee and staff. My name is Jason Spencer, and I am the Vice President of Development at Property Group Partners, or PGP as it is more commonly known, and a member of the DCBIA Board of Directors. PGP has a long history of developing large, complex, and environmentally responsible projects within the district's central business district. Currently, we are working on the Capitol Crossing project, which straddles the border of Wards 2 and 6 and has covered a large portion of the scar that was created in the district when I-395 was built in the 60s, dividing the East End and Mount Vernon Triangle from Capitol Hill. I am testifying here today to encourage you to continue to include concepts supportive of inclusive growth within the comprehensive plan and to not take the growth that the district has enjoyed over the last decade for granted. While there have been unintended consequences of this growth, responsible, equitable growth is not something to be guarded against, but is something to be welcomed and curated. At this time, more so than ever, we need to increase our support for residents and businesses who reside within the district so that they are able to remain here, and do what we can to entice new residents and businesses to move to the district. Within the comprehensive plan, the benefits that growth provides should continue to be viewed as benefits. With continued growth, we will be able to fund current and future programs that provide for equitable, inclusive neighborhoods, experiment with new building forms and materials that enhance their surrounding areas, and continue to address some of the longer-term issues challenging the district. Without continued growth, difficult decisions will have to be made in the future, even in regards to existing programs. I would also like to encourage you to carefully think about how the amendments to the comprehensive plan will affect the PUD process. I've went through the PUD process for multiple projects and believe that the public amenities and density that the PUD process provides for benefit their surrounding neighborhoods more so than buildings entitled under alternative processes, are less taxing on the environment, and are more resilient to the district's ever-changing conditions. Without the PUD process, the Capitol Crossing project would not have been feasible, and it is likely that I-395 would continue to bifurcate the district for this foreseeable future. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Mr. Freeman?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council and council staff. Timothy Freeman, the pastor of Trinity Amy Zion Church, located in Ward 1. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I appear expressing strong support for Bill 23-736, the Comprehensive Amendment Plan Act of 2020. Trinity has been in Washington, D.C. for over 130 years, originally on Morton Street, Park Road, and then to our current location in 1983 on 16th Street. Our church has been an integral part of the city. We've had members going back to our denomination of 1796 with Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass. In 1996, however, the church acquired vacant property located close proximity to the church on Meridian Street from the district as use for the church for community parking. Subsequent to the church acquiring the property, given significant changes in the Columbia Heights real estate market, it became evident that the best interest of not only the church but the community was to develop the property into mixed and affordable housing for the community. Over the last 25 years, however, Trinity has unsuccessfully tried to move forward with the redevelopment plan, in part because of the constraints of the existing comp plan. The church feels that if the land use map area designated as medium density residential nearby along 16th Street is extended from 16th Street to include the church property, that would help the church to finalize and realize the vision for the redevelopment under the underutilized property on Meridian Place. The proposed future land use map amendment would be consistent with several district planning principles and policies, especially framework elements that foster affordable housing development. Trinity has been in the community once again for over 130 years. We want to remain in the community, and our membership to stay. Over the past several years, we've seen Black churches, of course, leave the district in innumerable numbers. In closing, I urge the council to act favorably in approving Bill 23-736, including a change to the land use designation for Trinity's property to medium density, and any amendments that increase the development of more housing across the city. Approval of the legislation would allow the church to create new housing opportunities that would be affordable for those in the area and extend and reach the community where it has been underutilized in the last several years. Thank you, Chairman, for holding the hearing. And I would be here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. I believe Alexandra Bailey is not here. Ari Teresa.
My name is Ari Teresa. I'm a zoning attorney at the law firm Stoop Law. This has been my trade and craft for the past 7 years. I come to this body with humility and great respect, not for praise of its prior actions, than for its power over my ways of life. The comprehensive plan is a guiding document guided by other documents. In recent memory, Office of Planning policy documents have been applied to the comprehensive plan to justify changing future land use maps. If that sounds confusing, the Office of Planning chose neighborhoods it wanted to completely redo. We see the fruits of these policies in Union Market and Navy Yard, areas that contain census tracts that lost half its Black population and grew its white population by up to 130% in some of those same census tracts between 2008 and 2018. Current amendments to the comp plan's FLUM suggest Upper Northeast is the next area OP will clear of Blacks for whites, and no planned changes to west of the park will come anywhere close to offsetting this loss. In my time practicing, I've come to deeply appreciate the creativity of DC's Office of Planning when it comes to attracting and retaining residents it wants to attract and retain. It is noted and understood that there is no special land use designation or swaths of land the Office of Planning has targeted in order to facilitate the presence of natives, of DCPS graduates, or families, like there were explicit Office of Planning novel policy applications for so-called creatives aged 18 to 34. Likewise, there are no tax schemes meant for Native resident communities that would be the equivalent of a TIF or a BID. The comprehensive plan is 4 years in the making, but 6 years ahead of schedule and not ready for passage. When I look at the current comprehensive plan, I do not see a text that is accountable to the elders who are the DNA of this city and the youth whose fates will redeem or will damn this city. I see a text where shoulds will be read as musts some places and given somewhat less regard in other places. I foresee more city liability, I foresee more delay, and I foresee more attorney's fees for corporate attorneys. My office is open to discussing novel land use and zoning applications, novel tax schemes, and novel ideas for interagency cooperation, like I've seen applied to the comprehensive plan for prospective residents, but for the benefit of longtime residents, families, and extended families, with any member of council or the executive. Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Teresa. Ms. Duffy.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the council for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Maura Duffy, and I'm urging the council to approve the updated comprehensive plan as swiftly as possible, and to approve the updates to the comprehensive plan and the amendments are a smart, forward-looking vision for our city. As a Cleveland Park resident since 2011, I specifically want to urge the council to approve Amendment 2123, which would increase the allowable density on Connecticut Avenue between Porter and Macomb Streets on the future land use map. First, higher density near transit will combat climate change. I live right on Connecticut Avenue, and it's easy to ride metro or bike to work downtown and to accomplish errands on foot. For every person who can live near the Cleveland Park commercial area, it's one less person who needs to drive in from the suburbs in traffic, and one less person who needs to use their personal vehicle that threaten us all. In addition, more neighbors in Ward 3 being able to live car-free or car-light means more foot traffic and more customers for local businesses and a more vibrant neighborhood. In addition, the plan will allow for more homes in Ward 3 without displacing any families that are currently living in Ward 3 or causing gentrification. Cleveland Park has incredible amenities like good public schools, access to Rock Creek Park and other nice parks, the library, shops, and grocery stores. More people and a more diverse set of people should have the chance to enjoy these benefits. More affordable housing starts with more housing, period. The plan to update the inclusionary zoning requirements could also allow for the potential for even more affordable housing units in this part of the city. We cannot have a more equitable distribution of the housing pie if the size of the pie is too small to begin with. Keeping the area with the current density will continue the legacy of exclusion. The proposed updates will benefit everyone by adding more homes, creating new retail opportunities, and encouraging public transit use. To combat the climate change crisis and the affordable housing crisis, we need every tool in the toolbox. This plan provides a good framework for the future and doesn't mean that development will happen on day one. but limiting the potential for future development would be extremely short-sighted. Thank you to the council for listening and everything you do to make our city a better place. Please approve the proposed amendments and the updated comprehensive plan with Amendment 2123 as swiftly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duffy. Terry Gould. You're muted.
Plan provides a good framework for the future and doesn't mean that.
Good afternoon, Chairman Middleton, council members, and committee members. My name is Terry Gould, and I'm here as a DC business owner and public witness advocating for Ward 8 residents, particularly those living in Woodland High, Washington Highlands, and the public housing community, Woodland Terrace. As a former 30-year DC resident and a co-developer of a new 72-unit affordable housing multifamily residence, Angel Place Apartments in Southeast Washington, I stand here in support of the DC Grassroots Planning Commission Coalition's housing justice priorities, and to provide my personal testimony in opposition to proposed amendments to the DC Comp Plan. The Comp Plan as amended does not reinforce, ensure, or strengthen DC's commitment to public housing and affordable housing. Concrete measurable action items to address
Mr. Gould, let me interrupt you for a second.
Redevelopment and building of additional
Mr.
public
Gould.
housing to accommodate DC's.
Mr. Gould, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
We're hearing what appears to be a delayed feed of this hearing, and I'm guessing that it's coming through your computer. Can you turn that off so that we only hear you speaking?
I'm not sure.
I don't want to lose you.
Yes, yes, sir. Let me. Yes.
Mr. Gould, let me interrupt you for a second.
Mhm.
Can you hear the hearing right now?
Yes, I can, and I can
Yeah,
hear
well,
the
we can all
feedback,
hear
but
it too.
I thought it was coming
Can you hear
from.
me?
Yes. Yes, I can.
We're hearing what appears to be a delayed feed of this hearing, and I'm guessing that it's coming through your computer. Can you turn that off? So that we only hear you speaking?
I'm doing so.
I don't want to lose you.
Yeah, I don't want to be lost either. Let's see. Yes.
Let me interrupt you for a second. Can you hear the hearing right now?
Yes, I can.
We can all hear it too.
I thought it was coming from. Yes. Yes, I can.
Okay, well, you know, you're answering me, but you're actually answering what I said about 5 minutes ago.
How's that?
Unbelievably wonderful.
Sorry for that, Chairman. May I start now?
Why don't you start it where you were saying the comp plan as amended does not reinforce, ensure, strengthen?
Certainly. The comp plan as amended does not reinforce, ensure, or strengthen DC's commitment to the public housing, to the development of public housing and affordable housing. Concrete measurable action items to address the maintenance, preservation, redevelopment, and building of additional public housing to accommodate the district's 51,000 extremely low-income renters must be incorporated. To do so, fully funding the repair and renovation of deteriorated public housing is required. Require one-for-one replacement of public housing units with no loss of family-sized multi-bedroom units. Mandate the use of the Bill First model to prevent displacement and strengthen anti-discrimination enforcement. Enforce right to return for displaced public housing residents. Retain public ownership and control of public housing. Reinstate the goal to create a minimum of 1,000 new affordable housing units. A disposition of demolished, displaced would devastate Woodland Terrace local community by increasing gentrification in a community already heavily gentrified. The plan mandates the development of new affordable housing for those families making 50% to 80% AMI. During the lease-up phase of my current project, over 500 low-income families submitted applications, and over 50% were disqualified for failure to meet the minimum income requirements. Affordability beyond the inclusionary zone is not mandated, which means no units below 50% AMI outside of the inclusionary zone, which will sorely create additional problems if the plan is approved as amended. it restricts DC's residents' ability to appeal developments approved by the Zoning Commission, which is in direct conflict with its goals of increasing community-led equitable development and racial equality. According to the Washington Post, 40,000 Black families left DC between 2000 and 2010, and the National Community Investment Coalition recently named DC the most intensely gentrifying city in 2019. At a time when faith in our nation's leaders and political officials is at an all-time low, accountability and transparency is critical. Language in the proposed amendments was changed, watered down, and softened to reduce accountability. What are the projected levels of affordability to be gleaned if the comp plan is approved? How will the plan's performance be measured? The IZ amendments mandate the development of new, I'm sorry, I had the wrong page. I feel, okay, mandates of development. At a time when faith in our nation's leaders and political officials is critical, accountability is needed. The data applied in the plan must be reconciled against disputed data and made publicly available, growth rate, vacancy rate, etc. The development pipeline won't be built for 5 to 10 years, which ignores today's well-established need for affordable housing, especially during the coronavirus. No 4-year progress reports have been made publicly available. What are the comp plan's top priorities? New developments will be increasingly classified as a matter of right development rather than PUDs, which circumvents yet another safety net once available to our citizenry. The plan should mandate the use of a standard community-led equitable development business model for new development to further ensure our citizens' voices are being heard. And I would like to thank you for my testimony. I apologize for all the difficulties, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Don't apologize. It's probably the most excitement we've had all afternoon. Robin Diener.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Okay, good afternoon, Chairman. I'm Robin Diener, Director of the Library Renaissance Project. We support the housing justice priorities of the Grassroots Planning Coalition and suggest that this bill be rejected. I personally am not a fan of even the existing comp plan because the vision for an inclusive city was empty rhetoric until some activists dug into it. And as I testified at the last marathon hearing on the comp plan, council members with whom we spoke at that time said they had never looked at the comp plan, except you, Chairman. And likewise, the Office of Planning seems not to have delivered meaningful progress reports on this. I would like a progress report, an analysis of the West End Library deal. Was giving East Bank $7.1 million in gap funding the only way to get workplace housing? And why did we give them 3 parcels of public land for no dollars? Anyway, before we take on any more public-private partnerships, I think we should have an analysis of that deal. But moving on to something more positive, my theme today is let's get visionary, but I won't sing it because I know you don't like the way I sing, Chairman. Number 1, use our public land to build mixed income and truly affordable housing. As one witness yesterday so aptly put it, if DC can give away land and subsidy, it can provide affordability. Number 2, start a public bank to finance affordable housing. This body, the council, commissioned a public bank feasibility study released in June, and thank you, DC Council Twitter, for finding it for me. We need to use a public bank to build mixed income housing, risk-free, that will generate funds for its own maintenance and, in fact, very likely return money to the city. Number 3, we've talked about this today, convert office to housing downtown. Another study commissioned by this body minimized the trend which was already active before COVID, as we saw with WeWork and teleworking. This report should not be dismissed. It should be examined. And as Jim Schulman said, we need to mandate IZ downtown and preserve the height limit. It can be done. If necessary, the city can buy a building with its public bank and develop its own social housing, as an example. Number 4, strengthen the comp plan language. You've heard that. Number 5, consider IZ for retail. This is a brilliant idea. As a former business owner, I've never heard this before until Jim Schulman showed me his testimony. It's a brilliant idea. Number 6, actively encourage accessory dwelling units in Ward 3. I mean, this might sound like a small thing, but according to yet another study, the Urban Land Institute Rock Creek West study, there are enough potential ADUs in Ward 3 to reach the mayor's housing goal. So I don't know if it's the right thing to do, but is anybody looking at it? I mean, we paid for the report, so we should be looking at it. Number 7, co-locate public facilities. My ANC asked for limited library services, particularly for kids, to be provided at the soon to be renovated Stead Park. And that request was initially accepted and then removed. We need to provide a library for Macmillan, as the community asked as far back as 2002. It could be co-located with the rec center. We want public-public co-location, not public-private deals. Number 8, redlining. If we want to put an end to redlining, why is the city supporting the SunTrust Plaza redevelopment? That land was given to the city as reparation for redlining by a bank. So somebody has to fix that. Number 9, 30,000 vacant units, according to the American Community Survey of the US Census. Come on, we need an explanation. And number 10, this is the most important, Chairman, and we've talked about this before, you and I. Please provide small area plans for every neighborhood. I'm encouraged by some of the thoughtful planning that I've heard about in these 2 days of hearings that some ANCs and others have done. We need more planning at that granular level. Small area plans with neighborhoods citywide can form the basis for your new comprehensive plan in 5 years. It will create buy-in from communities instead of lawsuits.
Ms.
And will
Diener, I've
provide
let you
markers
go
for
way
progress.
over your time.
Oh, I have. Oh, I apologize. And what? Just give me a small area plan for DuPont Circle, please. Thank you very much. I didn't hear the bell.
Okay, well, okay. Thank you. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I do have a few questions. I should try to get through this quickly because we still have more witnesses. Mr. Price, I was a little confused by your testimony. I would note I do not have your statement. I also
I'm sorry about that. I
Mr.
thought I emailed it.
Teresa or Ms. Duffy. Oh, I'm told that we have it, but it can't be printed. All right, but Mr. Teresa, we don't have your statement, and Ms. Duffy, we don't have your statement, although I think Ms. Duffy is left. Mr. Price, what I heard you say was pass the plan this year without changes. Is that correct?
Without changes to the Office of Planning amendments, but open up amendments that would further the Office of Planning's goals.
Okay, that's sort of picking sides. So how do we do all that? You've heard the testimony. We've had now about 150 witnesses. And we're to ignore all that, or I'll bring this out again. This is the plan. That's not meant to just be a prop. And we're going to do all this in the next 2 weeks.
Sounds like you have your work cut out for you.
So let me ask this. I was going to ask several witnesses and Mr. Teresa, but maybe I'll just ask Mr. Teresa. The Office of Planning insists that the amendments that they proposed will actually increase affordable housing in the city. And implicit is that thereby current low and low moderate income residents will be able to stay in the city. What I remember from your oral statement was you don't agree. I just want you to explain a little bit more, or maybe argue for my benefit or the public's benefit, argue with the Office of Planning's contention, or I could rephrase it. There are a number of witnesses who say, pass the plan as is. It'll be very good for not only increasing affordable housing, but increasing affordable housing across the city. Why are they wrong?
Well, I think what they never account for is what the initial build out does to the areas where they're building. So when you look at the current FLUM, and I just saw this in an email from True Blood that my colleague Chris Otten passed to me, the area where the greatest entitlement is being offered is in Upper Northeast. So they're going to have a 33% increase in square footage that's offered compared to what they're currently allowed by the FLUM. But when you look at areas west of the park, like Ward 3 or Ward 2, theirs is around 8%. Well, what happens is you have an area like Upper Northeast, which is, you know, working class community. You build houses with 80% AMI. That's above what a lot of people make there. 60 AMI sometimes is above a lot of what people make in those communities. And then you're adding a bunch more market rate units, and you're rapidly changing over the character, the nature of a community. And these communities don't even have a chance to respond to it. They're pushed out very quickly. And so, I mean, there may be some truth in the statement. Overall in the city, there's more affordable housing. You know, a few years down the line, once this stuff enters into the, once it's built and enters in. But in the meantime, just the simple upzoning has increased the speculation in the area. And when it finally does get built, the economy is going to be completely out of whack with much of what's there. And so people end up being displaced. So, I mean, it could be both statements are true, that eventually there will be more affordable housing in the city eventually. But in the meantime, you've lost these communities that everyone says that they value, you know, the diverse communities and the different types of people, elderly, children, families, that sort of thing.
When you say Upper Northeast, are you talking about Ward 5 or are you talking about Deanwood?
I'm talking about Ward 5. And when you look at the PUDs that have occurred, the large scale development that's occurred between 2008 and 2018, much of them, over 50% of the 90 or so that have occurred in wards 5 or 6 in 2 or 3 census tracts. And when you look at the surrounding census tracts, you see tons of displacement in those areas. At the same time, you see white residents increase numerous times. You see the level of professionals and white collar workers increase numerous times. The levels of essential workers drop off. You see people of a certain age range between 18 and 34 increase. And so what they're proposing to do is more of the same. It used to be that they would target light industrial neighborhoods, which is code for, you know, a Black neighborhood due to legacies of discrimination and Black people ending up in light industrial use neighborhoods. So these are the neighborhoods that have been targeted: Navy Yard, Union Market, Ivy City. And, you know, they're offering 20% affordability, but what is affordability? And, you know, 20% is more than 12%, which is what turned over the other neighborhoods. But, you know, it's still, you know, we haven't seen the census that's coming out in 2020. There's COVID. I mean, I just don't understand the rush to push this through right now.
I'm using up more time than I should. Mr. Gould, you had a statement in your testimony that the proposal restricts DC residents' ability to appeal developments approved by the Zoning Commission. Why do you say that? And unmute yourself. You're still muted.
My thoughts and my opinions are that when you don't allow the appeals to take place, the concerns of the citizens and the citizenry is not able. We haven't had any PUDs disapproved in years, if ever. And I think but the only opportunity that the citizens have to respond, or one of the only methods that they have to respond, is through the zoning appeal. When I was initiating my development, there's no understanding in my community of the comp plan, the DC comp plan is very, very limited, whether it's churches, whether it's businesses, whether it's community residents. But one thing they do know that if they have concerns, especially when a new project is being proposed, that they can submit appeals to the zoning commission. That's like one of their abilities or one of their safety nets that they feel at least their voices can be heard. When you restrict that and limit that or eliminate that, then they do not really understand fully what avenues that they have available to appeal.
Well, how is this proposal restricting or eliminating that?
Well, when my reading of the plan is that they wanted to limit, and I don't have the article here in front of me, and I probably should, but there's a restriction or a proposal to reduce or eliminate the ability to we're moving toward matter of right versus PUDs. That's one way to restrict and limit the citizens' ability to respond. And then if they when they water down the language and say, instead of shall, should, and other ways that the language has been watered down, that makes it even more difficult for the citizens in the community to speak up and have a voice, or at least have a good chance at getting done what they feel needs to be done. I walk the streets over there quite often, and whether it's pastors, whether it's business owners, whether ANC representatives, commissioners, they don't know or not familiar with the comp plan. It was very shocking to me. And of course, me coming back, I wasn't quite as familiar with it as well. But I've been trying to bring myself up to speed, because I feel as though that the communication with the residents on the comp plan is so limited. If it weren't for organizations like the Empire DC, where I've sat in a few meetings, the folks in the community don't know. They have no idea of what's going on with Woodland Terrace. And that's 100 yards from the new development that I put up. And they have no clue as to, I get asked all the time, Terry, what's going on with Woodland Terrace? So I'm bouncing around a little bit, but I think that just being able to have that avenue, that safety net right now, when we look at the amount of inequitable development that has occurred over the years, I think having the ability to go into the zoning commission or submit appeals is needed, necessary, and that's my opinion.
Well, I asked for your opinion, so thank you. Pastor Freeman, quickly, if the land use change was made, it would allow medium density residential. Wouldn't that be taller and more dense buildings than what exist now in that area? My recollection is that area is mostly two-story row houses.
No, Chairman, the area that we in now, just to speak to what everyone has heard, it's very dense, if not one of the densest areas in the entire city. So right around the church where we're building is some row houses, but in the past few years, we see it's 3- and 4-story buildings that are going on. So the reason the church is very informed about things that are going on, but I think the comprehensive plan, even the last 10 or 20 years, has shifted and changed the demographics of where the church is. I can only speak for my church in this particular area, but it has changed the demographic of where the church is, and we're a predominantly Black church, of course, that it's changed it so quick that what we want to do is to maintain where we are and continue to be use the assets that we have to be able.
Sure, and I want you to be able to stay, but the medium density is, I believe, more around 6 stories.
It is. It's strange though, right around Columbia Heights. I don't know how they may have gotten around it, but right off Meridian and even Oak, if you were to drive up, even the most recent building that was built is 4 stories tall. There are even some condos and houses that have been built in the past few years that are 4 and 5 stories tall. And so I've gotten there in 2014, and I have literally seen that change since I've been.
Okay, well, that may be more consistent with moderate density than medium density. This is helpful. I'm not making any promises. I understand better. I want to thank all of you for your testimony and taking the time to put together your testimony and come here and put up with me and put up with the virtual platform. So you're all excused. Thank you very much. And the next group of witnesses, which will be the last group before the Director of the Office of Planning, Kemi Morton, who's President of Unfoldment, Inc., and President of the Bellevue Neighborhood Civic Association, Ann Hoffman, John Healy, Robin Russell, Judith Kennedy, Sarah Jorgensen, Laura Fuchs. All of you are listed as public witnesses. Tom Quinn, who's an A&E Commissioner with 3E04. Caitlin Peter, who's with the DC Association of Realtors. Reverend Wanda Thompson, who's with the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition. Holly Muhammad, who is an ANC 8A Commissioner, and Aaron Sedge, I may have that mispronounced, S-E-G-E, I believe.
Hello? I can't hear you.
That's because I was muted. All right, Ms. Morton, why don't we begin with you? You should all be in gallery view, and the clock should be visible to you in the top row. And if you would keep your remarks to 3 minutes, I would appreciate it. Ms. Morton, you're first, and good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, and also members of the committee staff and any council members who are watching. My name is Attorney Kemi Morton, and I am here as the president of Unfoldment Incorporated, which is a 501c3 nonprofit that was founded by my father, Baker Morton, in 1977 in Ward 8. I did not provide written statements because, Chairman Mendelson, I only got notice of this hearing a couple of days ago. I don't know why, since I'm president of the Bellevue Neighborhood Civic Association, that we weren't provided notice. So my association has not had an opportunity to comment on the plan. I would like to associate myself with the remarks of my Ward 8 colleagues, Ari Teresa and Terry Gould, that really people don't know about the comp plan, and we really probably need to do a better job of getting the community involved. Unfoldment provides counseling, housing, and community education services to DC residents, and our nonprofit owns a beautiful 2-acre parcel located on Martin Luther King and South Capitol Street in Bellevue. And it's adjacent to an additional 17 acres of Shepherd Parkway that's owned by the U.S. Park Service. The Office of Planning, as part of the comprehensive plan, has requested a map amendment that would, if approved, allow Unfoldment to construct on our property approximately 150 units of affordable housing for persons aged 55 and older. And so I am speaking today in support of that map amendment. As you know, housing is desperately needed, and affordable housing is desperately needed in Bellevue because prices have spiked unbelievably, Chairman Mendelson. For example, a single family Bellevue home near Unfoldment's property recently sold for more than $650,000. And on Alabama Avenue Southeast in Ward 8, there's currently a house on the market for over $1 million, well outside of the reach of the current residents. Our Unfoldment project for seniors has the strong support of Ward 8 leaders. Is my time up? If so, thank you very much for this opportunity to appear before you today. Is my time up?
I'll give you another minute. Take another.
Thank you, Chairman. Our enfollment property has the strong support of Councilmember Trayon White, ANC Commissioner 8C and 8D, our immediate neighbors, Covenant Baptist Church and Righteous Branch Church, which is going to be a partner with us on the project. And we urge the council to pass the proposed map amendment either as a standalone legislation or as part of the comprehensive plan. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today.
Thank you, Ms. Morton. The record's open for 2 weeks, so you have time to submit your statement, and I urge you to do that, please, because you were speaking specifically to a parcel, and that would be helpful for us to refer to. The notice for this hearing was issued on August 18th. So I can't speak to why you have just found out, but it's been publicized for 3 months.
Okay, well, thank you. I will get my statement in before
Please.
December 3rd. Thank you, Chairman Mendel.
Thank you. And it's good to see you. Ann Hoffman, if she is here. I don't see her. John Healy.
Hi, Phil. Thank you for calling this hearing to give the council the opportunity to hear directly from DC residents and taxpayers as to the negative impact that Muriel and Andrew's pipe dream of the giveaway of our city to their developer buddies and financial backers will have. The result of which, as we've heard repeatedly in the testimony yesterday as well as today, will be to further drive more of the multi-generational families out of their DC neighborhoods has been persistently happening since Muriel first began her drive to pave over DC. The council needs to stop Muriel and Andrew in their tracks and take back our city, just like the voters just took back the country from Trump's destructive path as he tried to hijack democracy and the country. Specifically, we ask the council to reject the comp plan amendments as currently drafted for at minimum the following 4 reasons, among many, many more. First, the assumptions for DC's continued population growth that underpin the proposed plan and are behind Muriel's and Andrew's proposal is fatally flawed due to the tens of thousands of residents who have already fled DC due to the Trump virus. Since the virus hit the country, the bottom has fallen out of DC's population numbers and has already abruptly dropped by 15,520 DC residents who have fled DC just in the 5 months from February through July. And the flight is continuing to occur now that residents have discovered that they can safely and readily telework from locations far from outside of DC. That's also what's led to the record office vacancy rate in DC. Further, developers report that their high-end market rate apartments are emptying out, causing a drop of both their rental income, and they're finding it difficult to find new renters to fill the vacancies due to the mass exodus that's underway. The second reason is the infrastructure failures and the need for developers to provide community benefits to address the additional strains that they put on DC's infrastructure. Details are in my written testimony. Third, affordable housing. Don't be misled or deceived by Muriel and Andrew's stunt of acting like they were trying to force these amendments through to provide for more affordable housing. Instead, the council should mandate that the proposed comp plan state that developers can only build 100% affordable buildings, and that they need to require that all the new units that Muriel and Andrew say they want to build in DC to be affordable units at 60, 40, and 20% AMI, not at the 80% AMI that developers now get away with. I see my time's up. The rest of my comments are in my written statement. Thanks, Phil.
Thank you, Mr. Healy, and we do have your statement. Ann Hoffman. Ann Hoffman. I see her identified on the screen, but she's not responding. I'm going to skip her and come back if she reappears. Robin Russell.
Thanks, Chairman Mendelson. I appreciate your time, and thanks to everyone who tuned in today. So I'm Robin Russell. I'm a resident of DC and a homeowner in the Trinidad neighborhood. Have been for about 8 years here in Ward 5. And I'm just testifying today to express my strong support for 3 things. I'm requesting that the council pass the Office of Planning's amendments by the end of 2020. As everybody knows, amendments to the 2006 comp plan have been ongoing since 2016, and these amendments are designed to increase density and allow for more development, which will ultimately lower housing costs. I'm not saying anything anyone hasn't said, but we need more affordable housing, and it's such an urgent need. We really can't wait any longer to have an updated comp plan. Number 2, I support adding language to the bill that creates better comp plan procedures and encourages the Office of Planning to begin to rewrite the 2006 plan by 2022. Again, just stressing the urgency there. And number 3, I'm open to other amendments as long as they increase construction for more housing citywide, and particularly in affluent neighborhoods such as Rock Creek West, Near Northwest, and Capitol Hill. I'd support further amendments to upflume as long as they're either maintained or expanded, and want to make sure that we're not maintaining that protect and conserve language that was so common in the 2006 land use element. So again, as everyone on this call knows, passing these amendments to the comp plan will allow passage of much needed policies to address the shortage of dense, affordable housing in the district. And I just want to say, I'm testifying today on behalf of dozens of homeowners like myself in the district who consider themselves YIMBYs. I know we don't always testify at hearings like this. I had to step out of a work meeting and step into this, but we need to do it more because there's a massive group of young homeowners in the city who want more affordable housing to be built, even if it means their property values won't rise as quickly. So much of DC is zoned like a suburb with so many single family homes and so many more than in other cities. We want more apartment buildings. We want the city to build up. We want more high density units in our neighborhoods. We want people of all backgrounds and income levels, those experiencing homelessness, to have affordable places to live as our neighbors, and to have access to the good schools that often come with living in these higher income areas. So many people who I speak to are just tired of walking down the street every day to see people living in tents. You know, we're one of the richest cities in America, and we just feel like there's no excuse for this. We can do better. We have to do better. Every person deserves a safe place to call home. And if we don't do it because it's the right thing to do, which I hope we will, I hope that we'll do it because it's also the smart thing to do. You know, if we don't build more dense, affordable housing units and the cost of housing continues to rise at unsustainable rates, people will start to leave the city. And we're already seeing this in places like San Francisco and other big cities. And it's, of course, only going to be exacerbated by COVID. Jenny Schultz at the Brookings Institute, along with numerous other researchers, have outlined data showing cities have to build more housing, less expensive housing to allow residents to remain and thrive. And that starts by having an updated comprehensive plan. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Judith Kennedy. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thanks so much for this hearing. It's really important. My family is only the 3rd owner of our small house in Cleveland Park since it was built in 1903. Several of our near neighbors have lived in their homes for more than 50 years. One house on our block has been home to 5 generations of the same family, and they rake my leaves. Before, we all see ourselves not just as legacy owners, but as stewards of the historic houses and streets that are absolutely worth preserving for the future. Before retirement, I spent 35 years advocating for affordable housing and historic preservation, 2 very complementary goals that I learned in the 1970s, working to designate the first African-American historic district in Pittsburgh, Manchester. So I'm extremely disappointed that the DC Office of Planning is now pushing extreme proposals by major developers that also single out and target the Cleveland Park Historic District. If enacted, our neighborhood commercial strip would be replaced by 9 to 12-story structures, much like my dentist's office building at 2021 Pennsylvania Avenue. Essentially, the height and density of downtown buildings instead of a commercial strip. And the city would promote and prioritize development of 4 to 5 story multifamily buildings on lots currently zoned for single family houses. The amendments weaken historic preservation protections in general and go out of their way, curiously, to penalize Cleveland Park in particular, tripling the allowable density levels solely in the Cleveland Park metro area. Our neighborhood is already among the densest neighborhoods in Ward 3, and until the city started dismantling rent control, we had a significant number of control units supporting our low and moderate income residents. These proposals would hollow out the historic district and degrade its contributing elements so blatantly and at such expense to the city that Joni Mitchell's words keep ringing in my ear. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? They paved paradise and put up, in this case, a luxury high rise. And for what? With straight faces, proponents claim the changes are to increase low-income housing. As witnesses from every ward have made clear to you these 2 days, they will not. High-rise developers will only have to provide a handful of affordable studio or one-bedroom apartments in even the largest market rate buildings. Affordable maybe to an American university student or to somebody coming to work at Amazon in Alexandria, Arlington, who wants to live in the city. Developers have been emboldened by the total capitulation of the Office of Planning to height and density proposals that are reminiscent of urban renewal in the 1960s. They at best overreach, will not make any meaningful addition to the supply of low and moderate income rental housing. They single out the Cleveland Park Historic District in a punitive manner and create a very troubling precedent for historic preservation, which has been so effective in preserving communities in DC. Please reject these amendments and send OP back to the drawing board to do no harm and listen to community members as well as the big developers. I add advice from the Rolling Stones. You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you might find you get what you need.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Sarah Jorgensen, I believe, is not here. Tom Quinn. Tom Quinn. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council member.
Yeah, you just muted yourself and you're making us all dizzy walking around.
Hopefully you can hear me now.
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, Councilmember Mendelson. My name is Tom Quinn, and I'm an ANC commissioner testifying today on behalf of ANC 3E regarding the comprehensive plan. I have submitted fuller written testimony and 3 resolutions we passed regarding the comp plan, as well as a 4th resolution we passed supporting the district's proposed update to the inclusionary zoning regulations. Beginning in 2015, the Office of Planning solicited input for amendments to both the text of the comp plan and the future land use map and received proposals from many parties for changes in our ANC, proposals that we believe are among the highest and most significant of any in the district. The Office of Planning accepted most of these amendments, and after hosting discussions at 3 public meetings about these proposals, ANC 3E unanimously approved the attached resolution concerning the flume at its February meeting. Our ANC has long believed the district needs to build both more market rate and affordable housing and believes that Ward 3 and our ANC specifically should play a role in meeting the city's growing need for housing. Resolutions passed at our February meeting largely supported the proposed changes to the flume. In a couple of instances, we did suggest a lesser upfluming than what OP suggested, and also suggested a more nuanced flume could be designed through an expedited small area planning process focused on Upper Wisconsin Avenue, and even suggested that such a planning process could yield additional opportunities for greater overall densities. Although we were disappointed OP did not agree with all of our suggestions, our ANC was compelled to pass another resolution at our May meeting, because OP made 2 significant changes to the proposed flume in apparent reliance on our resolution that were inconsistent with the ANC's actual recommendation. Our ANC was particularly frustrated that our request for an expedited small area plan was ignored. Frustration that turned to dismay when we learned another Ward 3 ANC with only modest proposed changes to its part of the flume had its request for a small area plan granted. We believe that an expedited small area plan is vital because COVID has exacerbated changes in the retail environment, necessitating a relook at the Friendship Heights commercial area and increasing numbers of students in Tenleytown, and the success of our Main Street group there create great opportunities there as well to rethink the Tenleytown commercial area. For all of these reasons, ANC 3E respectfully asks the council to move forward with the comprehensive plan this session, including especially the creation of an expedited small area plan for our neighborhood that will enable us to make changes and trade-offs in density and uses tailored to the particular needs of Friendship Heights and Tenleytown. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinn. I don't believe Laura Fuchs or Caitlin Peter are here. I'm going to try Ann Hoffman again. I actually don't see her name any longer on the screen. Reverend Wanda Thompson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I appear before, well, thank you first of all for hearing my testimony, and I'm here today as a public witness, although I am listed as the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition, and I do wholeheartedly as a member support the housing justice priorities that have been submitted. I'm a pastor and a resident in Ward 8, and I have worked with the DC Grassroots Coalition. And in my 3 minutes, I want to make the following points. The language in the comp plan must be specific and not aspirational or ideal when it comes to housing justice. The words shall and must be used when it comes to provisions of providing housing for those making 30 to 50% of the AMI. And I'll just insert here, I don't know if this is true or not, but yesterday, Channel 4 reported that the AMI now is $1 million. Each council member must hold a roundtable for residents in their ward to thoroughly explain and seek input on their area elements, the future land maps, and generalized maps. And these roundtables must be well publicized within the ward. And I agree with all who have said that even though this has been publicized, many residents are not aware of the comp plan. And when you ask people about it, they've never heard of it. And we're trying our best to educate people. Number 3, provisions must be made for the redevelopment, maintenance, and preservation of public housing, for rent control and rent stabilized housing, and for the unhoused. Number 4, the community must be involved in the decision-making and establishment of equitable development. 5, there must be transparency in vacancy rates of developed properties, and such vacancies must be set aside for residents making 30 to 50% of the AMI. Ward 8 must have grocery stores, not just a token few, as many, and we need to have as many as other wards do. Someone mentioned before they have 9 supermarkets in their area. Ward 8 residents must be able to weigh in on density in the community and being able to maintain sufficient family homes at affordable rates. And finally, the comp plan must and shall aggressively act to prevent the displacement of long-term residents, whether by design or unintentional, to preserve the diversity and inclusive makeup of our great city. Thank you for the opportunity to have testified.
Thank you, Reverend Thompson. And I don't believe we have a copy of your statement.
I sent it in much earlier, yesterday or the day before.
Could you resend it? Thank you. Holly Muhammad, who's an ANC commissioner, ANC 8A. Commissioner Muhammad?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can see you too.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, Council and Chairman Wilson. My name is Holly Muhammad. I'm an ANC commissioner in Ward 8. I'm on ANCA, and my single member district is 01, which is the Fairlawn neighborhood. I have literally sat through 3 directors of the Office of Planning since I've been a commissioner, and I haven't seen any changes or improvements in what's happening in our community. I'm endorsing and requesting the council to adopt the housing justice priorities proposed by the Grassroots Planning Coalition and to reject current comprehensive plan amendments as submitted. I just want to read a couple of things from their proposal. And I would really like every councilman to take the time to look at it themselves and not turn it over to legislative help. So one of their proposals is to ensure that all ward level amendments, as well as changes to the future land use and generalized map proposed by the Mayor's Office of Planning are examined, discussed with affected ward level residents, as well publicized, open and participatory roundtables led by the ward council members. And that's very important, because if you go back and look at the district elements, you'll see that some of the ward assets were pulled out of Ward 8 and put into other wards through their in their maps. And that's due to not having any community engagement with the affected community. The Office of Planning has been on the road totally eliminating community input with their increase in matter of right development, which is in favor of big developers and undermining the affected communities. We will not be able to bring racial equity to the comp plan without community-led development. There is no one at the table protecting the future of people of color, specifically our Black communities, in the planning of this city. That includes land use planning, transportation planning, and housing. All of it. There's no one at the table protecting our interests. We need a community-led document that solves the racial disparities that mass gentrification has caused through the comprehensive plan that's written. We cannot deny the comp plan is racist. It was written to spur the gentrification that has decimated the Black community and culture in DC. The Fairlawn neighborhood has been redlined to eliminate single-family housing and slated for mass RA2 zoning and an increase in unwanted density. So we have developers tearing down single-family homes on very small lots and then replacing them with multi-family buildings, no matter what the size of the lot. And this is all being done with no community input or concern for the residents in homes, homeowners that live around the lots. This pattern is destroying the character of our neighborhood and undermining the property values belong to homeowners. We have a handful of planners that are determining the racial composition of a whole city. I asked the council to reject the comp plan as written and to schedule ward level community-led plan prior to a vote on the comprehensive plan amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Aaron, is it Sedgy or Sedge?
It's Segi, but totally
Segi.
fine. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Aaron Segi. I am a supporter of Greater Washington and a resident of Ward 6. I'm here to urge the council to adopt the Office of Planning's recommended amendments to the comprehensive plan by the end of 2020. And I also support any other amendments that plan for the increased production of housing citywide, especially in affluent neighborhoods. Additionally, I hope the council adds bill language that encourages OP to begin rewriting the comp plan by 2022. I want to first talk a bit about my DC story and my values, and then what kind of amendments I support for the comp plan. I moved here 2 years ago for a job in the federal government. It was difficult to find housing within a reasonable commute that was affordable on my government salary. I eventually found an affordable apartment, but many of my coworkers and friends were not so lucky. They ended up in Virginia. I also know other young people who, due to the high cost of living here, have left the region entirely. At the same time that I want affordable housing for myself and others who move here, I don't want to displace longtime residents, many of whom are Black residents. DC is a community and I care deeply about my neighbors. We should all be able to live here. Hypothetically, if DC adds zero housing and there's zero vacancy, someone like me can only move here if someone else leaves. In practice, we've seen displacement even amidst housing construction because that construction was outstripped by demand. Last year, this council amended the comp plan's framework element to align with this view by stating that DC's housing affordability and displacement crisis is triggered not by a housing boom, but by a population boom. Additional housing is a solution, not the problem. The 2006 comp plan, and specifically its future land use map, contributed to the housing squeeze by stifling housing growth in wealthier neighborhoods. OP's new amendments would help address our housing shortage equitably by up-flumming some areas in wealthier neighborhoods. I hope these amendments are adopted without delay. At the same time, I would like more up-flumming in my area of Capitol Hill. As far as I can tell, OP recommended only one amendment in Capitol Hill south of H Street and Benning Street. Amendment 9903 would allow a mix of moderate density residential and medium density residential, the latter of which is defined as 4 to 7 stories on 14th Street between D and E Streets southeast. Increased density is great, but if you walk over to that block, you'll see a beautiful new Safeway at the base of a 5-story apartment building. In other words, that area already includes medium density, and the Flum amendment is only playing catch up. The rest of Capitol Hill south of H Street and Benning Street remains flummed at moderate density or row house neighborhoods with low-rise garden apartment complexes. That is a precise description of the neighborhood as it currently exists, yet a flum is meant to chart land use for the future. Instead of freezing our neighborhood, we should allow it to grow. So I also support any other amendments that plan for increased housing construction and support the call for OP to begin rewriting the comp plan by 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Segi. And sorry to make you wait, since you're the last witness before we get to the Director of the Office of Planning. I do want to note, I've said this with some of the witnesses, I don't have written statements from Ms. Morton or Ms. Kennedy or Reverend Thompson or Commissioner Muhammad or you, Mr. Segi. And I'd appreciate it if you would get them to us. If you think you did, my staff's been pretty good about printing them out for me, so we may have missed it and resend it. I encourage you to do that.
Okay, I've submitted it and I will resend it.
Please, and this is also a reminder to you and you, all of you, and anybody who's watching, the record in this matter is open for 2 weeks. And that isn't to say that nobody can talk to us after 2 weeks. It just means we have to file a record, and what we received prior to the close of business on December 3rd, we will file as part of the record. And of course, we will continue to get comments, but they won't be part of the record. I really only have one question, and that's for Commissioner Quinn, if he is still here. Yes, you are. What I heard from your statement was that the ANC is generally supportive of where the Office of Planning is going with the amendments with regard to the ANC 3E neighborhood, but there were some particulars, 2 or 3, where OP did not agree. And what wasn't clear to me was whether you want us to fix that or you want us to just go ahead and approve what Office of Planning submitted.
So there are 2 buckets where OP didn't agree with us. We had in a couple of instances in their proposed upfluming, we suggested an in-between position. There were a couple of lots that are currently low density. They had suggested medium density, and we suggested moderate. A couple of those they rejected, and they provided their reasons, and that's fine. But there were 2 particular lots where we had suggested that we thought even high density for the lot might be appropriate, but only in association with a small area plan, which was our big ask in our resolution. And for whatever reason, on those 2 particular lots, rather than granting us a small area plan, the Office of Planning upzoned the 2 lots from medium density to high density. So our resolution was asking them to honor our previous resolution about the comp plan on those 2 lots.
So that's the primary change you would like us to make, is that there should be a small area plan.
Well, I mean, our February resolution said that on those 2 lots, we thought they could be high density after a small area plan. And like I said, OP took that and just rezoned the lot, upflumed the lots from medium density to high density. So our ask was to honor the February resolution, which asked for the lots to stay as proposed and for us to have a small area plan.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for any of you, so I want to thank you for your time and your testimony. It's been helpful, and I'm saying that not just to you all who are in front of me, but everybody. I don't have the final number in front of me, but I'm going to say it's about 160 witnesses that we've heard from yesterday and today. It's been helpful, and thank you, all of you. I'm going to take a brief recess, about 15 minutes. That means till 2:45, and then hear from I think I was just kicked out by staff, but I'm back. So we're going to recess until 2:45, and I'm hopeful that Andrew Trueblood will be visible at that point. So we're in recess. And again, thank you, everybody. right, are we getting close to ready? Is cable television ready? Is Andrew Trueblood around, hanging around, waiting for the?
We're ready. Cable's ready.
I'm reconvening this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole, and the subject is Bill 23-736, Comprehensive Plan Amendment Act of 2020, which was submitted by the mayor, introduced at the request of the mayor on April 23rd of this year. We have gone through a large number of witnesses, and we are now at the point where we're going to hear from the Director of the Office of Planning. I'm told there's just one person between me and dinner, and actually, I'm looking at you, Mr. Trueblood, and actually, while that's true, Dan, dinner is a long way off, so that means I've got at least, let me see, at least 4 or 5 hours for you. Let me just kind of remind everyone, which is the public if they're watching, the record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, we will accept for the record any comments, testimony, additional remarks if they're received before 5 p.m. on December 3rd. Anything after that, council members are free to look at, but it won't be included in the record of the hearing. I feel like there was something else I'm supposed to mention. I can't remember it. So, Mr. Trueblood, if you want to, I have, I think, a short statement and a long statement from you. If you want to proceed, and then I think I have 1 or 2 questions for you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Bonds, McDuffie, Pinto, Tran, White, Shea, and Nadeau, and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Andrew Trueblood, and I am the Director of the DC Office of Planning. On behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser, I am pleased to share with the committee testimony on B23-736, the Comprehensive Plan Amendment Act of 2020. OP urges council adoption of the proposed amendments to chapters 1 and 3 through 25 of the district elements of the comprehensive plan, or what we have been referring to as the comp plan update in 2020. I've submitted written remarks for the record, and my verbal testimony is abridged to highlight some of the salient points, especially as they relate to the testimony that we have heard over the last 2 days or about 12 hours. I encourage anyone interested in learning more about the document to visit the treasure trove of resources we have up at plandc.dc.gov. In particular, the website has interactive maps showing changes as well as theme-based crosswalks for equity, resilience, COVID-19 recovery, which we know have been useful for various stakeholders. First, I would like to thank everyone who has engaged in this massive effort, including those who have testified over or submitted comments in this particular matter. You help illustrate both how important this update is and how this update is the product of unprecedented public engagement and careful consideration. I also want to thank the numerous OP staffers who have dedicated years to this process. I owe a particular debt of gratitude to Colleen Wilger, who as Associate Director of Neighborhood Planning spearheaded this massive effort. It is bittersweet that after today's hearing, she will be leaving us to become the Planning Director of Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Through the process, we have heard from over 10,000 residents and stakeholders, as well as numerous district officials and agencies. Some residents spent a minute sharing their values with us at a table at Marshall Heights Day. Hundreds of others have dedicated an hour or two at an ANC or community meeting to learn about the comp plan update and provide thoughtful feedback. Of course, there are those dedicated stakeholders who have spent days reviewing the materials at plandc.dc.gov, preparing testimony for this hearing, talking to OP staff, and getting their neighbors involved. OP has provided a wealth of information for those who want to spend 10 minutes or 10 hours reviewing this proposal, including various resources that support the document now under consideration by the council. And we appreciate the effort and insight of everyone who has spent time learning and sharing with us to create the best community-informed update possible. The comprehensive plan, as has been said many times over the last 2 days, is a high-level guide that sets a positive long-term vision for the physical development of the district. We know that the city will change over time. The role of the comprehensive plan is to help guide that change towards a positive future, both for today's residents and our children and grandchildren. The comp plan does this by providing context, shared values, and goals to inform public decision-making and fine-grained planning efforts. It informs land use regulation and capital budgeting, guides executive and legislative decisions, and sets the groundwork, for small area planning. Further, it helps to guide actions of residents, businesses, and other organizations. However, it is not self-implementing, and its policies directives are not binding unless provided by statute. The existing comprehensive plan was enacted in 2006 and underwent a minor amendment in 2011. It's 1,000 pages. 1,000 pages, Chairman. This is the existing comp plan. And overall structure are what we had to start with this update and are reflective of the challenges and environment of nearly two decades ago. It needs this major update to address the current and future challenges we face, most notably around COVID-19 recovery, housing, equity, and resilience. The comp plan update seeks to address these challenges through the lens of the physical space of the district, from housing growth in the context of longstanding systemic racism to immediate public health and public space challenges. It proposes specific actions and policies that can help guide how the district tackles these challenges and more over the coming years. While the comp plan is an important guide, I must note that as a guide, it cannot make growth, development, or legislation occur. So it is important to note both the possibilities and the limitations of this update as we move forward towards adopting it. OP has heard some concerns about moving forward with an update at this time, given COVID-19 and the resultant public health and economic impacts. At the onset of COVID-19, OP took a step back to conduct a top-to-bottom review of the draft comp plan update. We found that, apart from a few strategic language changes, the proposal is still broadly relevant, as it is anchored in long-term values and goals that COVID-19 did not change. In fact, we found the update is needed even more urgently to anchor our long-term recovery, to ensure we move towards our current shared vision and goals, especially around equity. The very uncertainty we are facing as a result of COVID-19 pandemic is precisely the reason why we should act in 2020 to update the outdated 2006 comp plan. As the council moves forward to adopt this update, I would like to note that public engagement has been a hallmark of the comp plan process. It has been broader and deeper than any previous update. Here are a few highlights of the engagement of residents and stakeholders. In 2016, OP kicked off the amendment cycle by hosting 7 town hall meetings across the district. In 2017, during the official open call for amendments, OP held over 100 community-based office hours across all 8 wards. The open call process yielded over 3,000 amendment proposals. OP also incorporated public input from other venues, including feedback provided through the DC Council's review of the framework element in 2018 and the testimony provided then. In 2019, OP heard from nearly 3,100 residents and stakeholders across all 8 wards through our DC Values campaign, which helped shape our review. Also in 2019, OP launched the final public review process. It took several steps to prioritize meaningful participation, especially from advisory neighborhood commissions, including holding trainings about the process and timeline, hosting ANC-specific briefings about key changes, and attending numerous ANC meetings. As a result, OP received 34 official ANC resolutions representing over 90% of our ANCs. The timeframe for OP's public review process was the longest feedback ever provided for a draft comprehensive plan amendment, with nearly 3 months for public feedback and 4 months for ANC feedback. This is an example of how OP has sought to balance our commitment to robust public engagement with our goal to expeditiously deliver the proposal in April of this year, which would allow council time to approve it before the end of 2020. I want to highlight the urgent need for the adoption in 2020. The existing comp plan was prepared 14 years ago, so does not adequately address our acute housing, climate change, and racial equity challenges. Simply put, the existing comp plan does not sufficiently support efforts to meet the housing needs of the district residents today, let alone in the future. The update contains new and updated policies that respond to the framework's focus on housing. They support the district's goal of producing 36,000 new units and 12,000 affordable housing units by 2025, promote housing preservation and equity, address various types of displacement, and support specific housing needs, such as larger housing units and housing for vulnerable populations, such as older adults, residents with disabilities, as well as at-risk homeless populations, including LGBTQ youth. Importantly, updates to the future land use map, or FLUM or FLUME, provide additional development capacity that allow for needed housing and affordable housing. We estimate the proposed updates to the future land use map, which affect about 6% of the mapped area, will result in 15% additional capacity for housing. I'll put a note here, that's capacity, that's not necessarily housing that will happen, but that is just comparing the capacity before to the capacity after. Through OP's work with the Zoning Commission on improving inclusionary zoning, The district is already working to ensure that additional development capacity will be used for more affordable housing, which will support critical affordable housing fund, which will work in support with the critical funding from other district agencies. We also know of numerous projects featuring affordable housing that are waiting on this proposal to move forward. For over 1,000 units now under consideration by the Zoning Commission, each month of delay on adopting the comp plan is a month of not serving our residents with critical affordable housing and amenities. In addition, guidance from the comp plan update will assist district officials as we encourage federal officials to align projects such as the Armed Forces Retirement Home redevelopment and Union Station expansion with DC priorities. In addition to guidance around housing and COVID-19 recovery, the comp plan also includes changes that address 3 additional priorities which are not sufficiently addressed in the 2006 plan: equity, resilience, and our public resources and realm. Building on the updates provided in the framework element, the comp plan addresses equity and racial justice through nearly 100 policies and actions that help ensure all residents have what they need to thrive, no matter their race, age, neighborhood, or income. And these policies are supported by a health equity framework informed by the social determinants of health. They're all captured in our equity crosswalk that is available at plandc.dc.gov. For example, policy CSF 2.1.1 supports a strategic framework for improving community health, which seeks to improve public health outcomes while promoting equity across a range of social determinants that include health, race, gender, income, age, and geography. The comp plan update addresses resilience through numerous changes to help the district respond to both human and man-made shocks and stressors, including the economic downturn, as well as risks posed by climate change. These are captured in a crosswalk that is available at plandc.dc.gov. For example, policy LU 1.1.1 creates future planning analysis and resilience focus areas to help plan for recovery and climate change while helping the district achieve equitable growth. Areas of the district where neighborhoods have been hit hard by a health pandemic, or that are facing challenges around climate change, or where there are opportunities for more equitable housing that will be prioritized include Congress Heights, Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast, Chevy Chase, and our resilience focus areas around the waterfronts. The comp plan update addresses public resources by supporting coordination between master facilities plans across parks, schools, libraries, and rec centers. It also acknowledges the importance of public space for cultural life, economic vibrance, and celebration. For example, policy US 3.1.5 supports the use of sidewalks and public space to help enliven public realm and support small business, as we have seen with streeteries, which is critical for recovery. And I think that might be policy UD as I look at it. Moreover, the comp plan update includes revisions that address the pressing issue of land use appeals. The 2006 comp plan, which contains many internally conflicted policies, use varied language that courts have used to create distinctions that were not necessarily intended and have proven to offer great fodder for litigation on important projects. The update builds on the work of a framework element that the council approved a year ago, providing updated policies and maps that will reduce uncertainties and ambiguity, ultimately reducing the risk of federal courts overturning the local decision-making, while still ensuring all residents and stakeholders have the same rights and access to these critical processes. The update also includes important language clarifications. For example, to reflect the comprehensive plan status as a guide, mandatory language such as shall and must has been replaced with terms like should. In addition, phrases like protect neighborhood character, which have been used to perpetuate racial exclusion historically, have been replaced with respect neighborhood character to reframe this important objective using an inclusive and positive tone. However, we retain phrases like protect historic resources because that remains consistent with our current historic preservation policy. In conclusion, the update that Mayor Bowser submitted to the council in April of 2020 reflects robust community input, broad DC government feedback, and deep planning analysis. The resultant maps, narrative, policies, and actions will provide the district government and residents with the support we need to seize the opportunities and tackle the challenges ahead. OP is committed to supporting council members however we can to ensure that you and your staff can move forward with the update of the proposed comp plan in 2020. Thank you, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
If anybody thought I'd fallen asleep or disappeared off the radar, I had not. Thank you, Mr. Trueblood. I'm going to begin with, I do have some questions, different questions, but I'm going to start with some questions off of your testimony. With regard to COVID-19, so you early in your statement take on the criticism that we should not be dealing with the plan at this time because of those who argue we should not be dealing with the plan at this time because we should wait for the pandemic to end. You said apart from a few strategic language changes, the proposal is still broadly relevant. What were the strategic language changes?
Thank you. It's pretty, I would put them in two categories. One is we grew, I'd say what were originally considered natural disasters and emergencies caused by natural disasters. We broadened the language to include public health emergencies. I think before, when we thought about emergencies, emergency responses and needs around that, we thought hurricanes and natural disasters. So that was one example. It doesn't change what we're trying to do. It just changes kind of how we think about emergencies. The other one is we did add a couple of policies around monitoring the ongoing changes with recognition that data will be critical and on understanding what's happening will be critical. So in addition to, for example, following the OCFO's reports, we also do monitoring for the economic recovery team and have been tracking what's happening to the city in that way.
I just wrote down, added several paragraphs regarding monitoring of recovery. Does that capture what you just said?
Well, so we added some actions around that, and then we changed, we broadened our language around emergencies.
It does seem to me that the plan is a long-range guide that we pick a vision, which today is affordable housing and affordable housing. In 2006 was economic development. And it's a guide to get there over 15 years through changes in land use, some other incentives or language. And if I'm correct in that view, I'm putting this out to get your reaction. If I'm correct in that view, then an immediate situation, as unusual, I'll even say extreme, as the COVID-19 pandemic is, I'm going to say, marginally relevant because it speaks to an immediate situation. It doesn't speak to housing 20 years from now or economic development 20 years from now or whatever other 20-year goal we have. Would you disagree with me?
I would not disagree with you. What I would say though, and I think the point that I agree, even with folks who say don't pass it now, is we have this COVID-19 health emergency may have long-term impacts on how the district is growing or changing or all of those things. Those are things that we to your point, that in the short term, we don't know. We can't do anything about that, but we need, I would say with a rewrite, that would be a critical, hopefully by the time we get to a rewrite, we will have a much better sense of where all of what is a lasting change? What is a temporary change? Because right now it's hard to tell at the moment.
Well, also, so the plan in 2006 was more focused on economic development, and the plan now, the updates now with the framework a year ago is more focused on housing and affordable housing. The fact that what we want may change, or even the economics may change, isn't really problematic. If we didn't change the plan at all, it just wouldn't be useful, but it wouldn't be an impediment in the sense that somehow it's putting us in the wrong direction. Same here. If, let's just say, and I probably shouldn't say this out loud, I don't think this will happen, but let's just say that everybody flees to the suburbs because, I don't know, the pandemic and teleworking makes the suburbs more attractive. The fact that our goal is the production of housing is not, the fact that our goal written into a plan is housing, production of housing, is not harmful. It just means that the market won't build the housing that we want to see, and we'll need to get back to the table to reorient the plan.
I agree. I agree 100% with you. And I would add the comprehensive plan cannot make growth happen, but it can hamper it. And it can hamper, as we've seen, our ability to produce housing in the places we want to produce it in affordable housing. And so I think, to your point, if we allow it and there's not a desire for it, there's not a market for it, it won't happen. So I do think that's an important dynamic to recognize.
Well, you mentioned that it's an impediment, can be an impediment, not an impediment, but the plan can help stimulate or help guide or can facilitate development. You had said in your testimony, we know of numerous projects that are waiting on this proposal to move forward. I have a list from your office in August. Would that be the numerous projects?
I would, I don't know, I'd have to look. There are a few projects, maybe 3 or 4, that the Zoning Commission has explicitly said from the dais that, you know, while they might be able to move forward with it now, they're not as comfortable moving forward with it until they have a sense that this comp plan would be, you know, or that they have a sense of where the council will land with the comp plan. I'll put it that way.
Can you tell me what those projects are?
I can get that for you.
Well, I kind of want to go down this list that I got. To better understand, because there are folks who are putting pressure on me to adopt this 1,500 pages in the next 2 weeks. And so I kind of want to know what's at issue here.
Well, I guess my concern, I guess, is that I don't want to speak for the Zoning Commission, and I don't want to speak for project owners. So that's why I don't, you know, we can go through the list, but I might not be able to fully weigh in one way or another about what the status is, because I think that would be for the Zoning Commission.
Well, is the issue with the Zoning Commission, would it be fair to characterize that if we were to adopt the changes that you propose, the Zoning Commission would feel more comfortable, but that doesn't mean that they couldn't grant whatever that case is under the existing plan and make a case for why they did it?
I think it depends on the project. I think there's some where that's possible, and I think there are others that are, you know, really would need a clearer, especially, you know, we're talking about the future land use map here, but would need a clear designation on the land use map.
So you're saying that there's some projects we're talking about, like what, single digit, like I think you said 3 or 4 total. And out of that 4, are you saying that 1 or 2 of them are the developer actually came in with a proposal that's inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, the current plan?
I don't, I would say that we, you know, sending it, if we supported going to Zoning Commission, it's not inconsistent with the comp plan, we would say. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the Zoning Commission is comfortable with moving it forward, especially if they know that that they could wait and have a much greater sense of what the mayor and the council, how you all feel about this particular thing, and then a particular particular land use map, as well as then reducing, you know, the potential for litigation.
So I hadn't thought of it this way. The cases that are pending at the Zoning Commission, are there any of the cases pending at the Zoning Commission where the Office of Planning recommended that the case not be set down?
I don't believe so. Typically, if we don't recommend it, it doesn't go. So there are, I mean, there are also cases, as I think you know, that are actually waiting on the FLUM before even submitting. So you know, that's I would imagine is a much longer list.
And those are cases where you may not. Tell me more about those cases. Are those cases that you've said, yeah, but wait? Or those are cases where the developer has talked with you, but they haven't actually come up with a formal proposal?
Both. I think there are situations where we would tell them we wouldn't feel comfortable saying it's not inconsistent, or where the developer knows and they're just waiting. So I think there's both kinds of situations.
So for some in the development community, there's some speculation going on. Acquired the land for potential development, and they've kind of begun to put together what their proposal is, and they're hoping that we will make changes to the land use map, and then they can go in and argue this is not inconsistent and get a green light.
There are cases where the projects are, waiting on the certainty of the future land use map. Whether you call that speculation or not, I don't know. I mean, it depends on a whole host of factors. I know there are some long-term landowners that are thinking about this, so I don't know if it's speculation as much as, they've seen this proposal for over a year and have decided it would be better to wait and maybe get more housing, which is obviously something that we would support.
Can I ask you to follow up with me on, this is something that DEMPED has, but if you could, it's hard for me to figure out where it is. DEMPED keeps a, don't they still keep that calculator of affordable housing units produced?
Yeah.
It's how many units have been produced, how many are under
Yep.
construction, how many are in the pipeline?
Yep.
If you could provide me with the most current.
Yeah, I helped put that together, so I should really know it. I think it's, yeah, it's demped.dc.gov/dashboard. And there's a housing tracker there, but we'll submit it to you for the record.
What was that again? demped.dc.
demped.dc.gov/dashboard.
But you'll provide it.
Yeah, just to make sure that it's the latest.
Well, let me ask you this, as the planning director who's looks at housing, are we at maximum absorption rate in the city, or could we absorb more? And I meant absorption as in it's being built. Could we build it quicker? Can we rent what we build quicker, or are we kind of at the right rhythm right now?
And you mean in this particular moment of COVID-19?
You can answer it in terms of October 2020, or you could answer it in terms of 2019, 2020.
So I would say the work that we've done around the housing equity report shows that there's a structural imbalance of housing. We have a structural shortage, and in many ways that's what causes the rents to go up. And that's, that aligns with the research and that aligns with the understanding of the housing market. I would say, as we see it today, the vacancy rate of especially newer buildings that are coming online is a little bit higher. We don't have massive empty units around the city. We have a vacancy rate that is at or below most cities. But we are seeing the new stuff coming online is actually, and in some ways, I don't know, the real estate market or the real estate professionals don't want to hear this, but in some ways that's the goal, is that the top end rents are coming down, and there's not a lot of pressure. There's downward pressure on those rents. At the same time, I think what we're seeing is the kind of older stock and the large stock of rental housing in the city is still very strong. The home ownership market is still very strong. And so I think what I would say is there's right now, we might see a little bit of a slowing of new housing, but I do think after we sort of get over the hump of COVID-19, especially with the vaccine, I think we'll see that we'll still need to kind of keep producing housing in the right places and the right types of housing to address that structural shortage.
I'm not sure that answered my question, but I'm not sure I asked it well. There's a capacity issue with absorption. The market can absorb 50 new units a month, 150 new units a month, 1,050 units a month. I don't know what that is. I'm trying to get at whether we are at that limit and we want to continue it, or whether we are well below it.
So pre-COVID, new buildings were leasing up just as fast. I think we had all been waiting really for years for all of this new product to slow down in how quickly it would be absorbed, and it really wasn't. And I think that was pre-COVID, and I think there will be likely that will continue. But I think it's worth mentioning that new rental product is only one part of the market. There is a deep need that we know for maybe larger size units, for units in high opportunity areas, for home ownership units, limited equity co-op units, for example. And so I think that is where the comp plan is trying to weigh in and say that it's not, we need overall units, we need more units in the city and the region, but we also need the right types of units in the right places. And I think that this comp plan update really hones in on that.
The mayor's goal is 36,000. I'm looking at your testimony. The district's goal of producing 36,000 new units and 12,000 affordable units by 2025. Correct?
Yeah.
You should say correct because I read that from your
statement. That's right. That's what this is. Yep.
Is that 36 plus 12,000 or 36 including 12,000?
12,000 is part of the 36.
And can you tell me what progress we've made since that goal was announced?
I think I can tell you that it's actually on the website that I will be sending you. Generally, I would say the 36,000 number, we are on track. The affordable number, I think we still have a little bit of work to do. Honestly, the biggest driver of that 12,000 is funding. And I think, as you know, the funding issues that you and the city are facing have resulted in maybe less investment than we had really originally hoped. But I can share with you the update of that. I do think that with as I mentioned in my testimony, in addition to funding, I can't, that is a different kind of a different process. But in terms of land use, we do see the opportunity to convert additional density that's provided in this FLUM into affordable housing. And that can be either through what's passing before zoning commission right now called IZ+, which is a change in zoning, what's called a map amendment, or through a PUD, where we are now asking for higher percentage of affordable housing in most cases.
Well, let me ask you about that. There was testimony that was skeptical about whether new units west of the park would actually result in any significant number of affordable units. And of course, there's also an argument over what is affordable. What does affordable mean? For IZ, affordable is roughly 80% AMI?
50. It's, I'm sorry, it's 60% AMI for rental and 80% for, I'm sorry, is it, now I need that, now I believe it's either 50 or 60, and I'll ask my team, for rental and 80% for ownership. It's 60 at rental. Okay, I was right the first time.
60 for rental.
Yeah.
I think 80 to 120 is considered workforce.
Workforce is, not a term of art, but yeah, oftentimes middle income workforce, there are people in the workforce at 40% of AMI. So I think it just, it just depends on who you're talking to, but generally 80 to 120.
Okay, so it doesn't change that IZ plus would be, I'm going to say the upper range of affordability, what we call affordable. When we talk about producing affordable housing, IZ plus would be producing at the upper range.
I think at 50 or 60% AMI, which is, I would say it's in the middle of the range of affordable housing, but more as importantly, I think the idea that we're building more housing allows for example, nonprofit developers to go in and potentially build fully 100% affordable units. And we've seen interest in that. I think that's why you've heard the Housing Priorities Coalition. They've heard the call and are looking at projects, whether it's the preservation of naturally occurring affordable housing up there, or potentially even new affordable housing. So the idea is that this IZ Plus is one tool, but by allowing for more housing, you really open it up for various tools to be used to create various levels of affordability.
So how do you respond to the residents? So I've heard testimony from, I have to kind of chuckle, both sides, that this is going to be wonderful and this is going to destroy. So I just want your response to the destroy side of it. So how do you respond to the residents who say that the significant increase in density allowed under your amendments will destroy the character, I think that's the way they would put it, the character of some of these areas? And I don't mean by that a demographic character. I mean all the things that come with density, low density, more parking, less parking, traffic congestion, and so forth. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think the first thing is to say that the intention of the comp plan is to ensure that all neighborhoods are vibrant. There is no interest in destroying any neighborhood. There's no interest in displacing residents from neighborhoods, because we've also heard from residents who are concerned about displacement, especially of Black residents. And so I just, the intention of this comp plan is actually quite the opposite of any of that. In terms of residents who are concerned about how this particular future land use map may affect the neighborhood, is what I would say is, and this gets to the conversation we had earlier, is it doesn't require anything. It doesn't make this happen, but it allows for zoning to consider higher density. And we've really focused it along our major corridors and metro lines, especially in Upper Northwest. And moreover, this comp plan, as I mentioned, is not self-enacting. It would require a change by zoning commission. And I think there are a few ways that would happen. All of them include public process. So one would be, and we've talked, and this was mentioned a little bit, is through a small area plan. A lot of the areas where we've proposed more potential density, we've also then on the generalized policy map called them future policy analysis areas. And so the idea there is we can go in and do finer grained planning that would then inform potentially a larger potential zoning changes there after an approved small area plan. The other would be through PUDs, which are a critical tool for community engagement and for various types of input to be had, as well as to produce affordable housing. And then the third type would be through a zoning map amendment, which would obviously then be required to go through IZ+. And none of this changes our historic preservation laws. None of this changes those reviews and the requirements that are put there. And I think that's really critical, because I do think the intention is to respect the historical character of these neighborhoods, and to really to make sure that any new density and infill development is supportive of the feel and the character of the neighborhood.
So this thought's going through my mind, and I'm horrible at coming up with examples, but I think this would work. If the comprehensive plan amendments we have changes the map on, I'm going to say Wisconsin Avenue, to high density residential along the entire strip, I'm sure that it's a lower density for most, if not all, of Wisconsin Avenue. And I don't even know what the highest density residential is. It used to be R5D or R5E. Now it's a different designation. So if the land use map were to change that designation, in the past, the Zoning Commission or the Office of Planning has taken the initiative of a map case to remap it. I mean, not every change in the land use map is going to result in a map case right away, but something that significant probably would. How do you capture through IZ Plus if you just do a remapping? And if you don't do the remapping, then that requires the developers to do it on on a parcel by parcel basis, which is inefficient. So how are you going to capture the bonus, the new density for affordable housing?
The first point I'd like to make is in the implementation element, it talks about areas where there are large changes on corridors that are then have a future planning analysis area, lasso as we call them, over them. So that includes Wisconsin Avenue, that includes New York Avenue. So those areas, there's actually language in implementation that says there should be additional planning prior to changes that we would propose. And so I think that's an important kind of sequencing, and it aligns very much with, I think, the discussions that we've had when we were talking about the framework element and how things go. This future land use map, this comprehensive plan set the high level policy, and then you fill it in. You fill it in with small area plans, you fill it in with master plans, or you fill it in some cases, if it's more smaller, with a PUD or even a map amendment case. So I just want to mention that that's the change, that's the order of change, and that's actually called out in the document itself. So to your point,
called out in the implementation.
Yes, and I can share with you. I'll see if the team can give me the reference, but we can share that with you. The policy on it's either implementation or land use, and so I'll get you the policy that speaks to that planning. It is land use that speaks to in these future planning analysis areas and a planning happening before major zoning changes.
Yeah, but my question was getting at, so this was different than my earlier question about how you respond to those people who say it's the end of the world, which was getting at more of a quality of life. My question here has to do with how do we actually capture the affordable housing, the increased value. Excuse me. That didn't work.
Oh, I think you're muted, Chairman.
Yes, I missed a mute. Didn't I have a question there right before I sneezed?
You did, and I think your question is, if we were, let's say we were to do a change in zoning after a planning analysis is done, how do we make sure that it's not just a massive upzoning without without capturing the value of that additional density for affordable housing? Was that your question?
Yeah. Yes.
So I do think this is why we've set up the structure of IZ Plus. I think it is good. We've sort of signaled it to the market to say that where we see this density, we hope we plan to see additional affordable housing. That's why we worked to propose it to the Zoning Commission even before this comp plan was through, because we want everyone to understand the rules of the road moving forward. And so I do think IZ Plus would be mapped in these cases.
Give me just a second. I have a couple more questions, which I'm going to forget before I move on to the next line. So we've been talking about, maybe just because I've been talking about increasing density in places west of the park, we've been talking about increasing affordable housing for 60%, 70% AMI. How does OPC that we're going to, through the plan, get more affordable housing for low and extremely low income? I'm talking about below 30% AMI.
So the housing element really gets to that. And I think it gets to a critical question about Land use is only, can only speak so much about particular incomes and what types of buildings and who lives in them. That the kind of the policy side and the how we use our legislation and our policies and our dollars is really what gets at that. And I think for affordability, it's really it really gets to questions about investments and supporting, for example, whether it's things like Housing Production Trust Fund or our local rent supplement program, which the comp plan is supportive of. I would say there's another example, which is around public housing and ensuring that we do one-for-one replacement with all public housing, that we work towards build first. Those are all incorporated into the comp plan as well. And so that gets to some of the deeply affordable units that aren't vouchers.
Now, nothing in the housing element is enforceable unless it implicates zoning. So I could see that the housing first, if that's in the housing element, or the one-for-one replacement, if that's in the housing element, would be enforceable if a public housing site comes before the zoning commission as a PUD, which is the case with Park Morton and Berry Farms. But what I'm hearing from you is that really the strategy for low and extremely low income housing is going to be outside of zoning.
I think zoning and land use can be supportive of it, but to really get those deeply affordable units, you need to, that is a combination of subsidies and programs. I would also mention Homeward DC, the plan to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring is also incorporated into this comp plan update.
But again, unless it implicates zoning, it's outside of zoning.
I would say unless it implicates a change in land use, the comp plan is a guide, and that's what we've said. It can guide policy. I mean, it can be supportive of all the things that are happening, from transportation to environment to housing, and that's what it's meant to do. But the only kind of legislative hooks, if you will, are into zoning changes that are not inconsistent with the comp plan, and that's why our focus is really on the land use piece of it.
Speaking of which, whatever happened with coming up with a more concise, comprehensive plan?
We tried to streamline it a little bit. As I think you recognize, when you start with a 1,000-page document, a red line.
And now it's 1,500 pages.
Yeah, but some of it is red lines crossing stuff out. Some of it is, but some of it, we crossed some things out, and the neighbor and residents said they wanted things added back, and so we added them back. I think I do, in all honesty, Chairman, I don't, and I said this, I hope you feel a little bit of our frustration with trying to fit within this structure of this comprehensive plan and as an update. I think as was shared, I think a new comprehensive plan ought to be much more streamlined and much more accessible, because so much language means that it's almost irrelevant because people don't pay attention to it. As one witness testified, council members, someone during the framework, many of them had never even seen the comp plan. And so making sure it's accessible to decision makers, to my colleagues in the DC government and others, I think will be a critical goal of the rewrite.
So I have one other question, which I think is related to the questions I've been asking on housing, and that is there's been quite a bit of testimony about population growth. To state the extreme, we should send the plan back to you for rewriting because it's based on false and erroneous assumptions about population growth, that rather than the city growing to, I think it's 1 million in 2045, that we're actually going to, in a matter of a year or two, start to see a decline in our population. So I'd like you to speak to that.
Sure. The easy answer is that the population numbers and all of that data and the forces driving change was in the framework element, which was passed by council last year. And the rest of this comprehensive plan really doesn't talk about those numbers. But I don't think a genuine answer, because I think the genuine answer is that the policies and proposals in here are the same, regardless of population change. As we discussed earlier, if population isn't growing, there's going to be, we may not get as much housing, but the fact that this allows that doesn't it then just wouldn't happen. I think also with a slower growth population, there are going to have to be real trade-offs around what budgetary implications. I think that would be a big one. And hopefully this comp plan, by showing kind of the challenges and opportunities and laying out the various policies, can help even in a slow growth or no growth environment.
Well, the state demographers in your office, where do you see the population going?
So remember, the population updates that we get lag. Normally we get those population updates in December as of July or June or July of that year. So we currently know our population as of last summer, 2019. That what I will say is, as was mentioned by various witnesses, population growth has been slowing. There's an interesting focus on net in-migration, which is one form of population growth. There's also another form of population growth, which is babies being born, and that is happening, still happening, and still one of the forces driving our growth. And I think that plays out in various ways through our policies, including supporting larger units so that families can be in the city and stay in the city. So all of that being said, there's a lot of noise, so a lot of data about potential population change since COVID. I would say the signal is not clear because it's unclear what numbers are permanent. There was a study that showed how many address change forms were submitted to the USPS. And to me, that is not necessarily helpful because that could be temporary. That could be someone leaving for a period of time but planning to come back. And so I think we will need to see what the kind of medium and long-term impacts of COVID will be, and that will take a year or two.
Well, surely your demographer has projections. So what is the projection for the next year or two?
Our projections are based on, like I said, the census data. So the census data is from 2019. So we don't have post-COVID projections. But
your demographer doesn't look at last year's data and say, I estimate that based on what's going on with births and deaths and other measures that the population is going to be 1% higher, 1% lower next year. There's no predictions.
We make forecasts in coordination with the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments. So we're on technically, I think, around 9.2 of the forecasts. So the data that is in that forecast is, I believe, the data that was also in the framework element, and that's the latest data that we have. Because forecasting is, we'll sort of be waiting for the new census data and understanding what's happening before doing another forecast.
So there's been no forecast since the COG update.
Correct.
In your statement, you also said the revisions address pressing issues of land use appeals. How?
I think, first of all, I want to make sure that I want to be clear that the intention is not to eliminate anybody's right to appeal. In fact, we cannot. That is due process. I think the intention is to be very clear with a court of appeals who has, I think, changed some of the way that they interpret the comp plan, have read it much more literally than I think even it was intended when it was written. And so I think there are a few ways that we do it that I think we're trying to address the Court of Appeals by really getting to the original intent of the comp plan. Some of that is through the land use map and being a little bit where we mean there should be medium or moderate density or high density residential or commercial. Some of that is, as I mentioned, by the language that we think is in alignment with the comp plan as a guide. So that is making the language less directive. The comp plan is a guide, it's not a piece of legislation. And we've seen that the court has read directive language to be different than non-directive language, even though I don't think that that was intended during the drafting of the comp plan. I think that it was just, we saw disparities in how language is used. We tried to be clear throughout. And then the other points are around being clearer about what housing goals we plan to see, or how we expect to see more housing for PUDs, and make clear kind of the rules of the road around affordable housing.
Well, the fact is that the appeals, I don't know if the appeals have reduced in number. It's kind of hard to say because I think the number of PUDs reduced in number. Although I suppose somebody could do a calculation of what were the percentage of PUDs that were appealed in, let's say, 2016, and what were the number of appeals of PUDs that were appealed last year. But my sense is the number of appeals is down. And in any event, other than Bruce Monroe, the zoning commission has won every appeal in the last 2 years. Don't hold me to the 2 years, but it's won every appeal for a period of time. Am I right?
Yes.
And I don't know that that turned on the language shall versus should. I think that turned on the clarity of the appeal. Bruce Monroe, tell me if you disagree, but I think the fatal flaw in the zoning commission's order for Bruce Monroe was that it was, if I remember correctly, 80 or 90% verbatim what the developer had submitted as proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law.
So I think I agree with you, and I would say we also
stop right there. I think from now on every question you should just say you agree with me.
I do agree with you that there has been, I think, an ability. The zoning commission has worked hard to address the court, which in most cases, to your point, was really about how they weighed out various. Basically, in many cases, it was about showing their work. But what I will say also, I think is also true, and to your point, is we've had far fewer PUDs because of the concern about litigation risk. That is to say that no matter, even if it's the best PUD and it's perfectly well written, if there's any opportunity for ambiguity, then it can be held up for years, really. We're seeing the Court of Appeals not moving particularly quickly. And some of these cases are multiple years in the waiting. And so if you have, on the one hand, the opportunity to move something now, or we've seen through map amendments, which is why we created IZ+, that's what would happen. And so then we as a city and as residents lose out on the community benefits and all of those other aspects of design, affordable housing that are part of the PUD process.
I think I got a little lost there. And I think that was because I was thinking this through in my mind. There may be fewer PUDs. Some of that could be the market. Some of that could be that developers fear from the earlier part of this decade, or maybe last decade, since this is 2020. There's not much we can do about the fear from a few years ago, other than with the passage of time and a continued string of successful court decisions that'll make the developer community more comfortable. But I think I'm asking you, either here or following this hearing, to dissuade me that the problem was really the quality of the orders. As long as the comprehensive plan is going to be 1,000 or 1,500 pages, it's going to have contradictory policies. There's no way around that. Agreed?
Competing policies?
Contradictory policies. And as long as it has contradictory policies, it's going to be incumbent for the zoning commission to explain its work.
That is true. And this comprehensive plan update also allows for areas where there might be ambiguities. I would say the less that the zoning commission has to weigh out competing priorities, the more that it's very clear. And that is to say, if there's an area that was moderate and is now high, granted, with the moderate, you might be able to do a little bit more. But if it's high, then you don't have to, it's a lot clearer that what the intention is. And so that's an example of something where there's less ambiguity and more clarity for the applicant, for the community, and for the zoning commission. And so it's one less point that might be able to be disputed post facto.
Well, I would argue that changing words like from shall to should creates ambiguity. One could argue it creates flexibility, but I think it creates ambiguity. There was testimony yesterday that changing the word protect to the word respect, protect neighborhood character, respect neighborhood character. Protect is a meaningful verb, respect is an attitude. Becomes a little bit harder to argue that you're respecting or not respecting the neighborhood character. And I think that's ambiguity to seize on the word you used a minute ago. And to change shall to should certainly provides more flexibility, but then it provides more room to argue. And some of it is because the nature of development is that if somebody wants to risk making the argument that what I'm doing is at the upper edge of what would be permitted, but it's permitted. How do I want to put this? That there's always going to be a demand on the part of some developers to push the envelope. And we will never be able to get ahead of that, because wherever we set the line, there will be some developer who tries for more than that. That's just the nature of the market. And at least with shall, it commands a bit more respect for the line. Should almost invites more of an argument. I don't think that's a problem. If anything, I think we give upset neighbors more ammunition to argue that the zoning commission got it wrong.
There's not a question, but I'll try and respond, I guess.
Yeah.
And tell me if there is a question. The protect neighborhood character, I think, as I mentioned, really comes out of our work around housing equity and kind of the historic kind of roots of segregation and racist language in housing policy that has created the segregation in our city. Protect originally could have been meant to be about protecting whom from what, oftentimes about certain populations. And we found that is probably a historic remnant that we would rather not have in our policies. So I think that is why we talk about respect. I also think respect is very, I think they're both verbs. So I don't know about one versus, I don't know if I agree that one is different than the other than I think respect is really what we're trying to do, which is kind of respect the historic character of many of our neighborhoods. We're not trying to destroy them. And so I think it's a more optimistic, positive verb. On the point about shall versus must versus should, I think, as I mentioned, the point is that there was an inconsistent use of the language across the comp plan, and we were trying to make it consistent. Also, as I mentioned, it's really part of what I've learned through this process and engaging residents is that I think the comp plan is oftentimes seen as more than it really is. It is a guide. It can help guide policy and specifically guide land use. but it's a little bit of truth in advertising to not imply that this is a law. It's not a law. It's not self-effectuating. And so I think part of what we're trying to do is to be honest with what this can and cannot do. And that was why we put the language in that we did.
Well, let me go back to the protect. So phrases like protect neighborhood character actually don't date back to Jim Crow because they date back to the 1985 comprehensive plan or maybe the 1990 rewrite of it. They don't go back further than that. The Preservation League I'm going to read from Rebecca Miller's testimony. According to the executive summary, phrases like protect neighborhood character, which has been documented to have been used to perpetuate racial exclusion and segregation, has been replaced with respect neighborhood character to reframe this important objective using an inclusive tone. However, we retain phrases like protect historic resources because that remains consistent with our current historic preservation policy. That was a quote unquote. Yet in more than a dozen areas of the document, protect has been replaced with respect with regard to historic resources, contrary to the OP's own explanation of its use of terminology. The language change is most concerning to DCPL. The Historic Landmark and Historic District Protection Act of 1978 is quite specific in stating that the quote protection, enhancement, and perpetuation of properties of historical, cultural, and aesthetic merit are in the interests of the health, prosperity, and welfare of the people of the District of Columbia, unquote. It is a stated purpose of the law to, quote, protect, unquote, properties of historic merit. Hence that word, not the more general, quote, respect, unquote, or others that might be substituted. Hence that word must continue to be used with respect to properties designated under the 1978 law. With more than 40 years of experience with the preservation law, its terminology has generally accepted meaning, and the comprehensive plan should not attempt to change it. In a similar vein, I would note that the word protect is replaced elsewhere with, quote, preserve, unquote, but without defining that term either. I could read on, but do you want to respond to that?
Our response is that this doesn't change the Historic Preservation Act definitions or applicability. So that's still in there. The comp plan doesn't override that.
There were roughly 3,000 amendments originally received. How many of these were from the public? How many were from district agencies? How many were accepted in whole or part?
I can get you the specific numbers. I believe, yeah, I don't want to, I'll get it wrong, but there was a huge number from the public and probably, I think, a large number from agencies, but I can get you the breakdown.
Okay, if you would. And I take it somebody's taking notes for you?
Yes, yep. It's also all available on plandc.dc.gov, the substance and the kind of disposition of it in the proposal.
All right, but you'll get me that. Do I need to repeat it?
The number of proposed amendments by the public and by agencies, and then how many were accepted, what percentage of each of those were accepted.
Yeah, and my question is, how many were accepted in whole or in part?
Okay.
And then, does this number include the significant redrafting done by the Office of Planning?
The Office of Planning did not submit amendments.
Is it possible for you to answer this question? How many policies or actions were changed by OP?
I can look. I'm not sure we have that number, but it's also this process being quite long. Are you talking about between of these acceptance? We know how many were kind of included in the public draft, I don't know, we haven't necessarily then taken that all the way through what then was changed or proposed to be changed between the public review and submission to council. So those are kind of two phases of the comp plan, and I can answer kind of each of those phases.
Okay. My next question has to do with what I'm going to call your sifting method. What criteria did OP use for not accepting amendments?
We have a review. We have a review matrix that's available on plandc.dc.gov that I can provide you, and then those kind of those categories were then included in the disposition in the matrix that tracked what happened with each of them.
So the craziest proposal and the most reasonable proposal both kind of went through the same filter, that matrix?
Yes.
And that matrix, you said is available online?
Yes. Yes.
Give me just a moment.
I actually have the kind of what the evaluation questions were. So does the feedback align with the principles in the comprehensive plan, the 40 guiding principles that are in the updated framework element? Is the feedback addressed sufficiently in one comprehensive plan element? That's an interesting example where we got a lot of feedback from AMCs that was focused on their area element, but the proposal was actually something related to a citywide, like an education or other element that was incorporated. So that was already in the plan, just in a different piece. Is the feedback appropriate to incorporate into a comprehensive plan? We get lots of feedback about policies or budget priorities that this comprehensive plan is not necessarily the right venue for, or legislation. And has there been sufficient analysis and community engagement of the feedback to incorporate it? Especially on land use side, if we didn't think that it was something that had been appropriately discussed with the community, then we didn't approve it.
Is that it? Is that the matrix?
There's a deeper matrix, but those are kind of the highlights of the questions that we looked at.
Yeah, but what if I came forward with a plan amendment, a map amendment that was totally reasonable? I mean, just totally reasonable. It's like when you saw it, you went like this and said, why didn't we do this in 2006? But I didn't go to the community. There's absolutely no community support for it because there's no community awareness of it. You would reject it?
I don't think so. I mean, I think in that case, we would put it in the open call, or not, no, I'm sorry, in the public review process. And especially if we thought it aligned with broader principles in the area element or other things. So I don't think that, I think that maybe I said it too narrowly, but I think there were also things that we got that were clearly pushing very hard on the boundaries of what we think would be possible or appropriate for this update.
When we adopted the framework a year ago, you and I talked about how we needed the plan to be more shorter and more concise. I referred to that a little while ago. We both agreed that the plan would benefit if it was shorter. Didn't try to cover everything and then cover everything in such detail and therefore invite a plethora of contradictory policies. So why was it appropriate for this amendment cycle, emphasis on amendment, not cycle, to be so extensive? You could have just given us couple hundred pages maybe, or just the land use element, but instead you gave us red line through all 1,000 pages, which is now 1,500 pages.
I think some of it is because this was an update. It was an update of the entire plan. I think it was scoped, at public, with public amendment process to include the whole plan. If I knew, well, if we knew then what we know today, I think maybe we would have scoped it differently. But I do think the expectations from the beginning was that it was an opportunity to update the entire plan. And honestly, I think in some ways that's important. In the community services and facilities element, adding public, the social determinants of health is really critical. Making sure that our updated transportation plans are in there and our updated master facilities plans are included. Making sure the updated small area plans are included. And when you start looking at these various efforts that have gone on, you really end up touching basically every element.
So do you think you're going to have a rewrite, a completely new plan to us in 2025?
That would be the goal. Yes, I think, what I would like, what I see is happening, and I think we've talked about the team, so I'll put this on the record, is there would be, just as there was with this plan, a visioning process with the community. I think that would also help us scope what should be in, what should be out, how do we think about it? Should there be area elements, or should we just have, like other places do, kind of rolling area plans that kind of fill in? How deep should each of these elements go? I think so that would be a process, also setting the high level goals and vision. And then we would work on the streamlined plan. I think if it is streamlined, it would be a lot easier to get done and to get to council. And to get feedback and to engage residents. So I do think 2025 is a possibility. It's a goal. It's a goal.
You heard some of the testimony from Greater Washington and others about how we need to have an improved process. What is your reaction to that?
I think I agree. I think some of it hopefully is similar to what I said, which is actually an improved document. But I would say, the thing that we're challenged with is a tension between the idea that we want to reach as many residents as possible and get as broad engagement as possible, which if you do it right takes time, which if you put a public review process out and give ANC's great weight on top of that takes time. If you then give it to council, that takes time, right? All of these things add to the time. And the time that you're doing that, you're not, as we were, our last, you're not then implementing it, you're not evaluating it. And so, you could get in this world where you're constantly working on the plan and never actually working on the neighborhood planning or the evaluation of the document.
Well, I was kind of thinking of it differently. My understanding is that, because there was a number of witnesses who testified about this, but my impression is that it kind of came from Greater Washington, that we need to set a date for you to submit a new plan, that we have to prescribe for you a public hearing process. And I'm not seeing how that's very much different than what's currently in the law. And the Office of Planning, this predates you, it's not just you, has had difficulty adhering to the timeline that's currently in the law.
I think, so to your point, the timeline that's in the law is not realistic given what we have. That being said, I think we'd be happy to work with you to put together what we think are realistic and realistic timelines that allow for the type of engagement that's important, for the type of process that we know has to happen. And so that is something that I think we would be supportive of, is sort of making sure that the legislative branch and the executive branch are kind of, at least for this next round, at least for the rewrite. And I think the rewrite itself, depending on what it looks like, could then have its own timelines that that we would work with council to flesh out. If it's more of a rotating area planning effort, that would be very different than if it's a document that's updated kind of in big one fell swoop every 5 years.
So what was not realistic about the timeline in the current law?
I mean, it expected updates at a pace that was just, as we saw, this process took almost as much time as it would expect an update to be. So I think just recognizing, I don't think it was realistic in recognizing how complicated it would be to keep everything up to date.
I'm going to press you on this a bit more because I'm not quite, I sort of understand what you're saying, but I don't understand what you're saying. As somebody who would have to draft a new process. So if I remember correctly, the 2006 plan says that it's going to be updated every 5 years with a new plan in 20 years. Does that sound right?
Yep.
Okay. So the first update came to us, I think, in 2010. That's not too bad. That's like 5 years after 2006, not quite. Council adopted it in 2011.
I think so. That sounds 11 or 12. Actually, I have it right here. Yeah. Effective April 8, 2011.
So we adopted it within 5 years. Pretty close.
I just want to show you. It was like, I mean, it was just, I would almost call it technical changes. It didn't seek to update data. It wasn't kind of a real looking at, it was a minor amendment, right?
Okay, but that was the Office of Planning's choice. But then again, it might also have been their choice because it was only 5 years after the plan had been adopted.
Right.
Okay, so the second update, aren't we working on the second update now?
Yes.
Now, I don't know that you can fault the process that it wasn't given to us in 2015. It could have been.
Well, I mean, even if it were started, I guess my point is a couple things. Number one is it requires kind of a series of things to happen, including budget and other kind of operational issues, other operational realities. And as I showed, this process kicked off in 2015 for us, for scoping and other things. So it has been 5 years just in process. And then another, however long it takes to actually get it approved.
So then what that says to me is that, well, this is what's going through my mind. And that is that the problem with this update is that it's a full 15 years since the plan was adopted, and 15 years is such a long period of time that instead of just kind of making some minor updates, really we want to rewrite it. So it was unrealistic to say that the plan should be rewritten in 2025. Should have said it will be rewritten in 2020. And then the Office of Planning, instead of waiting until, because the update for due in 2015 was started in 2015, the Office of Planning should start the work 5 years earlier. You're not responsible for any of this. So even though you're the director and I'm talking about how the Office of Planning didn't do something right, that's not you. But so the Office of Planning waited until the year that it was due and then started the work, which was a 5-year project, because we were actually far enough out from the original adoption that it was going to be a more substantial change.
I think that is why this is a great opportunity for us to look back, figure out what worked and didn't, and maybe get on the same page for the next step and the timing of the next step. And I think, if that happens now and there's a lot of support for it in the council and the community, then I think it will happen, and it can happen on the timeline.
Can I put a page limit in the law for the next plan?
Please.
The implementation section strikes a number of sections relating to the process for future amendments and full rewrites of the comprehensive plan. What does the plan propose for the next comprehensive plan amendment or update process?
I think it strikes it because this is the kind of sunsetting of this plan period. And so then the next process would be a new process that would require a visioning and a scoping and an understanding to put, a kind of that work in order to figure out what that process looks like.
Will the changes that you propose require other changes to district regulations?
No, not that I'm aware of. I mean, it won't require anything. I think, as I've mentioned, there are things that we're trying to do with zoning to make sure that, as we discussed earlier, we're taking advantage of the density, but I don't think it would require any changes. There's a really technical piece for you that we've discussed with your staff around linkage. It's mostly just a technical piece about drafting, but other than that, I don't think so.
Give me just a second. Give me a second here while I'm checking out my other questions. All right, I have some half-formed questions here about PDR. PDR is what used to be called industrial zoning. Is that correct?
It's production, distribution, and repair. Yeah, and it's purple on the future land use map. And it used to be called industrial.
I'm a strong believer that a city should have PDR. And that creates a tension because as we grow, both in terms of commercial use and residential use, it puts demand on diminishing the PDR land. But then I think there's also an attitude about PDR that we don't like railroad tracks. My sense is that the amendments that you've sent over have a net effect of reducing PDR. There have been some witnesses who've talked about reducing PDR along the Metropolitan Branch Trail, along Rhode Island Avenue. I didn't look, but my guess is there's PDR on New York Avenue that's being changed. So just what is OP's thinking about how we are going to have enough PDR?
So this is another example that I think our discussions around the framework element really informed the updates in the land use and economic development elements, really also housing around PDR. As you mentioned, there are some places we tried to retain PDR, to retain the purple, but to stripe it. And you heard, I think, some witnesses talk about areas where there's still a PDR, but then a stripe. And I think that gets, or I know that gets to some of the things, some of the discussion in the framework element, which is about preserving PDR uses. So if we can find opportunities to preserve some of these PDR needs, then we should also be able to find, to build density, but we have to do it correctly. And that's really the whole New York Avenue corridor is really about that. And that's why we put a future planning analysis area, because we don't want a lot of changes until we've been able to think through the implications about how you combine these. I think, as we heard from witnesses, some PDR is easy to build. You could do vertical PDR or have it in part. Makerspace can be part of a building. There are other PDR uses that do not work well with that, and so that would be part of a fine-grained planning effort. Speaking of fine-grained planning efforts, I think some of the changes that you see, especially around Brentwood and Rhode Island Avenue, we're really incorporating some of the small area plan work that had been done where there is a reduction in some of the PDR. So that was incorporating work that had already been done previously.
So you're going to blame the Rhode Island Avenue changes on earlier planning?
I'm not sure I would blame it, but I think the earlier planning set expectations about what would happen with the land use in those areas.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have phrased it that way. So you mentioned New York Avenue. It's designated as striped mixed PDR and then other use. But then how's that going to be implemented? If we were to adopt the land use map tomorrow, don't get your hopes, don't get excited. If we were to adopt the land use map tomorrow, couldn't a landowner on New York Avenue go to the zoning commission on January 1st and say, well, the map's been changed. I want to get my other use?
So, I mean, they could, it would not be supported by OP because of land use policy 1.1.1, which talks about areas where there are future planning analysis areas on the generalized policy map and major changes, land use changes on the future land use map do require planning analysis. And in this case, we are intending or hoping or planning, should we have the resources in the future, to do a much deeper dive into New York Avenue. Because before you make changes, we want to make sure we coordinate on the infrastructure and transportation and others. But we do think that the positive vision of this New York Avenue of being a really amazing mixed-use corridor and a gateway to the city is important. And it's important to begin working towards that now.
Well, I think that sounds like a very reasonable process, except that we're a government and these things take time. So what I'm hearing from you is, and I may be oversimplifying this, we're going to take New York Avenue, it's got a fair amount of industrial zone land, we're going to make it striped, but then we're going to impose on it, I forget the term you used, future planning area. So now what we're saying is, all right, landowner, we just got your hopes up that you can do something with it other than industrial, but actually, no, you can't do anything with it because OP is going to have to give a green light to this future planning analysis. I see that as problem number one. We're giving a green light, but we're actually not giving a green light.
Well, but in the document, it's clear that we're, in the same document that has the land use map, in the definition of what the land use map and generalized policy map is, it says this in the document. So we never set expectations and then changed it. It was, we did this all in one step. So we didn't give anything and take it away. We just said, here's how we're going to proceed.
Sure, but people read selectively. That's an answer. That's an answer. Okay, so then now it's on OP to do this. And roughly how many of these planning analysis areas are there?
Maybe a half dozen.
And I'm assuming that they're going to be a fair amount of work. They're going to be like a small area plan.
The small area plan is one way of doing a future planning analysis area. This New York Avenue one might be a super small area plan.
So that's at least a year and probably requires $100,000, $500,000 for the to do the plan. There was a question in that.
Small area plans can cost in the hundreds of thousands. I think New York Avenue would probably be a few years because of the implications on infrastructure and all those other things. So it would probably be a few years of work.
So I'm not saying that's horrible, but that's, I like to use the term in the legislative process, friction. That's friction because things have to happen and they may not happen.
It is, I think this is one of the central tensions of the future land use map, right? How future is it? In many cases, and we heard witnesses who were concerned that it really more reflects the existing land use. And there were a few areas where we did think that the future orientation could really help galvanize people's vision about what's happening while also being honest about what it will take to happen. but we have to begin thinking 5 or 10 years in the future today, so that we can make sure we do it right and we don't miss the opportunity to make sure we build parks and libraries and infrastructure and affordable housing. And so the idea is really with those future planning analysis areas is to signal that intent to begin envisioning these areas. And some of them are more built out and less likely to change. But some like New York Avenue or what we're calling Capitol Crossroads, where Armed Forces Retirement Home is, but there, there's all of the medical centers around there. There's really an opportunity to think about what will this look like in 10 years.
The point being a tension between doing it now and creating for some people the thought that maybe they can do this now, while actually this is part of a longer process in which there has to be additional planning so that it really is more consistent with this being a long-term plan, a plan that goes into effect 5 or 10 years from now.
I think that it is an important signaling mechanism. I would like to think, that the comp plan, as everyone, to your point, lots of people focus on the maps, but I think people who are interested in development understand the importance of the text, especially the land use element text. And so I don't think anyone will feel, I don't know, but I think folks understand that. But New York Avenue is a good example. Because it also implicates the capital improvements plan, right? So if this is an area where we think there could be additional growth in 5 years, should we begin, or should there be an interest in doing that? Making sure, helping align capital budgeting around that will be an important piece and something that the comp plan can help inform.
So let me bring this back to industrial zoning, which is where this started. And that is, so there's a mixed stripe on New York Avenue. And it allows, I'm going to say, commercial, high density commercial, or some density of industrial. What is to prevent all of the property owners from opting for the commercial and skipping the industrial?
So some of that would be in the framework element, in the definition, I believe, of PDR. I think it's in the definition, although it's been long enough that I don't remember which section. And as we discussed, there was the critical component about preservation of PDR. And so making sure that we're supporting the preservation. I think, right now as it stands, preservation basically means kind of as it is on site. But I think as we develop this, there might be the opportunity to think about preservation as the ability to buy PDR credits and kind of, in the right, depending on the type of PDR, build what's called vertical PDR, or figure out how to incentivize that so that we keep the PDR uses, even if there's less land. And also, because of the importance that we know around PDR and employment, things like maker spaces, or there are other types of PDR that could become incorporated into the buildings. And so that is all the type of the work that I think will be critical with this type of study.
But am I wrong in thinking that the way this will play out is on a case-by-case basis? So take all of New York Avenue, which is a couple miles in northeast, and we stripe it mixed use, and then a owner or developer comes along for just a piece and says, well, for just this piece, let me forego the industrial and I'll do the commercial. So the Office of Planning may look at that paragraph that says preserve industrial, but they could say, well, we'll make an exception here. And we can make exceptions all the way up the avenue. I mean, we do that with so many other things where unless it's impossible to do, it could be eroded through single actions.
I don't want to take away the authorities of the zoning commission, because it really is their authority to make these decisions. So I don't want to, Office of Planning, oftentimes we get great weight, but we aren't the deciders of that. But I do think the two kind of, what we can do is create guideposts or create bumpers to prevent that from happening. And the two things that would are the land use language that I mentioned about a plan being done and planning efforts that would think about all of this holistically in a broader context, and maybe think about how, okay, so if you if you are going to give up industrial, then you have to create it somewhere else, or trade. You have to buy trade development rights or other things that we would think about in a planning effort. And number two is the language and the framework element. And so I think all of the so I think there are bumpers that would prevent that from happening. That being said, if there were the opportunity to build a 100% deeply affordable building in a PDR space and not have PDR, I think, I don't know if that is it, if the answer is immediately evident as to what's right. And that's the point of the zoning commission, is to help weigh those tensions.
Well, I'm going to be giving more thought to this, which means you should give more thought to it, because in the end, we can, I'm going to use the wrong metaphor here, maybe nickel and dime our way out of having any meaningful industrial land. I may have asked you about this when we had the framework. One of the, or a couple of the wholesale liquor businesses took me on a tour. Our law requires that they have to warehouse in the district, and there's not enough warehouse space for them. Have you looked at that? And this is industrial land again.
This is what, I'm sorry?
Industrial land, it's warehouse land.
Right. They have a warehouse today.
Yeah, but at least a couple of them are busting at the seams. I think what they do is they bring the stuff in overnight. They may not even take it out of the truck, or maybe they do, but they can't really meaningfully store it here because they just don't have the capacity. They're over capacity.
I think that's a perfect example where we would be interested in working with them to think about, are there opportunities to go vertical, or what are the needs and the opportunities? But we haven't done a fine-grained policy look at that.
Is that because they haven't reached out to you, or because you haven't reached out to them, or?
We haven't connected.
I mean, they're just, that's one where I don't think we want to, I mean, we receive revenue because the wholesalers are required to warehouse in the district. But it's becoming, because of the capacity constraint, becoming absurd for them bringing the stuff in overnight and I guess unloading it, now that I'm remembering, because they can't leave it in the trailer and count it as warehousing it. So they actually take it off the trailer, put it in the warehouse. The next morning they put it back on the trailer, and then they take it to the, and they do most of their warehousing in, at least this one does it in Annapolis, as I remember, but I don't think they're unique. I think everyone, the one on Sheriff Road is at capacity. The one on New York Avenue at Bladen, no, on W at Bladensburg is at capacity. There was another one I looked at, which I can't remember now. And it's in our financial interest to solve that problem. And it speaks to, the other example that comes to my mind is the salt dome for DPW in the winter. We had to move that out of this district. Maybe that's not so bad, but we can't move everything out of the district.
So I agree, and I think that's why the framework's language around preserving PDR is very important. And moreover, I just want to let you know, our staff has been in touch with them, and as well as with ABRA to discuss potential approaches.
Well, if I'm good, I'm going to look at how we have language in the land use element that protects as much as possible PDR land. So the other question I have for you is the Central Employment District. Now, I've not looked carefully at the proposal, but I got some testimony. We're increasing the Central Employment District. There was opposition from some folks in, if I remember correctly, West End saying, no, this is stupid. But then there also was testimony about how the Central Employment District needs to include somebody's development project in Ward 7 on the other side of the river. I'm not understanding this, so maybe you should help me.
So our work around the central employment area really is in coordination with National Capital Planning Commission, as well as GSA, the General Services Administration, because it speaks to how the federal government leases. And so what's important is, what's interesting, as background, all three of us had sort of different maps of what the central employment area is. And through this, as well as through the National Capital Planning Commission's update of the federal elements of the comprehensive plan, we've worked to align our maps. One of the challenges that we had with the Parkside development that you mentioned is that the GSA requires it to be contiguous. Either the GSA or NCP requires that it's contiguous. So while it can jump over the river, it has to be one contiguous area. And to get to Parkside, you would have to go through Capitol Hill or H Street or IBC, through areas that are not part of the central employment area. So we could not, I guess we could, anyway, they were not interested in us sort of gerrymandering that piece. So that's what we have done through this effort, is align our three maps. And it's used, I should mention, the reason that it's important is that it is used by GSA in their leasing decisions. They prioritize the central employment area in terms of their lease decisions.
You said three maps meaning NCPC and Office
GSA.
Huh?
GSA has a version too.
So those are the three maps, and the goal, one goal is to have the maps be the same.
That's right. I should mention, as part of the work, we've also recognized that kind of the view of a central employment district is maybe a little bit outdated. We have employment nodes throughout the city, Friendship Heights and Parkside and St. Elizabeth's. And so we are working, and this would be for a rewrite, the idea that maybe it isn't, there are ways of thinking about employment that can still be central in terms of how it's accessible to transit, but doesn't necessarily need to be contiguous. But that is contingent on discussions with the federal government.
Well, is there any other benefit or attribute to a central employment district besides GSA?
Not that I'm aware of.
I mean, to me, so tell me if I've got this wrong or affirm that I've got this wrong. To me, the central employment district is downtown. And maybe it is an outdated notion. It's where everybody goes to work. And therefore, there are things we do with the central employment district that we treated as a distinct employment center. And what I'm hearing from you is that not only is the idea of having a downtown as a central employment district an antiquated idea, but we don't actually treat the central employment district any differently other than for GSA decisions.
So I should say the CEA is recognized. So it's important on the economic development side for GSA decisions, and that's been a big driver. But it is also in the zoning code. There are exemptions for green area ratio and some other, there's allowance for kind of smaller PUDs, for example. So there are a couple flexibilities that the CEA allows, but our primary focus is around using it to support federal government leasing and employment in the district. Yeah.
What were the two again? Green
area, it exempts the green area ratio for interior renovations, which is it's a sustainability requirement. It does allow, it's eligible for MU8 and MU9 zoning. There's just I can give you the kind of list. It's a couple of things that it allows flexibility on.
Would you? I think that would be helpful. And these exemptions, are they in law or are they? I mean, you said the zoning regulations.
They're code.
Zoning regulations have to be based on something. Are they based on law, like the green building code that we adopted, or the comprehensive plan, or were these just ideas that came from the zoning commissioner office of planning?
So they're in the zoning code. Their kind of history, we can figure out for you.
You understood my question.
The providence, yeah. So is it the green area ratio exemption, what is that, kind of where does that derive from? Was that in the green area law, or did the zoning commission determine that that should be exempted?
Yeah, and the same question for the other, I'm going to call them attributes of central employment.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we can get you a listed, because I think each of them are different, like eligibility for MU8 and MU9, I'm sure that's just a zoning commission. That was part of the zoning regs, so we can sort of speak to each of them.
Give me just a second. Just checking to see if I have any more questions. You're good for another 3 hours?
Here as long as necessary, Chairman.
The goal is to wear you down. So you just say yes. So I've always wondered about this. The land use map takes some sites, I think it would be correct to say sites, not areas, that have a particular current use, even though it's a future land use map, and then designates it like institutional or federal. And I've never quite understood why we give a pass like that. But then my understanding is that the map that's been proposed to us now takes some of the federal sites and actually tries to put a land use category on it. So I guess my question is two-part and contradictory. Why do we give a pass on a property? I'm thinking of a church, which we will designate, and it's a church on a couple acres. We designate it institutional, and that's fine because nobody's going to do anything with it as long as the church is there. But there are churches that actually decide to sell their property. And then it's like, well, nobody ever designated it. And that seems for a future land use map kind of stupid that we don't designate it. And my guess is that we are doing that still in this map, even though I don't have the map before me. On the other hand, so that's part one of my question, why do we do that? On the other hand, if we're going to take like a federal site, Department of Labor, and put on it a land use category, Is that going to be okay with the feds, or are we going to have to, are we going to have some issue there?
Yeah, so let's start with the federal side, because I think that is both easier and more complicated at the same time. I think federal properties are not subject to the zoning commission. They're subject to zoning authorities by the National Capital Planning Commission that you and I sit on. And so I believe that much of the federal designation in the future land use map just is meant to kind of respect that. What you see where we change it is areas, I think since this comp plan, this future land use map was passed in 2006, there's a number of areas that were given by the federal government or sold by the federal government to the district, including Walter Reed, and so including St. Elizabeth East. And so you'll see in those cases the intention of our Hill East, the intention of updating the map and updating the zoning as well. So I think where we see there's potential federal change of ownership, we're very interested in making sure that we designate it. What I will say, if it's a small property, for example, or even if it's a big property, the way that it works now is if it's unzoned or if it's not doesn't have a land use designation that's a decent kind of one of ours, it inherits, or it sort of zoning commission can kind of pull from what's around it. What the challenge is, though, that in many cases these properties are areas for transit-oriented development or fine-grained planning, like Walter Reed, that we want to be able to be a little bit have a little bit different land use designation than what's around them. So that's how that works. The best example, kind of looking forward, is Armed Forces Retirement Home. I think, as you might know, there were discussions about who has zoning authority over that. What we have done is worked with the home and the GSA to make sure that our future land use map designation aligns with their master plan, and it is even a little more aspirational in some cases than their master plan. That means that when it does, when we do believe it should be apply for zoning, that zoning commission will be able to see the future land use designation. So that is how we've dealt with the federal land. I think institutional land is maybe a little bit different, but similar in terms of it's meant to kind of talk about these larger, some could be called campuses, but larger blocks in some cases of land that are institutional. And when if those were to change or be sold, they would naturally, as of now, they would just inherit whatever land use designation is around them. But once again, in many of those cases, if we do want the opportunity for more housing or more density, then we would need to change the future land use map. And you see that in a couple of specific cases. Howard Law, I know that was one that was discussed yesterday and today.
Yeah. I'm not sure I'm feeling any more enlightened here. I mean, should we be waiting until we're in a reactive mode to figure out what we want to see at the Howard Law School campus?
I don't think so. I think the future land use map is meant to be kind of high level. Obviously, whatever comes down would likely need to be a PUD or would need to go through zoning commission. So there is the opportunity to do much more of that fine-grained work and specific work if and when that unfolds.
But that has been mapped as institutional, correct?
The proposal changes some of it.
Some of it. And that's just a matter of timing. But if nobody had been looking at Howard Law School campus, and Howard were to decide to be interested in doing something with their campus next year or 2 years from now, we would be adopting these modifications now, leaving it as institutional and undesignated.
Right. I'm sorry. So you're talking about Howard campus on Georgia Avenue?
No, the law school.
Well, we do. Right. Oh, so if we didn't make the stripe change, I looked at it. Actually, the whole campus is I believe the whole campus is striped. Oh, yeah, it's striped with 2 different types of residential. If we didn't make that change, then it could inherit the land uses around it, which in some areas include high density residential and in some areas include low density residential.
But that's still not helping me, but that's okay. So with the federal property, you've taken the armed services home and you've striped it or mapped it or whatever. What about, I'd mentioned Department of Labor.
I believe we also striped that as high density commercial. Yeah, so that's striped as federal / high density commercial. So the idea being that we'll respect it as federal property. If they keep it as federal property, in the event that it comes into our hands, it would be commercial, high density commercial.
But I don't see that happening, and nobody's talked about doing anything with the Department of Labor. On the other hand, FBI, what did you do with FBI?
I think we striped that. Oh, no, that one we do, we just have it as high density commercial.
Have you worked this out with our federal partners?
This doesn't change the federal zoning. So if it stays, it doesn't make it change if the federal government doesn't want to change it. But it does then allow us, with the goal, some of this is aspirational. And I think for our posture has always been that would be better as a sort of mixed use development. And so that has been the posture, that is something that we want to put in our future land use map because that's what we think is the right thing.
So I'm going to press this a little further. So I had earlier asked a question, but I'm not sure that maybe I expressed it well enough. When we take these sites, these federal sites like Walter Reed and Armed Forces Home, and we designate them as federal, or take an institution like Howard, they've got the seminary, I think, on Taylor Road Northeast, and they've got the campus off of Van Ness in Ward 3, and we designate those as institutional. If something comes along in terms of events, and the federal government wants to offload Walter Reed, or Howard wants to offload or redevelop part of its campus, we're in a reactive mode in terms of planning. Why is that appropriate?
I think that what has worked, I think, really well in the past is, and this is whether you look at Hill East, whether you look at Walter Reed or St. Elizabeth's, what the order of operations has often been, you do a master planning, and then you kind of use that to help drive your zoning. And so this, I think, I think the way that future land use map, sometimes like with Walter Reed, we're more catching up and just sort of reflecting what the zoning is. In other areas, like Armed Forces Retirement Home, we're able to move a little bit ahead of zoning. But I don't, if it's a large campus, oftentimes there needs to be kind of work prior to the more fine-grained land use designations that can be made.
Give me a second. I'm afraid, Mr. Trueblood, you've outlasted me. So somebody took notes on your end about things you're going to get back to us on, the DEMPED dashboard, the amendments, the attributes, what I call attributes of the central employment areas. I don't think I made notes on everything.
PDR.
Yeah. So thank you. We will, I'm trusting that we've had a good, my staff has had a good working relationship with you, and I want to continue with the way we work together on the framework.
I look forward to that. Thank you, Chairman.
So with that, I'm going to end this hearing. Thank you, Mr. Trueblood. Thank you, everybody on your staff who's been working on the plan. This again has been a hearing on Bill 23-736, Comprehensive Plan Amendment Act of 2020. The record in this matter will close at 5 p.m. on December 3rd, the year 2020. The time is now 4:59 in the afternoon, and this hearing is adjourned.